Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Was Neglected Child of Minato and Kushina and Gained Chaos Powers and Become Angel Island's Guardian Part 3. Before we start, please go support King Sora 3 for writing that awesome fanfic. Now let's begin. Chapter 7, Land of Fire. Unknown Town. Boom boom boom. Somewhere in the Land of Fire, loud explosions were heard alongside screams of terror in a small town. The entire town was set ablaze in a sea of flames, with many dead bodies scattered all over the place. The bodies themselves died of either stabbed wounds from a sword or burned beyond recognition. People tried to run away from the creature that was currently destroying their precious town, only for half of them to be burned to a crisp and fall dead, getting more screams from those that survived. What the hell is that thing? One of the townsfolk asked in fear as he ran as fast as he could. It's a monster, a woman cries out before she coughs out blood as a sword made of fire pierced through her chest, making her drop dead, while the fire sword disappears. Oh my god, the same townsman screams before he too dropped to the ground by the fire swords as they pierced throughout his body. The people screamed louder from seeing that, even more so when they saw the silhouette figure of the monster and the flames, its glowing red eyes glaring at them. Everyone, you must hurry and escape here. Some of the people looked back, and much to their relief and joy, they saw 5 shinobi of the Leaf Village, 4 Chunin and 1 Jonin, gathered and were glaring back at the monster and the flames. One of the ninjas, an older man with dark wavy brown hair and matching colored eyes, steps forward, showing he was the leader of the squad. 2 of you, get these people out of here. The other 2 are with me, we're gonna take this fire bastard down. Sir, the 2, who got their orders, went to get the civilians up and ran away from the monster, leaving the 3 Chunin standing together. Hey, one of the Chunin spoke up. Do you guys think this is the one? Yeah. I think so too. The second one said. There were reports of several towns and small villages being destroyed in a sea of flames all over the country. Eyewitnesses also reported that the one responsible was a demon made of fire and carrying a very large sword. The leader continued as he glared at the creature shrouded in flames. Are you this demon everyone was talking about? The fire demon stared at the shinobi with a tilt of its head before it went back to place. He then waved his hand to the side, revealing it to be an eye the fire chaos, causing the group's eyes widen from seeing its true form. What the hell? What are you? The leader asked the fire creature. All the years he's been a shinobi, he's seen a lot of stuff. He saw war, death, the Nine Tails attack on the village, and met many creatures. But never did he see any type of creature like this before, which only brought questions. What was it? Where did it come from? For what reason was it destroying the towns and minor villages? And what was that red emerald inside its bone? Still, whatever this thing was, it was dangerous and they needed to kill it. The Nai's eyes were narrowed as he began to walk towards them, causing the experienced shinobi to jump back and draw out their kunai. He then raised his hand to the side as his sword materialized in sparks of fire. Get ready, take this monster down no matter what, the leader barked. Yes, his companions said at the same time. They gave out battle cries as they charged at an eye. If the fire chaos had a mouth, a dark smirk would have been seen on his face as the shinobi jumped in the air and began their assault. Chaos 6. To the Land of Wave 3-way battle. Team Chaos vs. The Demon of the Mist vs. an eye. Chapter cover. Naruto and Zabuza are standing back to back with their weapons drawn as they look at each other. An eye is above them as he glares at the readers. Kia and Zayn were on Naruto's side, while Haku and Mizu were on Zabuza's side. Alright, Naruto exclaims, a grin on his face as he turns to his friends. You guys ready to go? Yup, Kia and Amachan nod happily. Affirmative. Zayn said. Right now, everyone stood in front of the Master Emerald with Naruto's hand placed on it. Before they were about to head out, Naruto had actually grabbed something for their trip. He grabbed some regular gold rings and put them in a pouch tied around his pants. The rings would be used to exchange for actual money, though he had to make sure it was the rings used for currency and not the warp rings used for instant travel. If he was honest with himself, Naruto was a little bit anxious about the fact that he was actually going back to the Land of Fire. His former homeland, where the Leaf Village is located. He never thought he would see the day where he would have to go back there, especially for something like this, but hey, it's not like an eye is at the hidden Leaf Village. He could be anywhere in the Land of Fire, either hiding or causing a large amount of destruction. He also knows for a fact that there will definitely be Leaf shinobi all over the place doing all sorts of missions while traveling, while at the same time being on the lookout for him. Now don't get the wrong idea. Naruto knows that he's incredibly stronger than any shinobi that's out there, be they Jonin or even a Kage. After all, he's got a new kind of power that this world has never seen before. He knows that if there were an army of ninja, he'll be able to take them all down. That's not him being cocky or arrogant, it's the truth in fact. But in a fight, ninjas are crafty bastards who would do anything to get the upper hand, even if it's a simple dirty trick, just like how Tyrios did in their so-called spar as he called it. That's why, once they meet a hidden leaf ninja, he'll be quick and beat them with a simple karate chop. One that won't kill them but will definitely break something. Because once they see him, they will no doubt alert the Hokage. Come to think of it, they won't even recognize him. He doesn't even look like the Hokage anymore, which he is absolutely thankful for. His hair is blue, his whiskers are gone, and his eyes will have green tint whenever he uses chaos energy. So yeah, he has nothing to worry about. Plus, an eye is the chaos that controls fire. Fire is weak to water. He already thought about what would happen if he were to go to the others. Frost would immediately freeze him solid, Zenon would electrocute him to death, Gaia would probably absorb his water since she's earth. As for Vei, well, he honestly doesn't know what the wind chaos would do, but he wasn't going to take the chance. Naruto turns to everyone and places his hand on the Master Emerald. Okay, everyone grab a hold. He and Zayn grabbed his shoulders, and Amacha landed on his head. The Guardian turned to the Master Emerald, rubbing it softly with a small smile. Don't worry. We won't be gone for long. The Emerald gave a slight blow as though it heard what Naruto said and acknowledged his reply, making the Guardian's smile widen as he nodded towards it, then closed his eyes. In a flash of green light, Naruto and the gang vanished. Land of Fire. Forest area. In a flash of light, the group of four appears as they fall to the ground. They looked around the area they were in and saw they were at an open field, surrounded by trees. Are we here? Kia asked. Yup, Amacha said, eyes glowing blue as a holographic map appeared in front of them, surprising Kia for a second before she and the boys examined it more closely. The map showed the 5 great shinobi countries, each with their own symbol and color. A red dot appeared on the symbol of fire as the map zoomed in closer to the dot, giving it even greater details as they could see the names of the towns and the Hidden Leaf village. The red dot showed them that we're far away from the village. Good. Really don't want to be near there. Naruto thought to himself, feeling thankful for that. Look. There's a town near us. Zayn said, pointing at the town on the map. Maybe the people can tell us if they saw anything strange happening the last 2 days. Kia stated. Yeah, let's go and see. Naruto looked a bit confused as he sniffed the air a couple of times. Do you guys smell that? He and Zayn looked at Naruto in confusion with Amacha blinking curiously as he turned the holomap off. The 3 of them, yes even Amacha, sniffed the air and only 2 of them didn't smell anything particular. Nope. I don't smell anything. Kia said. I don't either. Amacha added in. I do. Zayn said, after taking a quick sniff. What does it smell like? Amacha asked curiously as he tried to sniff again. Like something's burning. Naruto said with his eyes narrowed. Burning? Kia's eyes widened as she sniffed once more and smelt it. She looked up to the sky and gasped when she saw large amounts of black smoke. Guys look, they looked up and saw the smoke. Oh my chow, Amacha exclaimed with a dot on his head forming an exclamation mark. That's where the town is located. Naruto immediately ran to the direction of the large smoke, the others following after him, with Amacha being able to keep up with them. As they traveled through the forest, they used various parkour movements to move faster by jumping from tree to tree, swinging on tree branches or vaulting over large rocks that were in the way. Once they made it out of the forest, they stopped running and their eyes widened from what they were seeing. Oh no, Kia whispered, a horrified look on her face. Zayn narrowed his eyes, and Naruto had an angry look on his face. There in front of them was the town they were going to. But the town looked like it just got attacked not too long ago. They could see multiple burning balls on the ground and even in the buildings, as they could see the gaping holes in them. They also saw some of the buildings were on fire. People around the area were trying to put the fire out, though there were others who were crying out in pain or sorrow. The ones who were crying out in pain had severe burns on their bodies or faces which made Naruto, Kia and Amacha flinch slightly at seeing them. The others were crying in front of a large row of bodies covered by blankets with minor injuries on their persons. An eye. Naruto growled slightly. It looks like we just missed him. Amacha said, looking around sadly at the destruction of the village and the crying people. Shit, Kia cursed as she clenched her fists tightly. He couldn't have gotten far, maybe we can. Boom. A loud explosion erupted nearby, making the villagers stop what they were doing and cry out in fear. Naruto, Kia and Amacha jumped at the explosion and gave a startled yell, while Zayn looked surprised. They looked in the direction of where the explosion came from and saw a building had blown up, all the debris flying in random directions. Whoa, Naruto yells in surprise. He quickly sent a blast of water at the building, killing the flames, while also gaining a lot of people's attention. His hands transformed into water as he sent streams of them at the rest of the burning buildings. The Guardian jumps on one of the buildings and turns back to his friends. I'll take care of the fire, you guys split up and help anyone that's in trouble. Okay, Amacha nods his head. Affirmative. Zayn acknowledged. Kia said. We'll let you know if we hear anything about an eye. Naruto nods his head and leaves to do his task, while everyone else runs in random directions. Later, Naruto had just gotten finished getting rid of the last few fires. Along the way, he helped many people who were trapped inside their homes, in the safe houses or in the debris. Everyone was greatly thankful towards him as they either hugged him or shook his hands. Some asked him about his powers and if he was a shinobi sent by the Leaf Village, which he coldly declined. Though he did get annoyed when some of them confused him for a girl, and he had to correct them about that, making them apologize continuously for the confusion with him telling them that it was okay. Naruto was jumping from rooftop to rooftop, hoping to run into one of his friends. Damn, I knew it was going to be bad, but I didn't think it would be this bad. One of them actually did this much with just one emerald. He asked angrily as he stopped on the roof of a building and looked down, seeing many doctors trying their hardest to heal the injured. But then again, each of them is a piece of the chaos after all, so he really shouldn't be surprised about this, and he knew firsthand of what their power is like. The guardian closed his eyes and tried to sense an eye, only to sense that he's not even here and was going further away. He opens his eyes and rubs his head in frustration. Where is he going anyway? He was going to turn and search for his friends again, only for the light of the sun to hit him in the eye, making him block it with his hand. He looked at where the light came from and saw something on the ground near the forest. He actually looked a little curious about the shiny object. The guardian leapt off the roof and landed near the object. He picks it and examines it before his eyes narrowed. It was a damaged and slightly burned forehead protector that had a symbol of a leaf on its melted plate. The leaf headband. They were here. The guardian looked down when he noticed a trail of blood going deeper into the forest. He also noticed the burn marks on the grass and trees. Already starting to get a bad feeling, Naruto swallowed the lump in his throat and followed the trail. As he went deeper into the forest, he noticed more and more trees had deadly burn marks, along with bloody handprints on them, and the trail getting more bloody. Even the smell of burned blood was starting to enter his nose, which made Naruto cover it in disgust and gags. It was close. Too close. Naruto looks down at the trail as the blood gets bigger and moves to a different direction. He slowly turns to the direction only to gasp in horror and take a few steps back. An older man, who looks to be in his early 30s, had his back lying on the tree, with his head down, looking like he was sleeping. The problem? The man was covered head to toe in already dried up blood. The man's left arm was sliced clean off by something very hot. No blood was gushing out as it should, meaning that when his arm cut it was probably on fire, and it stopped the blood. The same thing happened to the man's left leg as he could clearly see the severed limb a few inches away from the man. His uniform, which he quickly noticed was the Hidden Leaf's attire, got badly damaged as it had burned like slash marks all over it, with the scars left behind from them. He also noticed a large stab wound on his torso, the red blood in his body all black, charred and burnt. Naruto looked at the headband then back to the man, quickly noticing his forehead protector was missing, already knowing that it belonged to him. He walks up to the corpse, kneeling down in front of it as he bowed his head in respect. "Thank you for trying to stop an eye and protecting everyone. May you find peace in the afterlife," he said softly as he placed the headband next to him. Despite being a ninja and his personal feelings towards them, this man was still human. He probably had a wife and children back home waiting for him, and now they won't ever see him again. If he was here then it's more than likely he had a team with him, which meant they probably managed to escape an eye by the last second, or their bodies are among those that didn't make it. Once he was finished, he stood up and walked away from the body, looking down and thought. I can't believe it. There was a leaf ninja here in this town. What was he doing here? Did he hear about an eye's attack and was searching for him? That guy looked like a jonin, so does that mean he led a group of genin or chunin? And if he did, where are they? Did they somehow manage to escape or are they? Naruto, huh? Naruto stopped and gave a startled yell of surprise. He looked around the forest, looking a little scared. Who called me? It's me. Hearing the familiar voice made Naruto blink a couple of times. Kia? Kia, is that you? Where are you? Up here, up. Naruto looked up and a surprised look came on his face as he saw a pink orb of light floating down to him. He narrowed his eyes slightly in confusion as he poked it. Kia? Yup, Kia said happily as the ball of light moved away from his poking finger. How? Naruto asked in a surprised tone. It's one of my amazing abilities. Kia replied in a proud manner with stars appearing around the ball of light. I can leave my body behind and take on this spirit form. That's how you sensed me the other day. Naruto's eyes twinkled in delight. Whoa, that's so cool, he blinked as he recalled what she said. Wait, leave your body behind. Where is it? It's with Zayn and Amacha right now. Oh. Okay. So what's up? We found a shinobi who survived the battle against an eye. Kia told him as Naruto's eyes widened. We might get some info about him and find out what happened. Come on, right? Naruto nodded just as Kia's spirit orb floated away with him following after it. Takashi and Yazuka just couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe that his team was dead. All of them were dead. When they first came here this early in the morning, it was all just to stay for a single night before heading off to their real destination to search for a wanted S-rank rogue ninja. That's when they heard the very loud multiple explosions coming from outside, along with hearing the screams of many people. They looked outside and saw raining fiery rocks that were causing large amounts of explosions everywhere. They immediately went outside to investigate, thinking it was an enemy shinobi. They couldn't see the enemy, but they saw their attacks as they murdered many innocent people and destroyed many buildings. As all of that happened, Takashi had remembered hearing about a rumor that's been going around like wildfire that had even reached the Leaf Village. It was about a fire demon that wields a large sword and wears strange armor, destroying many villages and towns in a single day since its appearance. There have been instant requests sent to the Leaf Village to head out and defeat this demon. Right now, most Junin and Shinin from the Leaf were going towards the towns and villages that were attacked in order to get more information about this fire demon and learn what its next target might be. They didn't even expect for the fire demon to actually come to this village and attack it. They all tried their hardest to defeat this demon, but it was incredibly powerful. No matter what jutsu they threw at it, this demon would either turn into a puddle and avoid it or just block it with his sword. They even tried to fight fire with fire by launching fire jutsu at it, only for the demon to absorb the jutsu. That's when the nightmare started. The demon then attacked them. When it sent a stream of fire at them, the flames were so intense and hot, it melted the flesh off of one of their comrades before he died. He then went on and killed the others, leaving only him and his commander. The commander told him to head back to the Leaf Village while he dealt with the fire demon, but Takashi didn't listen. He remembered crying out in anger as he tried to attack the demon by punching it, only for the demon to not even get fazed by it. The emerald in the demon's armor suddenly began to glow, and what he saw was a bright red light that sent him flying backwards into a building. As he was about to lose consciousness, he saw the fire demon cut his commander's arm off before dragging him off somewhere. He woke up hours later, being saved by some kid that felt strange to him. It wasn't just the way he talked nor the way he was dressed. It was his overall character that was strange, and his appearance was strange, like his mechanical-looking arms. Like he's not even human. Surprisingly, the kid wasn't alone as he had friends, and they were just as strange as the kid. A girl in some odd foreign clothes and some sort of living toy that floats and talks. After a quick group meeting, something weird happened to the girl. She sat in a meditative pose, and some orb of light came out of her body. Right now, they were waiting for her to come back with one of their friends, which greatly confused the man. Eyes. Everyone looked up and saw Naruto and Kia's spirit orb heading towards them. The spirit orb went back inside of the girl's body, making her eyes open up just as Naruto landed next to her. "There you are," Naruto Amachao said happily. "Great job getting rid of the fire." "Thanks." Naruto smiled at his friend before his face turned deadly serious as he turned to the Leaf Chunin, who actually felt intimidated by the glare on his face. "Is it true what my friend said? Did you really fight an eye?" "An eye? You mean that fire demon?" Takashi asked as Naruto nodded his head. "Yeah. My team and we came to this town to stay for a night because we heard that a S-rank rogue ninja was nearby. But then we heard these explosions and lots of people screaming. When we looked outside we saw these fireballs raining down from the sky. It was crazy." Team Chaos watched with wide eyes as the man started to shake horribly, his eyes full of nothing but fear. It was a massacre. Many people were being burnt alive, and it looked like some of them were either cut or stabbed by a sword. The flames themselves I never saw nor felt such incredible powerful flames after the Uchiha clan's extinction and the attacks it displayed. It was pain. Naruto grabbed the Chunin by his shoulders, quickly noticing that he was about to have a panic attack. He also paid extra attention to that little tidbit about the Uchiha's extinction, which made him think about a certain bastard he knows and hates, and decided to put a pin on that subject later. "Take deep breaths and calm down." Takashi stared at him before doing exactly what he said. He placed a hand on his heart in order to calm it down. Okay. Thank you." Naruto nods before he releases the man. "Now, what happened afterwards?" "Well, we saw a bunch of people getting attacked and we immediately stepped in to save them. That's when we saw the fire demon," Takashi said, his voice turning grim. "Some of us left to take the villagers to safety while the others stayed and fought it. But it was too powerful for us. It killed my comrades, leaving me and our commander. He told me to head back to the village but I didn't listen. I was so angry about what that demon did that I attacked it. But then something weird happens." "Weird how?" Naruto asked, raising a brow. "The demon had a glowing red diamond in its body," Takashi answered, which made the group narrow their eyes. "All I remember was seeing a bright red light and I got sent flying into the building where your friends found me. The commander, I saw him fighting the fire demon before I lost consciousness after that." His eyes widened in realization. "Wait, the commander, is he alright? Please tell me you found him." Naruto's eyes softened before he closed his eyes and shook his head. "I'm sorry. I found his body in the nearby forest." He gasps in horror while Zayn closes his eyes, feeling sorry for the older man in front of them. Amachao found himself sitting on Naruto's shoulder, being extra quiet as he looked down in mourn. Takashi's eyes widened in horror. "No, not Commander Naka," he cried out in grief. He punched his fists to the ground in anger. I can't believe it's only been a couple of days since this rumor came out and it's already true. That caught everyone's attention. Rumors? What rumors? Amachao asked curiously. There was this rumor going around the whole country about a powerful fire demon suddenly appearing and destroying everything in its sight. Many towns, villages and old temples, all of them were burned to the ground in a sea of flames, Takashi told them, much to everyone's shock. It almost sounds like it destroyed nearly half of the country. No way, Naruto whispered as he clenched his fists. He did all of that in 2 days? Kia asked, covering her mouth in horror. She turns away and looks down in grief. All of those people, just thinking about them broke her heart. If that's true, then the same thing is happening all over the shinobi nations with the others. Zayn stated. Others? Takashi asked in shock. Wait, you mean there are others out there like that demon? Yes. Zayn replied, much to Takashi's disbelief. Each of them are in different shinobi countries with an eye currently here in the Land of Fire. My god, Takashi whispered. If there were other powerful demons like that fire demon out there in other countries, then who knows what sort of power they possess. But wait, where is an eye going right now? Amachao asked. I can still feel him. Naruto answered, getting everyone's attention. He pointed in the direction he sensed an eye in. He's heading somewhere east. East? Takashi asked, bringing attention to himself. The only place that's east is the Land of Waves. Land of Waves? Kia asked while Zayn and Naruto tilted their head to the side. Hey, I know that place. Amachao said, getting everyone's attention. It's a small island located near the Land of Fire. Yes. Takashi answered. I heard that recently graduated Genin squad were supposed to protect a bridge builder who came by and needed protection as a C-rank mission. But it went higher when they were attacked by the Demon Brothers. Apparently, the bridge builder lied about the difficulty of the mission. From what I heard, one of the brothers got killed along with a Genin. The mission was immediately aborted and no one else bothered to take it. What happened to the bridge builder? Kia asked. I don't know. He probably went back to the Land of Waves, or Takashi trailed off, an uncertain expression on his face. He didn't need to finish that sentence, and it made Kia and Amachao look horrified, while Naruto and Zayn looked angry. How long ago was this? Naruto asked in an angry tone as he questioned why that bastard Hokage didn't send any else to go with that bridge builder. About a week ago. Everyone blinked and turned to the owner of the voice. They saw an overweight bespectacled elderly man. He has gray hair and a large beard with dark eyes. He wore a sleeveless V-neck shirt with an obi, pants and a pair of sandals. He carried a towel around his neck and wore a pointed hat. Who's this fat old drunk? Zayn asked bluntly, making everyone fall back comically while doing a large spit take either out of shock or trying to hold the laughs in. Zayn, that's not nice, Kia scolded him slightly as she tried to cover her mouth to stop laughing. What? Zayn asked curiously. He's old, fat and he smells like he's been drinking. That made Naruto bust out laughing as he fell to the ground with Amachao laughing beside him. Kia gave a small laugh as well, though she did back away from the older man as he did smell like he's been at the bar all day. Zayn just looked at his friends in confusion, wondering what was so funny. Takashi just looked at them in slight confusion before turning to the old man as his whole face turned red from anger and embarrassment. I may be old, but I ain't fat, and so what if I had been drinking, the old man exclaimed after getting back up. My name is Tazuna. I'm the same master bridge builder that guy was talking about. The Hui sighs sadly, looking down in shame. Got that genin killed. Everyone looked surprised as they stared at the man before looking at each other. Wow. What were the odds of actually running into the same person here? It's been about a week ever since that incident. After they left, I've been traveling on my own and been staying here for a while. To be honest, I'm surprised I'm even still alive. Tazuna continued. I stayed here for a while, hoping I could find a mercenary or bodyguard to protect me while I finish my work, until that fire monster thing just showed up and destroyed everything last night. The bridge builder looked down, clenching his fist, a scared look on his face. My family is there in Wave. If that fire monster is headed there, then I need to hurry up and get to them. I know I might be asking too much, but you don't even have to ask, Naruto said happily, making the bridge builder blink at him. Say Wahei. Tazuna was lifted in the air by Naruto using one hand. Hey, what the hell you think you're? Look, Pops. That fire demon we're after is in your country right now doing who knows what, and we were just about to head there to defeat him. Naruto told him. There are others out there like him and we're the only ones that can stop him. So you might as well get comfortable, boss, right now. You got the best guardians for hire, free of charge, right guys? Of course, Amachao said happily. Did you even have to ask? Kia asked, a confident smirk on her face. Yes. Zayn said, smirking a little bit. Tazuna didn't say anything as he had a stunned expression on his face. His eyes watered as he lowered his head. Thank you. Thank you so much. Naruto nods his head and smiles. Alright, next stop, the land of Wave. Oh, before I forget, he grabbed Takashi by the collar of his shirt and pulled him close to his face as he glared into his eyes. I'll say this once and only once. Once you get back to the Leaf Village and tell your Hokage what happened, keep your mouth shut about us. You never saw us. Am I clear? Takashi trembled fearfully at the glare on the teen's face and from how his eyes turned reptilian green with a slit pupil. Those were not the eyes of a boy, they were the eyes of a wild animal that will go off on him. Not wanting to anger this young man, the older Chunin nods frantically, causing Naruto to give a satisfied nod and a smile. Good boy, now then, be careful on your way home. Alright. Takashi laughed nervously. Tia looked at Naruto with a confused and worried look on her face. Judging by his earlier expression on the man and the way he talked to him just now, she can tell that Naruto really doesn't like shinobi from the Leaf and the overall village in general. In fact, if anything, it's almost like he hates them. She knew he had an awful childhood growing up, but she had no idea it was that bad to the point that he would actually hate the village. She also knew that Naruto wasn't telling them everything. Now she knew he wasn't lying when he said he had a bad childhood, he just told them bits and pieces of it to let everyone know what his life was like. But she noticed that he didn't say anything about where his parents were at throughout his pain. It told her they might have died in the line of duty or worse. Tia shook her head. No. I shouldn't pry on something personal like that. Hopefully, he'll tell me soon. But then again, he and Amichao are close, so maybe he knows about Naruto's past. Kia blinked and noticed everyone was looking at her with curious looks on their faces. Naruto tilted his head to the side. Is something up? Oh no, just thinking about something. Kia replied. Anyway, we better hurry to the Land of Waves. The group quickly headed in the direction of the Land of Waves, all the while the screaming Tazuna was yelling at Naruto to put him down. Meanwhile, Hidden Leaf Village. Hokage's office. Minato was inside his office doing the one thing that always tires him and his predecessors out. Paperwork. Mountains and mountains of paperwork. The fourth Hokage has been at this since he woke up early this morning, and right now he is exhausted. Not only did he have to do the paperwork, but he also had to stop what he was doing and assign daily missions. He took a heavy breath and released it as he was doing the final part of his paperwork. After writing down something one last time, he sat the pencil down and stared at the paper blankly. He then slams his head down on the table. Finally. What a tiresome morning. He said. Hearing a knock at the door, he quickly sat back up and looked professional. Come in. The door instantly opened up as an orange blur came in and knocked Minato out of his chair. The Kage blinks before he smiles in amusement as he looks down at the culprit who was currently hugging the life out of him. "Pia daddy," a girl's chipper voice said happily. Minato laughs sheepishly. Hello Naruki. Naruki Namek is the middle child of the triplets. She inherited her father's blonde hair, though it wasn't as spiky as his. She had whisker-like marks. She wore an orange shirt that showed off her midriff and matching colored skirt. She also wore tights under them and black shinobi sandals. Her eyes were purple like her mother's. Honesty, another girl's voice sighed as she entered the room. You're a genin Naruki, at least act like one. Naruki released her father and glared at her older sister. Why should I? Minami? Dad's the Hokage, isn't he? It isn't like he's gonna retire anytime soon. Minami Namek is, the eldest triplet, just sighed again and shook her head. She looked exactly like her mother was when she was young, but with noticeable differences. Like her little sister, she too had whisker marks and her mother's red hair, which was tied into twin pigtails. She also inherited her father's blue eye color. For her outfit, she wore a long black scarf with red butterflies decorated on it. She wore a black and dark red turtleneck sleeveless jacket with black shorts, black shinobi sandals and black fingerless gloves. Oh, sensei. Kakashi Haddock came in, waving his hand with Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno walking in with him. Welcome back home everyone. Minato said as he stood up. Good to be back, Lord Fourth. Minami said, smiling at her father. The mission was a complete success, Lord Fourth. Kakashi told his teacher, scratching his head sheepishly. And well, let's just say, a lot of things have happened. Yeah, Naruki nods in excitement. We got, like, so many things to tell you. Minato chuckles. That comes later when the whole family is together for dinner. For now, I want you all to head back home and rest while Kakashi and I talk. Yes, Lord Fourth. Sakura said with Sasuke nodding in agreement as he left the room with Sakura following him. Alright, Mom and Mika are probably expecting us. Naruki cheerfully said. She was about to run out before Minami's voice stopped her. Father? Did you hear anything yet about Naruto? Minami asked softly. No. Still nothing. Minato replied, a sad smile present on his face. I see, Minami mumbled as she turned around and left, walking past a quiet Naruki who had her hair shadow her eyes. See you later. Yeah, Naruki mumbled as well, following her sister as she closed the door softly. Minato and Kakashi frown as they leave before the yellow flash turns to the photo sitting on the desk. It was the last picture they took with Naruto. While everyone else was smiling happily, Naruto was the only one who wasn't. Instead, he had his hair covering his eyes as he looked away from the camera. "Naruto, where are you, son?" "Land of Waves. Achoo, bless you," Kia said to Naruto. "You know they say when you sneeze it's because someone is talking about you." "Wonder who?" Naruto asked himself, rubbing his nose softly. He had an itching feeling that he knew who, but he didn't want to think about it. The journey had been calmed and without any complications along the way. While they traveled, they talked in order to pass the time and to learn more about the Land of Waves, with Tazuna answering it to the best of his abilities, all the while sounding somewhat miserable. Right now, they were walking through the village, where they saw many people looking poor or miserable. Hell, even the stores around here didn't even look like actual stores. They looked like they were broken into with the managers blocking the windows with wood. The people who saw Tazuna were honestly surprised to see him alive and well, since they haven't heard from him in days. They were even more surprised when they saw the kids and strange toy who were with him, thinking they were shinobi until they noticed they weren't wearing the shinobi headband, which made some wonder why they were with him and where the ninja were at. "This is terrible," Kia commented sadly, looking around the poverty of the village. Zayn nods in agreement. "The atmosphere around here feels heavy." "Yeah, it is. All because of that bastard Gato," Tazuna said in silent anger. "Gato? He's the reason for all this?" Naruto asked. He too looked around with narrowed eyes. "Yeah. I'll tell you more about him once we make it to my house," Tazuna said. "Because believe me when I say that it's one long hell of a story." The group nodded and returned back to silence as they followed the older man to his home. After a while, they finally made it to a simple two-story house. Tazuna took a deep breath and entered the house with the others following after him. "Hey, I'm home," Tazuna called out. "Father, Grandpa." As soon as they entered, they were greeted by two people. One is a young boy who was hugging Tazuna by his legs crying happily. He has black spiky hair and wore a dark green jumpsuit with a yellow shirt and a pair of sandals. He also wore a white and blue striped hat. The second was a woman in her late 20s who was hugging Tazuna happily, with a few tears leaking out of her eyes. She has long dark blue hair and wore a short-sleeved pink shirt, with the end of the sleeves and collar being red. She also wore a long blue skirt. Naruto and the others smiled happily at the loving moment as they turned to each other with chuckles or giggles, though in Zayn's case he had a small smile. After a quick introduction, along with stopping Tazuna's daughter Tsunami from hugging Amachao to death, the group were now sitting around the dinner table. Tazuna sat at the head of the table, while Team Chaos were sitting on either side of him with Amachao sitting on Naruto's head. Inari was sitting away from them, looking down. The table was filled to the brim with dinner made by Tsunami. It was actually just a simple dinner which consisted of rice, meat and fish. They also had a cup of tea. Amachao asked if they had any batteries, which they did and were surprised to see him literally eat them. After a quick and nice dinner, along with some laughs as Amachao was flying around and tried to escape from Tsunami's hugs, Team Chaos had their full attention on Tazuna. "Alright, so who is this Gato and what did he do to your country to have it become like this?" Naruto asked. He and others quickly noticed how the Tsunami went stiff as her eyes widened while Inari was shaking. Tazuna took a heavy sigh before his expression turned serious. He explained his situation and what was happening to his country. The Land of Waves, though an isolated island, relied on shipping from other countries for commerce and trade for living. It was prosperous. This changed when Gatm, of Gato Transport, set his sights on it. He took control of the Land of Waves shipping routes, creating a monopoly of trafficking drugs and smuggling contraband by isolating the country from the outside world. In the process, he prevented free sea freighting and turned it into an impoverished, hunger-stricken country, breaking the people's will in the process. In order to break this monopoly, Tazuna pursued the construction of a bridge connecting the island to the Land of Fire, but because of Gato, some of Tazuna's workers quit the construction in fear that they would be killed. Just like the country's hero Kaiza. Hearing Kaiza's name made Inari tremble even worse as he ran to his room. Just as he ran off, the three teens saw the tears that fell from his eyes. "Mr. Tazuna," Kia said in a soft whisper, her eyes never leaving the spot where Inari disappeared to. "Who's Kaiza?" Naruto, Zayn and Amachao were all quiet as they stared at Tazuna, wanting to know who he is as well. But if one were to pay close attention to Naruto, they could see his fingers scratching the table, as thanks to his heightened hearing he could hear Inari crying upstairs. Tazuna looks at the same spot before he looks down sadly. He told them about Kaiza, who was a traveling fisherman that came to the Land of Waves for a new life. He saved Inari's life during a flood a while back and married Tsunami, becoming Inari's new father. When Gato came to take over the country, Kaiza was the only one to stand up to him and even tried to stop him. In response, Gato did something so vile and evil to Kaiza that it made Kia and Amachao gasp in horror while covering their mouths. Zayn's eyes were narrowed into a dark glare as his iris began to glow. Naruto let out a silent angry growl, showing his fangs and his pupils turned into slits. He chopped off Kaisa's arms in front of everyone in Wave. Just to let them know to never cross him? Amachao asked. His voice was full of horror and confusion. Yes. Which is why everyone in Wave is the way they are now. Tazuna replied sadly. After that I think you know the rest of the story. How awful, Kia whispered, feeling sorry for the people of Wave. She knew that some shinobi nations would be harsh and cruel, but she didn't think that the minor non-shinobi countries would be suffering under someone like Gato. Naruto grit his teeth in anger. So many thoughts racing through his head about what he was going to do to Gato when he gets his hands on him. He wasn't the only one, as Zayn himself wanted to find this Gato and end his life on the spot. After the long and sad story, the group had remained silent and continued on with their meal, each lost in their own thoughts. Since Naruto was the first one finished, he had decided to go out for a little bit, mainly just to get his mind off of Tazuna's story. As he was walking through the forest, he was thinking back on what happened today. He just couldn't believe how much has happened in just one day. Not only did he learn that Angel Island has been in this world for centuries, he and Kia found a cyborg, got a weapon, and now he's out on an adventure. He'll be honest, it's been a very long time since he's ever talked to humans before, so he was really surprised that he wasn't awkward around them. Though truthfully that was because he's always been around Amachao and the others. He always wanted to go out and explore the world, he just never hoped it would be for something like this. Going on a journey to beat Chaos's 5 missing essences and gather up the Chaos Emeralds. This sounded like the many adventures Sonic and his friends had back in their world, now the same thing was happening to him and his friends. Naruto chuckled to himself before he blinked as though he just remembered something. Oh yeah, the trident. He looks down at his pendant with a raised eyebrow. He was trying to figure out how the hell the trident got into his pendant and why it now suddenly had a crystal in it. But most of all, how do I call it out? The young demigod crossed his arms and thought back to what he learned about the weapon. When he first saw it, it was a dull ordinary trident, but as soon as he touched it, the chaos drive reacted to him, and the trident suddenly transformed into its beautiful current design, along with having a sword mode after its upgrade. An idea popped into his head as he closed his eyes and held a hand out. In a wisps of water-like light, the trident appeared in his hand, drawing an excited look on his face as he opened his eyes and looked at it in awe. Awesome, it worked, Naruto said happily as he held the trident. Since the crystal is chaos energy, all he had to do was call out to the trident and it did. He twirls the weapon for a second before he did a stab motion with it, a feral grin present. Oh yeah, let's get chaotic. Naruto performed a bunch of practice swings as he attacked the air using his trident. While he was doing so, he began to jump all over the place, stabbing and slashing while twirling his new weapon happily. Forming an idea, he transformed into his chaos form, not seeing the crystal glowing, and performed a powerful swipe as a wave of water erupted and cut through several trees near him, comically shocking the transformed team before he returned to normal. Awesome, Naruto yells in excitement as he performs several twirls while moving the trident around his body. He launched it in the air, looking up at it as it covered in a bright light. The light vanished as his weapon fell back into his hand, now changed into its sword mode. He grins as he performs several slashes at a tree, unleashing waves of blue chaos energy at it as the tree falls over. He looks at the tree that was falling towards him and grins as the sword begins to glow. He raised it up and gave out a yell as he swiped down, releasing a powerful blue wave of energy that cut the tree in half, completely missing him. Naruto remained in his position as he took a deep breath and looked at his weapon with stars in his eyes. Oh man, this is the coolest weapon in the whole flipping world, chow. Even though he can shape his limbs into various weapons via blades and hammers, he knows that even that wouldn't be enough to beat the Chaos Warriors, especially when they themselves have weapons of their own and are quite masterful with them. There's no doubt in his mind that the ancients made him this so he can fight them fair and square, or more than likely so that he can hit their brains when he gets the. It was at least nice of them to give him an actual weapon, something he always wanted when he was a kid. Clapping noises were heard coming from behind him. He turned around and saw a girl around Zayn's age, clapping at him. She has long black hair, pale skin and large dark brown eyes, and a slender frame. She wore a pink sleeveless kimono with pale red edges and decorated with small plum-colored swirls that went to his ankles. Around her waist was a simple white obi tied in a bow, and he wore a pair of light brown sandals with dark straps. She also wore a dark-colored choker around her neck. That was very impressive. You're quite skilled with that weapon. The girl asked him, making Naruto chuckle sheepishly as his sword disappeared. Thanks. The demigod thanked her. You're not from around here, are you? The girl asked, a curious look on her face. Yup, you caught me. Naruto chuckled. What gave it away? I've never seen clothes like yours before. The girl said, staring at his outfit before looking at his slightly long hair. And it's the first time I've ever seen someone with hair as blue as the ocean. It's really beautiful, by the way. Really? Naruto asked, looking at his blue hair. He knew that his hair was unique, but he didn't know it was that kind of unique. He blushed a little bit and chuckled. Thanks. Well, someone did tell me I was special, but I'm really not. What about you? Are you from around here? Oh no, I travel a lot with my teacher. The girl explained. We decided to stop here for a while to stack up on supplies. I came to the forest in search of medical herbs, just in case we might need them. My teacher does like to get himself hurt a lot. She giggled at the end, which made Naruto giggle as well. No kidding. Your teacher must be really tough then. The demigod said as the girl nodded. What about you? What brings you here? Naruto's expression turned serious as he looked out at the lake. My friends and I are searching for a monster in this country. The girl blinks in surprise. A monster? Naruto nods in reply. It's a pretty long and complicated story, but we're also here to protect a bridge builder from some thugs. I see. Are you and your friend Shinobi? The girl asked curiously. No. I guess you can call us. Naruto looks up thoughtfully, trying to find the right word for him and his friends. They were definitely not mercenaries for hire as they volunteered to help Tazuna without pay. He immediately found the word he was looking for. Adventurers. Because once we're done here, we will be going to another country. Oh? That sounds like fun. The girl smiles. Your friends, are they precious to you? Naruto looked surprised by the sudden question, but then his mind flashed to Chaos, his first friend. Next were Amachao, the Chow, Critters and Wisps back on the island. Then were his most recent friends, Kia, her family and friends, and Zayn. A bright happy smile forms on Naruto's face. Of course they are the friends I'm with now and my friends back home, they're all precious to me. He smiles softly as he looks up at the sky, thinking about everyone back on the island. But to be completely honest, my friends back home, to me they're more like family and I love them all very much. That's good. The girl says, looking happy at Naruto's answer with her eyes showing nothing but understanding in them. That means you can become stronger. Huh? Naruto tilted his head to the side in confusion. What does that mean? When a person has something precious, people whom they want to protect with everything they have, only then can they become stronger. At least, that's what I believe. The girl explained to the young demigod, making him go wide-eyed in surprise as he looked back at the lake. Wow, I never really thought of it like that. Naruto admitted, which made the girl giggle. Well, true that he protected everyone from any of the monsters that used to attack his home, he always thought it was because of his powers, not because of his drive to protect them itself. The fact that you love your friends so very much proves that you appreciate the bond that you formed with them and want to protect them. And those bonds will help you become stronger. The girl said as she stood up. You're leaving already? Naruto asked curiously. Yes. I don't want to keep my teacher waiting for long. The girl answered. Aw, but I was going to introduce you to my friends. Naruto pouts, which made the girl giggle once again. Don't worry. I'm sure I'll meet them soon. The girl said as she turned to walk away. Good luck and be careful with fighting that monster. Thanks. Oh wait, I never got your name, Naruto exclaimed as he stood up. My name is Naruto Kyosu. What's your name, miss? It's Haku. The girl turns around and smiles at Naruto. It's nice to meet you, Naruto. I hope we meet again. Yeah, me too, Haku, the demigod said, happy that he actually made a new friend today. Haku turned back to walk away again but stopped, making Naruto blink. By the way, I'm a boy. The Abu Naruto did a large spit take as he fell backwards in comical shock and disbelief, just as Haku walked away, disappearing in the trees. Later, Land of Waves. Tazuna's house. Naruto was lying on Tazuna's roof, looking up at the star-filled night sky with a relaxed expression on his face. After Haku left, he went back to self-training and his weapon, learning what other things it could do. By then it had already gotten dark. He came back to the house and saw everyone went to sleep. With everything that went down today, he had decided to chill outside and watch the stars. Looking at the stars always calmed me down and helped me clear my thoughts. Looks like we have something in common, huh? Naruto moves his head upwards, seeing Kia standing in front of him, looking down at him with a smile on her face. Hey. What are you doing up? I thought you went to sleep. I couldn't. Kia answered, lying down next to him, a frown present on her face. Hearing Mr. Tazuna's story, it's just so heartbreaking. Who would have thought that one man would be able to cause this much misery? That's what happens when someone like Gato has such power and resources. Naruto said as he thought back on every movie he watched when it came to corrupt businessmen. Yet despite all that, they're just cowards hiding behind their dogs. Kia nods in agreement at Naruto's response. It was true. Men like Gato, no matter how rich or powerful they may seem, were still cowards as they would have their thugs come with them wherever they went. But don't worry about Gato. Naruto said, getting Kia's attention as he smirks at her, pulling a thumbs up at her. We'll take him and every last of his goons down together. After that, and I will be next. Kia looked at Naruto with a surprised expression, her cheeks a light dust of pink as she saw how cool he looked. She nods in understanding and smirks back at him. Yeah, of course we will. Naruto's smirk grew before he turned curious. Oh yeah. So how's it going with your powers? Kia blinks before looking up and thought. Well, the Master Emerald did unlock them for me hours ago, so I'm still trying to get the hang of them. If you want, we can spar again tomorrow. This time we can have Zayn join us. Naruto suggested before giggling. I'm dying to see what he got up his sleeves. Kia giggled. Me too, but the sparring can wait. I think I can figure them out as we move along. Naruto nods in agreement with the statement. What about you and your trident? Naruto grins as he holds his hand out, causing the trident to appear, which makes Kia gasp in awe. I think after today, I'm pretty sure I got the hang of it. The trident disappears as he pouts. I've been trying to come up with a good name for it, but so far I got nothing. Kia giggles at the pouting look on Naruto's face. Don't worry, I'm sure it'll come to you. Still, I'm surprised that an eye hasn't attacked since coming here. I wonder what he's doing right now. Maybe he's taking a break. Naruto suggested. Maybe. Kia nodded in agreement. The two turned to each other before they began to laugh at the thought of a destructive fire god actually taking a break. They knew they should be taking this more seriously, but today has been nothing but sadness. A little light-hearted humor should be enough to get rid of the depression of today. What's so funny? Naruto and Kia looked from their spot and saw Zayn and Amacha looking at them curiously. Just a dumb joke. Naruto answered Zayn's question. He looked back at the stars. So, what do you think about the stars, Zayn? Zayn blinked at Naruto and looked up at the millions of stars that lit up the sky. He was mesmerized by seeing the millions of stars that shined down on them. He also felt a sense of nostalgia as he went and joined his friends in watching them. They're beautiful. Like a million lights shining down on us. Of course, Amacha said. Scientifically, all of those stars are actually luminous balls of gas held together by Amacha. Naruto's deadpan voice interrupted the upgraded Robochow. What did I say about ruining moments? Right. Sorry. Amacha said sheepishly, scratching his head. Force of habit. You know, back on Twilight Island, we often use the stars to help guide us whenever we travel out to sea and get lost. Kia told them. Really? Zayn asked curiously, with Tycho's incarnate nodding in response. They represent and symbolize so many positive things that we often wonder what they really are. Could they be distant planets that we know nothing about? Are they the souls of people who died and are watching us? So many questions, so many possibilities. Which is why we use them as inspirations. Naruto said, raising his hand up to the night sky. When people see falling stars in the sky, they use them as a way to make a wish for something good to happen. Wishing for something isn't just enough, you gotta reach for the stars, no matter how difficult it is to reach your wish and dream. You said it, buddy, Amacha said happily, with Kia nodding in agreement. Reach for the stars, Zayn whispered as he looked at the stars with an awestruck expression. He smiled softly. Wow, you sounded like a wise old man just now. Kia said, jokingly. Hey, watch it. Naruto warned her in a mocking, threatening voice. The four friends looked at one another before sharing a quick laugh. That night, they continued to watch the stars until one by one they all fell asleep. Meanwhile, an eye is currently in the forest area of the country, far away from the village. He was walking aimlessly through the night, his footprints leaving scorch marks, before he suddenly stopped. The fire chaos looked behind him and stared out in the distance, eyes narrowing in anger. He could feel him nearby. Chaos was here. He was about to go before he heard laughter near him. He looked back and saw a large group of human men carrying weapons walking around, completely ignorant of his existence. An eye stared at the humans before looking at the direction where Chaos is at. He looked back to the laughing men before making his decision. He turns into a puddle and sneaks towards the men, his intention clear as he followed after them. Tonight, he'll have some fun. Tomorrow, Chaos will die. Next day, the day was a bright and sunny morning in Land of Wave for some. In a beautiful clearing, surrounded by trees and a small crystalline lake, Naruto sat on the edge of the lake, looking at it with a peaceful, relaxed expression on his face. He needed it after what happened earlier. Just thinking about it made his expression turn into a blushing mess as he remembered what happened before coming here. He covered his face and rolled around on the ground. Oh man, oh man, oh man, I can't believe I was that close to a girl. When the young demigod was asleep, he felt a new kind of warmth that made him want to never leave it. In fact, it made him cuddle and hold whatever was holding him closer. He thought it was the Chower critters hugging him again like always until he remembered two things. First, he wasn't on Angel Island. And second, the Chow's body was pudding-like and the critters had fur. What he was hugging felt like a body of a human. He instantly woke up and saw Kia was clinging onto him, her soft arms wrapped around his and her left leg on top of his own. He was also holding her using his other arm, which made the young demigod turn redder than a tomato. Thankfully, he didn't scream out loud and woke her up. He also noticed Zayn was gone, more than likely left to explore the village or went back inside. Since Kia was still sound asleep, he managed to release her and carried her back inside, all the while his heart was beating so badly he felt it was going to burst out of his chest like in those cartoons. Without much to do and wanting to forget what just happened, he decided to just explore the forest that was close to Tazuna's house. Naruto honestly wasn't expecting to find any place magnificent or anything like that after seeing the sad state the village was in yesterday, but once he got to this clearing, he was definitely surprised and awed by how beautiful it was. The trees ended in a simple clearing filled with grass, with multiple types of flowers growing in certain spots. Beyond that there was a lake filled with nothing but crystalline water that made you want to dip in and enjoy the water as much as one could. Still, the others have got to see this. Naruto smiles. This is a really beautiful place. Still, he thought back on Haku. It would have been nice if Haku met them and we would all be here enjoying it. I wonder what's he doing right now. After remaining quiet for a while, Naruto stood up and decided to walk to the lake. He didn't know why, but something inside was telling him to go there. As his feet touched the gentle water surface, no ripples appeared from the steps he took. He stopped walking as soon as he made it to the center. Him, standing here like this, reminded Naruto of the dream he had. The dream about the endless blue sea and skies. He closed his eyes as though he was enjoying the breeze. Naruto's dream world. Naruto opened his eyes to see he was in the dream world. His eyes widened as he saw things have changed since he was here last time. The sky had darkened somewhat and the clouds had turned gray. Even the ocean changed as it wasn't as vast as it used to be. Instead, there are 5 empty spots that circled around him with the water falling down in the empty void. Naruto looked around in confusion, wondering why he was back here and why it looked like this until the sound of a chow reached his ears. He turns to the chow with a curious look before his eyes widened in surprise. Instead of a chow he saw an eye standing in one of the black spots in his current form glaring at him. A serious frown forms on Naruto's face as he fully turns to the fire chaos. They both didn't say anything. He turned around and was surprised to see the other warriors there standing in the black spots as well, with their backs turned to him. The guardian turned back to an eye, but then widened his eyes to see him back in his zero form, but was blue and he had lime green eyes showing hope. An eye reached his hand out towards him, but then saw a black hand erupt from the spot as it grabbed him, making Naruto gasp in shock. He saw the same thing happen to the others as they got swallowed by the darkness. Naruto ran to an eye and reached his hand out for him to reach it, only to get dragged into the darkness. Help us. Naruto snaps his eyes open and a gasp escapes from his lips, taking a deep breath. He looks around, seeing he is back at the lake again. He looks down at the lake, seeing his reflection with a confused expression. Help us. Later on, Naruto returned back to the house and told everyone where he was at and about the new friend he made yesterday. After he was finished telling his tale, laughter could be heard throughout the house as Tazuna kept slamming his fist into the table hysterically, pointing at the comically annoyed Naruto. Tia herself was giggling while Amacha was laughing as well and Zayn himself looked amused. So let me get this straight, yesterday you ran into this other kid who you thought was a girl but was in fact a boy and was hoping you were gonna see him today. Tazuna asked before laughing once again. Ha, this is the best morning I've ever had. Quiet, it wasn't that funny, Naruto told the older man, growling at him. It's okay, Naruto. Remember yesterday when everyone thought that you were a girl too? Amacha asked. DCH Naruto comically turned away. Tia turns away, covering her mouth to keep the laughter coming out and making sure no one would see her pink cheeks. That's because he's so beautiful anyone would mistake him for a girl. Okay, I'll admit, when I first saw you yesterday, I thought you were a girl also. Tazuna honestly said, which made Naruto glare at him. He raised his hands. It was just brief. Just brief. When you turned around and I saw your body, the thought instantly flew out of my head. Good. Naruto nods. So what are you going to do now? Obviously, keep working on my bridge. Tazuna said. But father, you can't work on it by yourself, Tsunami exclaimed. I told you 8 weeks after you disappeared everyone who was working on the bridge with you had quit when Gato's thugs came and threatened them, they even went as far as to try and destroy it. I know and I don't care, Tazuna told his daughter. It took me a week to finally come back home after what happened to that kid and those bastards have been destroying it. This bridge is the only thing that's gonna help us connect to the mainland and to stop people like Gato from coming here. Besides, I won't be alone. He turns to look at Naruto and friends, which made them nod their heads. He's right. We'll be there with him. Kia replied. But wait, word had spread that Tazuna is alive. Amacha informed them. Which means that Gato is more than likely sending his men out to come and kill him and his family right now. And let's not forget about an eye. Naruto said as he closed his eyes, trying to sense an eye. A second later he reopened them. Okay, I can sense an eye as far away from here. In fact, he seems to be going somewhere. So what should we do? Amacha asked. Before anyone could reply, they heard loud banging coming from the door, getting everyone's attention. Tazuna, Tsunami and Inari all tensed fearfully, while the members of Team Chaos narrowed their eyes. The doors burst open as a group of 5 men carrying weapons came in. Well. Looks like the word is true, boys, one of the men laughed. The master bridge builder is alive and back in town. And look at this, the second one exclaimed, staring at Naruto and his friends. I was expecting to see some ninja from the Leaf Village, not a bunch of little brats, those are his protectors. Tazuna immediately stood up and glared at the men with hatred. Get the hell out of my house, you little punks. The thugs just laughed. Are you kidding? Now that you came back, killing you will be the boss's greatest pleasure ever. He turns to look at Tsunami and Inari, an evil grin on his face. After he's done torturing you to death, we'll kill that bratty little grandson of yours. As an added bonus, we'll have your daughter and that little girl over there become our. The third thug didn't finish his sentence as a powerful stream of water sent him flying out of the house and onto the ground, knocking him out. The other two, including Tazuna and his family, were shocked by the sudden attack and turned to the group of teens. Naruto, who was already up, had his arm stretched out and aimed at the thug he just blasted away. They also saw water dancing around his arm, silently telling them that it came from him. He also had a dark glare on his face, and it was directed at Gato's thugs, who trembled slightly. He wasn't the only one, however, as Kia and Zayn were up as well, both of them having equal glares on their faces as well, though Kia's glare darkened at what the thug was about to say. Let's take this outside. Naruto said, his eyes glowing green and voice getting deeper at the end. Before the rest of the thugs could say or do anything, Naruto launched a ball of water at them, which not only soaked them, but knocked them out of the house. Team Chaos immediately followed after them a second later with a water tentacle slamming the door shut. Tazuna, Inari and Tsunami stared wide-eyed. Amachao was still there sitting at the table, humming a Happy Chow song. They could hear various noises coming from outside, which ranged from punching to something being slammed on the ground, which made the house shake slightly. They also heard the cries of pain and pleas for mercy from the thugs. They flinched as they heard something crunch very loudly and heard a high-pitched scream. For some reason, Tazuna covered his manhood and sweated nervously in fear. He didn't know why he did it, but that was just him listening to his instincts. A couple of seconds later, the noise instantly stopped. The door opened up and the group walked in with Kia looking satisfied, Naruto dusting his hands, and Zayn having his eyes closed. That was fun, Kia chuckled as she cracked her fingers. I'll say, Naruto agrees happily, turning to Zayn. You were amazing out there, Zayn, where did you learn those moves? During my sleep in the pod, it wasn't just information about who I am and the shinobi world that I was educated in. Zayn replied. I was also educated in various fighting styles that existed from both here and the ancients world. Sweet, looks like I got a new sparring partner, Naruto said happily as he wrapped his arm around Zayn, which made Kia pout. Hey, what about me? We spared just the other day, the human reincarnated Tycho reminded him. While the trio were talking to each other, Tazuna and his family stared at them with eyes full of shock. The hell did you kids do? Tazuna asked, causing the trio to stop and glance at each other. They turned back to him, sharing the same comical expression. Does it matter? They asked at the same time. Tazuna was going to answer but stopped for a second, thinking it over. He then shrugs. Good point. It was about time someone sent those punks running for the hills, he laughed happily along with everyone else, except for Zayn and Inari. What's the point? Inari asked, stopping all laughter, bringing attention to himself. Even if they ran away, they'll just come back again. Do you even have a plan to take Gato down? Nobody didn't say anything as they let the boy continue his rant. Or what about this so-called monster that's apparently in our country, Inari shouted, glaring at the group of teens. How do we even know you can take them down? You guys aren't even shinobi, do you even know how many mercenaries Gato has? We don't care. Naruto said, his voice and expression both serious. The only reason why he even has them is because he's paying them. Once we get rid of him, then all of his mercenaries will have no choice but to leave. He pointed his thumb at the door. Besides, ninjas or not, you just saw us take some of them out. Who cares? Inari yelled angrily. You may have beaten them using some strange water power, but do you guys even know that he has rogue ninjas as well? And? Naruto asked, shocking Inari. Who cares about how many mercenaries or ninjas Gato has? You're treating him as though he's an emperor or something. Why do you think your dad was standing up to him and wasn't afraid of him? It's because he was fighting to get this country back to what it once was. He was a hero who tried his hardest. What do you know? Inari cried out in anger, glaring at Naruto. You have no idea how much we suffered because of Gato. How many lives Hiro and you three probably lived happy lives, while we were stuck here suffering, not knowing what it's like to lose someone. Slap. The sound echoed out in the house as everyone looked on with stunned looks. They all looked at Naruto, his hand raised after slapping Inari, and the boy himself looking to the side with a wide-eyed expression and his cheek turning red. He slowly turned to Naruto just as he lowered his hand before he grabbed him by his shirt, pulling him close to his chest so he could see his blank expression. Listen to me and listen close. Naruto spoke, his voice low and deadly serious for what he's about to say. Don't ever tell me or anyone else about what it means to suffer when you don't know what you're talking about. Me? Ever since I was a kid, I've suffered all throughout my early childhood at the Leaf Village, all because I didn't have chakra and couldn't be a bucking ninja. Despite the deathly calm tone in his voice, they could clearly hear the anger starting to form. To Naruto himself, the flashbacks of his childhood came back once again. For 7 years, I had to deal with people whispering behind my back, people giving me hateful remarks, kids bullying me, and a whole lot of shit that made me cry every goddamn night. My former family wasn't any different either. He yelled at the last part, and everyone could see he was starting to tremble. Tia could feel Naruto's emotions, his sadness, his pain and anger. She felt more and more of these emotions coming out the more he spoke about his family. Naruto, she was about to step forward but was stopped by Zayn, who only shook his head. Instead of loving me like any family should, they treated me like a plaque, like I wasn't worth their time, excluding me from family trips, forgetting me on my birthdays, so many damn awful things that makes me feel like I'm worth nothing, and almost made me want to kill myself. Everyone aside from Amachao and Zayn gasped in horror that the boy in front of him was planning to commit suicide. So I left that damn village and never looked back. And you know what? I don't regret it. I'm glad I left because I didn't have to suffer there anymore. Because I gained a new family, a real family who truly loves me for who I am, no matter what was wrong with me. The Guardian thought back on all of the times Amachao and the others have always been there for him whenever he needed them. From when they took care of him when he got sick, when they crowded him in his sleep because of the nightmares he's had, and when they would always cheer for him whenever he was training or fighting a monster. And most of all, when he told everyone about his past and how they hugged him to cheer him up. Naruto glared right into Inari's eyes before they softened as he sat him down gently. You may have lost your father, but you still have your mother and grandfather here with you. So if I was you, I'd better appreciate having them. Because there are some kids out there who aren't so lucky and are living all alone in the darkness, with no one to show them the light. And do you know what happens to kids like that? They end up just like Gato and his mercenaries, maybe even worse than them. But that said, Naruto turns and walks away, just Inari looked down. He was about to go out the door, but he stops. Your father is still alive. Naruto continued, getting the young boy's attention. He lives inside your heart along with everyone else who's loved him. As long as you remember him and the amazing things he's done, he'll always be there. But right now, you closed your heart out, not only to your mom and grandpa but to your father as well. You just have to open it up again and let him back in. When you do, the demigod turns and smiles softly at Inari. He'll help you become a better hero than he was. He left the house, not paying any mind to the boy's surprised expression. Amachao looks at Naruto before looking back at Inari for a second, a sorrowful look on his face. He followed Naruto a second later with Zayn following after them. He stops and turns to Tazuna. Tazuna, for now you stay here with your family. We'll be on the lookout to see if more of Gato's men are around. The cyborg told the older man as he left, closing the door behind him. Kia was the only one left as she stared at where her friends left before she looked down, memories of the Twilight Massacre and the town from the other day fresh on her mind, making her clench her fists. Inari, there's something I have to tell you as well. Inari and his family turned to the island princess. Naruto is right about what he said. There are other people out there who are suffering just as much you in this country. Either by loss of someone very important to them or something else entirely. I know, because my home was attacked a couple of days ago by one of the monsters that's here in this country. Kia told them, much to their shock and horror. She walks over to Inari, her hair shadowing her eyes. A lot of my people are still in pain right now because they lost their loved ones that day. The pain you're in, the grief that you're feeling, will be there and it will never leave. Eichel's human incarnate kneels down in front of him and hugs him softly, making his eyes widen, a gentle smile on her face. It'll get harder before it gets easier. But it will get better. You just have to make it through. She moved away and held his cheeks to look him in the eye. Remember what Naruto said, you still have your mom and grandpa, talk to them. Open your heart to them and have them help you overcome this. She stood up and ran after her friends, closing the door behind her. Inari's eyes watered before he sniffed and ran back to his room. Tsunami quickly followed after him, while Tazuna had a sad look on his face as he thought about what Naruto and Kia revealed to them. Damn, here I am thinking those shinobi brats have it rough with that code of theirs, but this. What the hell is wrong with this world? Why do children have to suffer through this? The bridge builder asked himself. Later, Team Chaos were walking deep into Waves Forest. It's been almost an hour since they left Tazuna's house. Like Zayn told Tazuna, they were on the lookout for more of Gato's men. They ran into some of them in the village, destroying people's properties, but easily took them down. After interrogating them to see if there were more of them around, they learned that the others were currently attacking the bridge while the rest were still at their hideout. Once they got the information they needed, they tied the scumbags around a pole and left them in the middle of the village, where they got jumped by the locals. Once that was done, they quickly went to the bridge where they saw the thugs damaging the equipment and machines while also trying to blow the bridge up. Wanting to have some fun with the thugs, Naruto used his powers to turn into a giant water monster that scared the thugs to death. They tried to run away from it but got caught by him as he threw them across the ocean or dragged them underwater. In the end, Naruto, Kia and Amachao had good laughs while Zayn looked amused. After that, they decided to check one more place again before going back to Tazuna's house, this time the forest. So far so good. Naruto said as he looked around with his hands behind his head. Yeah. I can't believe Gato only sent a little of his men out here. Kia said. Wonder why though? Amachao said. The group that Gato sent to Tazuna's house were ordered to assassinate him. The two other groups were probably here because they were bored. Zayn said. Maybe. Still, I hope Inari is okay after all that. Amachao said, feeling a bit sorry for the child while also bringing the atmosphere down slightly by bringing him up. Naruto sighs softly. Me too, bud. I hope he took what I said to heart. There's no doubt in my mind that he did. Kia said, smiling at Naruto. You did a very good thing helping him open his eyes, Naruto. She gave him a half-lidded expression. But don't you think slapping him was a bit much? I mean, you did it in front of his family. I held back, Naruto told her comically before he put his hands in his hoodie pockets. Still, the kid has to learn that it's not just him and his home suffering. And the fact he said that we don't know anything about suffering just got me angry. He looks down sadly as he stops walking, making everyone else stop and turn to him. It brought back memories I want to forget. You mean about your family? Kia asked softly as Naruto nodded, looking down slightly. She and Amachao looked at him with sad frowns on their faces, though Zayn's expression hasn't changed despite his eyes showing concern. She walks up to Naruto and grabs his hands, getting his attention. I won't ask you about what happened because I know it's too painful for you. And I won't ask Amachao nor the others back on Angel Island. Just know that whenever you're ready to talk, me and Zayn will be waiting. The princess said with a smile on her face. Naruto stared at Kia with a stunned expression on his face. He looks down at her hands, a smile present on his face. He was happy about what she said. Those memories were too painful for him, even though he should be over it by now. He had already opened up about this to everyone back home and basically gave everyone on Twilight Island a glimpse of it. So maybe he'll tell Zayn and Kia the full story. Not today, but soon. Okay. Thank you, Kia. Naruto smiles at her, causing her to smile back. He turns away with a slight blush. Anyway, this area looks clear. Let's head back to. He suddenly stopped as his nose picked up a new scent that was in the area with them. He took a quick sniff in the air before his eyes widened in alarm. For the scent smells of blood. Get down. Naruto quickly grabbed a surprised Kia and ducked just as a whooshing sound was heard over them. Zayn ducked as well, while the screaming Amachao flew out of the way just as the sound stopped cold when it hit a tree. The teens quickly stood up and turned around to see what caused the sound, and their eyes widened, with a gasp escaping from Kia's lips. Stuck in the tree was a gigantic sword, but it wasn't the sword that surprised them. It was the man standing on the handle, with his back turned to them as he glared at them over his shoulder. This man was tall and muscular with light grayish skin, short spiky black hair, dark brown eyes, and small eyebrows. He was wearing bandages like a mask over the bottom half of his face. He wore his forehead protector sideways on his head. He was shirtless, wearing only baggy pants with striped patterns and mimetic wrist warmers, extending to his elbows and matching leg warmers. Team Chaos stared at the man with various expressions. Zayn looked at him with a narrowed expression, Kia looked concerned and a little worried as she nervously gulped down her spit, and Naruto just glared at the man while looking alarmed. Amachao meanwhile hid behind Naruto's back. The teens could tell that this man was extremely dangerous if the giant sword wasn't a dead giveaway. From the large amount of blood he was sniffing from the man, Naruto's nose told him that this guy has been killing for a very long time, and it's what put him on edge. Plus that forehead protector of his, looking at it more closely, he saw it had a slash across its symbol, telling him that the man before them is a missing ninja. Before he left the village, he heard about them from the fourth Hokage and his wife when they were training their daughters. Naruto brought Amachao in front of him and whispered something to him. The little Robochao nodded at him before he flew off. He turns back to the missing nin and addresses him. Isn't this a surprise? Gato must really be scared of Tazuna and his bridge if he would hire a missing nin just to come and kill a defenseless old drunk. The man just released a nasty chuckle as he stared right at Naruto. Well, what a surprise indeed. Looks like that old man really was desperate to hire a bunch of non-shinobi brats to protect him. But then again, even I know to never judge a book by its cover. As you should. Naruto said. So Mr. Missing Ninja, before my friends and I kick your ass, do you mind giving us your name? The demigod and his friends were immediately hit by a massive powerful wave of killing intent that made the wind blow past them. They saw the man was now shrouded by a dark purple-like chakra that took the form of a demon as he glared menacingly at them. Zayn remained neutral about it, but he did tense up as he got ready to fight, summoning a red purplish aura around his being. Naruto's attitude turned serious as his eyes started glowing green and he tensed up as well, a blue water-like aura around him. Kia wasn't doing all that good. She was trembling in fear as she felt the man's killing intent wash over the area. It made her feel scared. Even though she felt the weakened order's slight killing intent through his containment pod, she wasn't all that scared of it. But this shinobi's killing intent wasn't like the weakened order. Just the way this missing nin's chakra formed into a demon told her exactly what they were dealing with. A demon in human form. Looking at her friends, she could see that they weren't scared at all. Naruto she understood and Zayn she was surprised about as he didn't look scared at the man's intimidating chakra. But she can see them all tensed up and looked ready to attack in case the missing nin made a move. No, I can't be scared, Kia said to herself as she shook her head and showed a determined expression. Even though they were dreams, I still remember feeling perfect chaos's bloodlust and it was way scarier than this guise she summoned her spirit energy in the form of a pink aura. Outwardly, the man remained calm, though inwardly, he was impressed with the three children as they stood their ground against his killing intent, especially the girl who looked scared for a moment before she became more determined. He was also surprised by the color of their chakra, except there was something different about the blue one in the girl. You and your friends got guts, kid, I'll give you that. Too bad I have to cut them out of you, all of three of you. That earned him glares from the brats as they each took a fighting stance. Though since you three won't live long enough, I'll tell you my name. I'm the demon of the hidden mist. The man suddenly vanished, along with his giant sword. Zayn and Kia's eyes widened as they saw the man standing behind Naruto, his sword raised in the air. Zabuza Mamachi. The demon brought the blade down to cleave Naruto in half, only for his eyes to widen in absolute disbelief at what he was seeing. The brat simply held a hand out and caught the blade. He caught his sword with one hand and it wasn't sliced off. The brat was actually holding his sword in a vice-like grip. The demon was too stunned by what was happening that it was the kid's voice that snapped him out of it. Well then, Zabuza Mamachi, you have two options. Naruto said, not even turning around to face him. Option A, you cancel your deal with Gato, leave Tazuna alone and go about your business. As for B, I honestly hope you choose A. He looked over his shoulder at him. Because things are going to get chaotic around here. Zabuza raised an interested brow as he stared at the boy's glowing green eyes. So he was right about these kids after all. There was more to them than meets the eye. Tempting. Very tempting, kid. But I think I'd rather kill you brats and then the bridge builder. Welp. I tried. Naruto sighed but had a feral grin on his face as he looked over his shoulder at Zabuza, his eyes glowing green. Let's get chaotic. The missing nin got blasted away by a jet of water that came out of Naruto's back. What the hell? The demon of the mist asked, wondering what kind of water jutsu that attack was. As Zabuza slid across the ground he used his forearm and sword to block two attacks from Zayn and Kia respectively. He swept his forearm to throw Zayn off his balance before he maneuvered himself and backflipped away from him while Kia jumped over the sword to try and kick Zabuza's head. But the demon grabbed her foot before she spun to use her other feet, this time making him let go and dodge. The missing nin saw Naruto charging towards him, this time with a three-pronged spear drawn to attack. Both weapons clashed with each other as one tried to push the other back. Zabuza stepped back and attacked Naruto with various lashes, while the guardian himself continued to block them using his trident. After blocking one last time, Naruto went and pulled a parry on his sword, knocking it away and kicking Zabuza hard in his midsection, making him slide backwards again. The demon glared at the trio as they came together and took fighting stances. Not bad, brats. Not bad at all. I might have underestimated you just a little bit but not anymore. He did a few hand signs as a dense mist started to appear. Maizu, take the brat in red. The girl is yours, Haku. Haku is here? Naruto asked in shock while his friends looked surprised. He grit his teeth as he turned to them. Zayn, Kia, get ready. Okay. Affirmative. Aw, how cute. So the little twerps are trying to play ninja, huh? A male voice asked in amusement, which made everyone tense. Wind chains shot out in the mist and were heading towards Zayn, who simply used his forearms to block them. The chains wrapped themselves around Zayn's arms before he narrowed his eyes at them and felt himself getting pulled into the mist. Zayn, Naruto and Kia called out before their eyes widened as Zabuza appeared in front of them. The two quickly moved out of the way, separating themselves from each other as he brought his sword down and turned to Naruto. You're dealing with me, brat. Fine by me. The guardian said with a glare. I fought loads of monsters back on my island, never thought I'd get the chance to fight a demon. Let's dance, Zabuza. Eyes, Kia calls out to her friends in the very dense mist. Naruto's aim, she was about to run off to find them but had stopped as three sharp needles landed themselves in front of her. Sorry. But I'm your opponent. Kia's eyes widened as she felt the person's words coming directly from behind her. She quickly struck the person with a roundhouse kick, only to hit nothing. She took a ready stance and closed her eyes. This is it. This is the first time where she will have to fight a shinobi. She can already tell this person was quite fast, no doubt from the intense training this person went through. She had her fair share of training as well. The hellish training that every warrior of Twilight Island went through, she went through as well. With Tyrios, it was an unexpected situation that threw her off guard. But not anymore. Her years of training and the awakening of her powers, it was time to see what happens when you combine both of them together. Hey. Your name is Haku, right? Are you the same Haku that befriended Naruto? What if I am? Then what are you doing working with Zabuza? Kia asked in confusion and anger. Didn't you and Naruto just become friends yesterday? Why are you fighting us? The reason is quite simple. Sensing something appearing in front of her, Kia opened her eyes and she found herself staring at an ice mirror. Even though it looked beautiful and cool, she knew that this wasn't just an ordinary mirror. How does she know this? Instead of seeing her reflection in the mirror, she saw Haku, who was wearing a type of mask and his hair in a bun, standing right in front of her. His outfit consisted of a pinstriped outfit which stopped at his knees. Over this he wore a green haori with white trimmings, and around his waist, a brown sash with a fringe trail wrapped around his waist twice. He also wore light brown platoon sandals with straps in the same color as his kimono. I am Zabuza's tool. Multiple senbon needles shot out of the mirror and were heading directly towards a shocked Kia, who immediately raised her hands in front of her as a pink energy shield appeared and knocked away the senbon needles, though some of them managed to get her. Once the barrage stopped, the energy shield dispersed as Kia glared at the mirror. A tool? Is that really what you see yourself as? Another reason why she didn't like shinobi. They always thought of themselves as weapons to be used for their village, which confused and angered her greatly. How could they even think like that? Haku emerged out of the mirror, forming an eye senbon in his hand. Yes. As long as I can be used, that will forever be my role. Haku. Kia found herself hesitant but then shook her head. Even though he's Naruto's new friend, right now they were enemies. Well, in that case I'll make you find a better role in life by knocking some sense into you. She immediately took her stance, but then her eyes widened as Haku appeared next to her. The hunter Nin went in for the attack just as Kia did the same, blocking him using her forearm. She could see that he had the senbon in his hand in a reverse grip, showing he was trying to stab her. She quickly grabbed his arm and threw him over her shoulder. The island princess quickly dashed to him just as he landed, performing a bunch of quick jabs which were blocked. She decided to kick it up a notch by jumping over Haku and doing multiple kicks which Haku avoided. He grabbed her foot and threw her away from him, causing her to flip and land on the ground. Her eyes widened as she saw that he had already thrown several senbon at her. She tried to avoid them but ended up gritting her teeth in pain as they had already stabbed themselves on her body. The masked Nin took this chance to attack Kia again, though he was using his senbon, which Kia easily avoided while trying to get some distance between them. She suddenly slipped on a puddle of water, making her gasp in surprise. Now Haku saw this chance and started to take it. However, much to his surprise, Kia regained her footing and grabbed his hand, along with his outfit, pulling him close to her so he could see her pleading expression. Please stop, I don't want to fight you, especially since you're Naruto's friend. Beneath his mask, Haku had his eyes widen. Despite only meeting just this morning, Naruto already saw him as a friend. Truthfully, he too did not want to fight them either, and it was killing him on the inside that he was fighting one of Naruto's friends. But he was a tool. And tools are meant to follow orders. Haku used his other hand and made several signs. Secret jutsu. 1,000 needles of death. Multiple water needles appeared out of the puddle that Kia stepped on, and they surrounded both her and Haku. Uh-oh. Kia said, looking wide-eyed at the multiple needles that surrounded them. Haku suddenly jumped backwards, allowing the needles to attack Kia, who quickly gathered spiritual energy to her feet and jumped in the air to avoid the devastating attack. A pink swirl of energy appeared below Kia's feet as she floated in the air, sighing in relief before glaring down at Haku, who looked at her with a stunned expression hidden beneath his mask. She stops floating and falls to the ground, landing on her feet, still glaring at Haku as she takes the needles. I hope the others are doing okay. She gave a battle cry and charged at her opponent, who did the same thing. Zayn was currently dodging the slashes and chains that his opponent was launching at him. His opponent was Maizu, the only survivor of Demon Brothers. He had shoulder-length, wild dark brown hair and dark eyes. He wears a breather that covers the lower half of his face and a large clawed gauntlet which had chains coming out. He wore a camouflage suit with bandages around his waist, dark-colored, knee-length sandals and several pouches around his waist. His forehead protector had 2 horns on it. Maizu was getting annoyed. After pulling the red brat towards him to finish him off with his poison gauntlets, the kid maneuvered at the last second and double-kicked him in the chest, making him fly as he released his hold on his arms. After quickly getting back up, Maizu charged at Zayn and attacked him with various wiping attacks. But for some damn reason, he couldn't land a hit on him. No matter how hard he tried to attack this kid, he would always dodge and block him before landing a few blows that he would always just up and dodge them, which greatly angered him. Little shit, hold the buck still and let me bucking kill you, Maizu yells as he charges at Ace once more, performing a spinning claw attack. Zayn remained still where he was as he watched Maizu getting closer and closer. He raised his hand and grabbed the claw that was close to swiping his face clean off. Maizu was in shock that the kid stopped his attack. He even tried to get out of his grasp but couldn't. You mother, he tried to attack using his other claw, but that was caught as well. I have a question for you. What reason do you have to work for someone like Gato? Zayn asked. Do you not realize what he has done to the country and its people? Do you really think I give a damn about what that short moron is doing? Maizu asked. He's got money and he's paying me big time just to kill one lousy bridge builder. Though for me, this is more personal since that fat son of a bitch got my brother killed. I see. Zayn said, narrowing his eyes. So you must be one of the demon brothers we heard about the other day. Are you the one who killed the genin? You're damn right it was me, Maizu said angrily, glaring right into Zayn's amber eyes. After that bucking jonin gave us the slip and killed my brother in front of me, I went and took one of his brats and slit her bucking throat open, filling it to the brim with poison. After I dropped her on the ground, I grabbed my brother's corpse and left. Maizu had a crazed angry look in his eyes as he glared at Zayn, whose hair shadowed his eyes. You have no idea how long I've been waiting for this. Not only will I get revenge for my brother, I will also get paid triple of my original pay. Once I'm finished beating that old bastard, I am going to torture his grandson to death and gape his daughter as he lays there and watch me do it. I see. Thank you for telling me this. Zayn said in an emotionless tone. Because now I know, he raised his head, revealing his eyes glowing as red lines started to appear on his arms. That you're nothing but a rotten piece of shit. What Maizu asked in confusion before he yelled in pain as Zayn squeezed his hands. Despite wearing the gauntlets, he could feel the metal starting to seep into his skin. Thankfully, he released his grip and let missing Nin go, making him get some distance between them. While Maizu was trying to soothe the pain in his hands, he looked at Zayn before his eyes widened in shock. The red brat had red lines all over his body while his eyes continued to glow. Suddenly the lines traveled to his chest where they formed a strange symbol. A red light erupts from the symbol which covers Zayn, making Maizu cover his eyes because of the brightness. Once the light vanished, Maizu uncovered his eyes but then stared in disbelief and shock. What the buck? Instead of seeing the brat he was fighting, what he saw was a red and black suit of armor. Zayn himself was impressed by the power suit he was wearing. It bore a striking resemblance to E-123 Omega himself, albeit more human-like, sleek and lighter to fit him. It has slightly stockier arms that seem to extend, and his hands turned into sharp metal claws, with black shoulder guards that have the Omega symbols on both. The chest plate also has a red light in the center that also has the black Omega symbol. It has a yellow helmet, complete with a black visor that shows his glowing red eyes, and a red mouth plate. E-123. Armor mode initiated. Zayn spoke up, the armor he's wearing making him sound like a robot. What are you? Maizu asked, taking a couple more steps back. Looking at the armor, it made it seem like it was a walking machine. Are you even human? No. Zayn said as he slowly raised his hands at a shocked Maizu. His hands disappeared and out came Gatling guns. I'm a cyborg. Naruto could hear the sound of machine guns being fired which told him that it was most likely Zayn. He also saw the brief red light show earlier and it made him wonder what his cyborg friend had done. He was just dying to know but no. Now wasn't the time for that. He clenched his trident tightly as he looked down at it. This was the first time he ever fought using a weapon like this. While true he did have self-taught training using his Bakken, but his trident is a different story. Plus he only trained in it in a day. You better pay attention to me instead of that weapon, boy, Zabuza said, appearing behind Naruto, who turned to him as he raised his trident to block his sword. Sorry. First time using this in a fight. Naruto pushed his opponent back and stabbed him with the spear. However, much to his slight surprise, Zabuza dispersed into liquid. Clone. He felt something stab his torso, making him look down to see Zabuza's sword sticking out of his stomach. It's over, kid. Zabuza said from behind Naruto, who just stared at the sword with a half-lidded expression on his face and a cheeky smirk. Yeah, that won't work against me. The Guardian said as he quickly elbows Zabuza's face, stunning him slightly and kicks him away, sending him flying into the lake while also taking his sword with him. However, Zabuza flips in the air and lands on the surface. He glares up at Naruto, but then widens his eyes once more. The blue brat stood there with his arms crossed, staring at him. But that wasn't what surprised Zabuza. No, what surprised him was that the kid had a hole from where he stabbed him, with his body looking like it was made out of water. Zabuza narrowed his eyes into glare as the brat gave him a cheeky grin. What the hell are you, boy? I thought you and your friends weren't ninjas. We aren't ninjas. Naruto told him as his trident disappeared into his necklace while the hole closed up. Let's just say the three of us are different. Different how? Naruto grins before he jumps in the water. Zabuza looked confused for a moment but then felt himself get uppercut in the chin which sent him flying upwards. What? He flips and looks down to see what hit him only to see nothing. He grit his teeth and let out a growl before he felt someone tap his shoulder. Confused, he turns around only to see Naruto in his chaos form, glaring at him with his fist pulled back, which shocks the demon to the core. This is kind of different. See, Naruto told him with a smirk. He pushed his fist forward into Zabuza's stomach, only for him to block it using his sword. The punch was so powerful that not only did cracks form on Zabuza's blade, it also sent him crashing into the lake once again, as a loud splash was heard. The impact made Zabuza bounce off the lake with a silent gasp escaping his lips. He had taken a lot of hits before over the years, but that brat's punch, that strength of his just now was in a class of its own. His eyes widened when he saw the kid diving towards him. He flips out of the way, putting some distance between himself and the brat, who landed in the lake. What the hell is this boy? What kind of jutsu are you using to gain that form? The demon asked while also doing a bunch of hand signs. Naruto stood up and stared at Zabuza. Hate to disappoint you, but this isn't a jutsu. Do you think I'm stupid? Zabuza asked, before doing one last sign. Water style. Water dragon jutsu. A dragon made of water manifested itself from behind Zabuza as it roared at a comically blank face. See Naruto. The dragon charges at its target intent on dealing him with a lot of damage. See Naruto meanwhile looked bored before he did something that shocked Zabuza. He held his index finger towards the water dragon. Stop. The dragon immediately stopped, its snout barely touching his finger. Turn around. The dragon turned towards Zabuza. Sick him. The dragon roars and charged at the still shocked Zabuza, who barely had time to avoid his own bucking jutsu. The dragon crashes in front of him, sending him flying back, but not before a giant water hand grabbed him. See Naruto rose from the water, bringing Zabuza closer to him until their faces were close to one another. Pretty impressive, kid. It takes a lot to catch me off guard and actually damage my sword like this. I don't know what kind of monster you are, but this power of yours is out of this world. How the hell are you and your friends aren't ninja? We have different reasons for not being a ninja. My reason is because I wasn't born with chakra. See, Naruto answered. Zabuza raised a surprised brow. What the hell was this brat talking about? In this world, shinobi always lies in order to get what they want, either out of their own desire or because of a mission. The demon of the mist has met those liars and could tell when they were lying. This kid was not lying. He was telling the absolute truth. But that just leaves the question, how the hell was the brat still alive all this time? Was it because of this strange power he wields or something else? Now listen and listen close, because my friends and I don't have time to play around with you. See, Naruto told him, getting his attention. There is a dangerous and very powerful monster out there doing who knows what, and you are in the way of us finding it. So if I were you, Naruto, everyone, we have an emergency, a loud voice called out in the mist, causing everyone to stop what they were doing. Huh? See, Naruto blinked, looking out to the mist along with Zabuza as they saw a bright yellow light. Amachao, what's going on? It's Tazuna. He went to the bridge by himself, Amachao called out, shocking the team. And Gato and his men are there. What? Kaboom! A very loud and powerful explosion erupted, making everyone immediately stop what they were doing. See, Naruto had actually let Zabuza go the moment the explosion erupted. It was so powerful, it blew the mist away, causing it to disappear and let everyone see the glowing orange light. They all looked up to the source of the eruption, seeing that it was close. What the hell? Zabuza's eyes narrowed, knowing where the explosion came from. It was the hideout where Gato and he hung out at. He also saw something flying out of the explosion, which looked like giant fireballs and were landing in different directions. Who the hell did that? And I see Naruto's eyes widened as he felt the same searing pain he felt a couple of days ago. He dropped to his knees, putting his hand on his chest. With his eyes closed, the guardian can clearly see an eye standing on a cliff that was overlooking the village. He could also feel the dark intentions that the fire chaos had in store for them as he saw an eye turn to look at him. The fire chaos took a couple of steps back before running forward and leaps off the cliff, heading towards the bridge. Naruto, Kia cried out, seeing her friend in pain. Huh? Haku asked, looking at Naruto with surprise. What was that water form of his, and why does he seem like he's in pain? Zabuza looked down at Naruto as he continued to hold his chest and take deep calming breaths. He let out a smirk before he kicked him a good distance away, causing him to revert back. Zayn, still in his armor, dashed to Naruto and caught him in his arms. Kia gasped and ran towards them, along with Amachao, leaving Haku by himself. The masked ninja looked at the trio, appearing as though he wanted to check on Naruto as well but decided against it. He instantly appeared next to Zabuza's side, who was watching them. Those three are something else, Zabuza. No kidding. Zabuza spoke to his apprentice. He took a quick glance at Mizu, seeing his bloodied body. HMPH. I knew that fool Mizu would get himself killed. What a pathetic joke of a ninja. Come, Haku. Let's go and pay Gato a visit. Understood. Haku said. Both of them vanished, heading to the incomplete bridge. Naruto, are you okay? What's wrong? Amichao asked, appearing all over Naruto. I'm fine. Naruto said, getting out of Zayn's arms. He did a double take at Zayn and was about to geek out at the cool armor that looks like Omega. He slapped his cheeks, bringing comical confused looks on everyone's faces. Geek out later. Geek out later. The Guardian looks up at the large forest fire that instantly formed. It was an eye. He was calling out to me. He turns to his friends, a look of alarm, which makes them tense up. He's heading towards Tazuna's bridge. We gotta hurry up and go there, Kia exclaims as the others run to the bridge. Land of waves. Tazuna's bridge. Now Tazuna knew he was having the crappiest day so far. Not only did Gato's thugs show up on his front door, he was told to stay indoors by his bodyguards, with that weird toy of theirs coming back to keep an eye on them, then he left out to check on his bridge. And what did he find? Gato and his army of mercenaries were already on the bridge waiting for him to show up, and he had no one to protect him. Now he regrets leaving his home. After a quick exchange of words and insults, Gato grew angry at the old man and sent his men out to kill him. But after taking only one step, a loud explosion erupted from where Gato's hideout was located, shocking everyone present at the loud explosion, which shook the whole country. What the buck? Gato asked in shock, looking up at where the explosion came from. What was that? Gato? A deep voice growled out. Gato and his mercenaries looked forward again, seeing Zabuza and Haku there, glaring at them. Ignoring the loud explosion for now, Gato had a smug grin on his face. Zabuza. How good of you to finally show up. Did you finally kill those brats? Tazuna. Everyone looked behind Zabuza and Haku, who continued to glare at them, seeing the three kids surround Tazuna and were glaring at them. Gato then burst out laughing. Well, look at these boys, it would seem that the demon couldn't even kill a bunch of kids and one old man and the third one is missing. Don't tell me he got beaten by those kids. The mercenaries joined their boss in laughter. But then Gato noticed one of them was missing. Heh. Some demon you turned out to be Zabuza. What the hell are you doing here, Gato? Zabuza asked, ignoring Gato's insult towards him. Haku looked ready to attack him. While Gato was explaining to Zabuza about the sudden betrayal, Naruto and his friends were on the lookout for an eye. Tazuna. Go back to your family and stay with them. Now. Kia whispered towards him. Why? Tazuna whispered back. We got an uninvited guest showing up. Naruto answered, causing Tazuna to tense up fearfully. You mean, hey. Brat. Zabuza called out to Naruto, bringing his and the others' attention. They also felt his and Haku's killing intent towards Gato. Looks like we don't have a reason to fight anymore. Naruto let a smirk cross his face before it vanished. Looks that way. But if I were you too, I'd stare right where you are. Zabuza raised an eyebrow at that, but then he and Haku quickly noticed something. The air around them had started to get hotter every second. Alright boys, Gato called out to his mercenaries. Kill them all and as a reward, you can. The short businessman didn't finish his sentence as a massive pillar of fire crashed down on them from the sky. Zabuza and Haku had to jump back while blocking their faces from the intense heat. They could see the silhouette of Gato and his mercenaries as they screamed out in pain before their figures turned to ash. But then something else appeared in the pillar with its glowing red eyes glaring at the group, or more specifically at Naruto. Naruto and Zayn instantly transformed, which shocked Tazuna to the core, while Kia's narrowed eyes glowed an intense blue. Tazuna, go see, Naruto told him. Alright. Tazuna quickly ran away. Hey brat. Earlier you said something about a monster being here. Is that it? Zabuza asked, gripping his sword as he tensed up. He sensed the killing intent coming from the pillar, and it was even more powerful than his. Whereas his killing intent is more of a demon, the creature behind the pillar of fire killing intent was almost godlike. See, Naruto's hands turned into claws as he glared right back at the orange eyes. Yeah. Haku tried to form eye senbons but couldn't. The heat from the pillar was just too powerful. The pillar soon dispersed, leaving only a ring of fire that surrounded the fire chaos himself. Zabuza and Haku quickly noticed the similarities between both the creature in front of them and Naruto himself. An eye. See, Naruto growled as he and the others ran in front of Zabuza and Haku, taking their fighting stances. You two, if you're gonna tell us to leave then you better shut it, brat. Zabuza interrupted him as he and Haku stood next to them. Gato was going to be my kill, but then that thing took it away from me. So for me, this became personal. Zabuza, you don't know what you're doing. Kia told him, glaring at an eye. That isn't just an ordinary monster we're fighting, he's basically a godlike entity. Zabuza narrowed his eyes at an eye. A god, huh? A savage grin soon forms behind his bandages. How exciting. What do you mean? Kia stared at him in disbelief by what he said. Let me tell you something, girl. Do you know what a demon's arch-nemesis is? Gods. Naruto, Zayn and Haku took a quick glance at Zabuza and saw he was starting to tremble in excitement. That thing's killing intent is on a godlike level that it even surpassed my own. My instincts are telling me to kill him, here and now. And that's exactly what I'm going to do, Zabuza exclaimed. And I1, having enough of that foolish human's mouth, raised his hands towards them as 5 big drops of liquid fell while the chaos emerald in his bone glowed. Much to the group's surprise, the liquid began to take shape and formed into miniature versions of an eye. "At ready," see, Naruto said to everyone. His friends, Haku included, nodded their heads while Zabuza scoffed. "Battle song. Through the fire by Crush 40 Sonic and the Black Knight." An I1 charged towards them, leaving behind a trail of flames, grabbing Naruto by his neck and went past the shocked group. Naruto Kia called out as she was going to chase them, if not for Haku placing a hand on her shoulder as eye senbons formed in his hands. "No. Them first." The 5 Mini and I charged at the group, each of them jumping in the air before dashing at their respective opponents. Naruto grit his teeth, gripping the hand that was currently choking him as they were still dashing across the bridge. "So you want to take it one-on-one, huh? Okay." He slammed his feet on the ground, gripping an I1's hand very tightly, causing him to release his hold on him. "Let's get chaotic." Using his incredible super strength, Naruto threw an I1 over his shoulder and slammed him down on the ground. He raised his leg up in an arc and brought it down to an Ai's head, but he turned into a puddle and quickly moved out of the way, which made a crater form. The transformed guardian glanced up at an I1. "You know, I always wondered what kind of skills and abilities Chaos had when he was Chaos 1. You may be him, but it's clearly obvious that you and the others are on a different level." An I1 simply glares at Chaos in annoyance as his greatsword, Ifrit's Wrath, appeared in his hand and he pointed it at him. "But guess what, an I?" Naruto asked, slowly raising his hand. "You and the others may have gotten stronger with the Chaos Emeralds, but that doesn't mean anything. You guys are still Chaos's essence, meaning that even though you somewhat share the same abilities as him, you also share his weakness." An Ai's eyes glowed an intense red color, just as the emerald did the same thing. The more Chaos kept talking, the angrier he was getting. And that's exactly how the trident appeared in Naruto's hand as he twirls it around and it transformed into its sword mode. His eyes glowed an intense green as he glared at an Ai with determination. "We're gonna beat you guys." Now officially pissed off, an I1 charged at Naruto, leaving behind a trail of fire. The water demigod himself did the same thing while doing a battle cry. Their swords clashed with each other, making sparks fly out as they struggled to push each other back, unknowingly releasing their energy. They pulled their swords back and then clashed once again, each strike making sparks fly. Naruto jumps on the greatsword and performs a spinning kick on an Ai's head, making him stumble back. The fire chaos lashed his sword, sending waves of flames at Naruto, who sent waves of water at them. The two attacks collided with each other, causing steam to appear that blocked them from their view. Naruto narrowed his eyes before they widened comically as he saw a large red fireball heading towards him. "Whoa." Naruto slammed his hand on the ground and summoned a large wall of water that blocked the fireball, but made it burst upon impact and caused the wall of water to explode, with drops of it falling from the sky, making it look like it was raining. The guardian looked around and noticed that an I1 was missing. He suddenly sensed him appear behind him, his blazing sword ready to stab him through the chest. The water demigod quickly bent his body out of the way from the stabbing sword but could still feel the heat from it as it boiled his body. He charged in with a devastating combo attack using his fists and kicks before launching him flying in the air. He dashed at an I1, his sword transformed back into a trident as he got ready to stab him in the brain. The fire chaos looked at Naruto and his eyes widened, seeing that he was going to use that trident to stab his brain. But he wouldn't let that happen. He empowered his sword with both his fire energy, along with the energy of the Chaos Emerald, causing it to glow red and flames to surround it. Just when Naruto got close enough, he avoided the trident, shocking him before he noticed the raised glowing sword. Before he could even try to avoid or block it, it was too late as an Ai sent a powerful fiery slash attack that got Naruto crashing back to the ground as he screamed. He also accidentally let go of his sword, causing it to disappear. The guardian bounced off the bridge before flipping and landed on his feet. He rubbed his torso where the attack hit him, hissing at the burning sensation. "Damn," he glares at an Ai seeing him land on his feet before smirking. "Heh. Not bad," Naruto exclaimed as his body was surrounded in a veil of water, with a blue aura surrounding him with his eyes glowing blue as well, showing he was using the power of the blue emerald. And I did the same thing as he was surrounded in a cloak of fire, his sword vanishing. A red fiery aura appeared around him as his eyes glowed a matching color. The two of them then shot up in the sky, both spinning around each other before they clashed. Meanwhile, Kia was currently dodging the attack's minion I1. She backflips away from it when it tries to grab her with its arms on fire. She does a mid-air spin charge and dashed back to it, aiming for its head. Minion I1 then swiped his enlarged fist and knocked her back, making her get out of her spin dash and fall on her back. She looks up and flips away as Minion I1 landed on the spot where she was at. Damn, Kia cursed. She looks down at the state of her outfit, seeing a bunch of cuts and tears, along with some black marks on them. These guys are tougher and smarter than I thought. Guess I and the others learned their lesson after their fight with the sage's youngest son. An ice mirror appeared next to her, and Haku stepped right out, looking a little exhausted as his mask got destroyed during his battle against his minion eye. Do you have any idea how we can beat them? Haku asked. During his fight, he tried using several of his ice jutsu on it. But whenever he would get close or try to use his ninjutsu, the intense heat always melted his ice. There is. Kia answered, glaring at the two minion eye. Since an eye's a chaos who controls fire, then he's weak against any form of water attacks. But his true weakness is his brain. His brain? Haku asked before his eyes widened as he turned to the minion eye and saw a silhouette of a small brain. I understand now. So if we can strike the brain of an eye's minions, then they'll go back to where they belong. Kia finished. Haku, you might want to stay off the ground. Haku didn't even bother to question her as an ice mirror appeared behind her and he went inside it. Kia clenched her fist, jumping in the air. Sorry about this, Mr. Tazuna. Wrath of Gaia. She punched the bridge so hard it made an earthquake occur around the area that caused the minion eye, along with everyone else, to stumble and be left in a daze. She smirks as she performed a spin charge and then dashed at minion eye 1, landing a direct hit on the head which caused it to disperse. Yes, Kia cheered as she ran off, more than likely going to join Naruto. Minion eye 2 was still dazed as it could see small emeralds spinning around its head. It shook its head and looked around, seeing he was surrounded by a dome of mirrors with Haku in all of them. Secret technique. Crystal ice mirrors. Then in a burst of rapid speed, 1,000 metal senbons shot out of the mirror, aiming directly at Minion Eye 2's head, each of them clashing as they attacked the small brain. Minion Eye 2 then melted to the ground just as Haku stepped out of the mirror and the rest shattered. Haku looked down at the melted red puddle as it burned away before it retreated, going back to where it belongs. Naruto. He then vanished. Zabuza grunts as he continued to push Minion Eye 3 with his sword as it clashed with its sword made of fire. Well, what do you know? Water and the brain, huh? The demon of the mist asked before smirking in amusement. Looks like even gods have their own weaknesses as well. Using his full strength, he pushed Minion Eye away before raising his hand in front of it. Now water prison jutsu. A sphere of water surrounded Minion Eye 3. It tried to attack, but found that it couldn't move a muscle. It then glares at Zabuza with intense hatred, while the missing nin himself just grins, spinning his sword in position of the brain's location. It's over. Minion Eye 3 eyes widened in pain as the sword stabbed him through the head, cutting his brain in half. Zabuza watched as the Minion Eye turned into a puddle before it disappeared. Heh. The demon turns to where Naruto and an eye are at, seeing blue and red lights clashing with each other. Time for the boss. He ran towards them. Nearby, Zayn was currently firing missiles at his Minion Eye, who was avoiding them while charging at him. Zayn stopped his assault and had to use his arms to block the multiple strikes Minion Eye was throwing at him. He moved to the side to avoid one last assault and then grabbed it by its face. Annihilate. Zayn spoke before firing a green laser beam that destroyed Minion Eye 4's brain, causing it to turn into a puddle and go back to its boss. The armored teen turns around. Enemy defeated. New target locked on. An eye. Using his rocket thrusters, he flew to the battle between Naruto and an eye. Naruto gave a yell as he sent his purple charged fist at the fire chaos's face, making him fly back and roll on the bridge while dropping his sword. The demigod quickly stretched his arms out to grab his fire counterpart, only for him to turn into a puddle to avoid the grab. A giant clawed hand rose from the puddle and grabbed his outstretched limb. Uh-oh. An eye 1 reformed himself and pulled Naruto towards him, earning a yell of surprise from him. He soon saw his friends heading his way, causing him to grin. His cheeks puffed out and he released a jet of water that made an eye 1 close his eyes and made him let go. Kia now, heaven's justice. Then lightning bolt struck down from the sky and hit an eye 1, stunning and hurting him as he was left in a daze. He was then struck from behind by a giant blade that sent him heading towards Naruto, who enlarged his foot and sent him upwards. Zayn instantly appeared above an eye 1 and fired a plasma ball, sending him crashing back down to the bridge where multiple ice mirrors appeared around him. Seeing this caused the fire chaos to cover himself as thousands of senbon flew out of the mirrors and into the fire chaos. Nearby, Naruto, Kia, Zayn and Zabuza watched the ice dome as Haku kept throwing more and more senbons. HMPH. Looks like this fight is over. Zabuza said. No. It's not. Naruto answered, narrowing his eyes. He could sense an eye starting to gather up energy from the Chaos Emerald. And he was gathering a lot of it as flames began to pop out of his body. His eyes widened in alarm as he realized an eye's intent. Haku, get out of there. It was too late. Haku's eyes widened, not only from hearing Naruto's alarmed voice, but also from the fire leaking out of an eye's body. He saw the fire creature's eyes glowing red before he made a gesture that made a powerful wave of glowing red flames erupt from him. Music ends. The waves not only destroyed the ice mirrors, it also pushed the others back. See Naruto grit his teeth at the intense heat as he looked back before his eyes widened. And I once stood where he was at, only this time he was surrounded by a flaming red aura. The aura was so incredibly hot and intense that the bridge actually began to melt. Not only that, in his hand he held Haku by his neck, glaring up at him. Haku, everyone looked up as they heard Naruto's yell. They looked ahead and their eyes widened as well with Kia covering her mouth. Looking at Haku, they saw that his clothes were burned and he had slightly burn marks on his arms and face. They could see that his eyes were closed, showing that he was unconscious. Zabuza's eyes widened in anger as he charged at an eye, performing several hand signs. Water style. Giant vortex jutsu. A large volume of water came from the ocean below and into the sky, forming into a vortex. The vortex then crashed down on an I-1, who simply released Haku and jumped away. See Naruto's eyes widened from that as he motioned his hand and made the vortex not hit Haku and crash back into the ocean. Zabuza ignored that in Haku and continued his charge at an eye. See Naruto, Kia and Zayn quickly ran to him, rolling him over his back to get a better look at him. He has suffered severe third-degree burns on his arms, torso, legs, and is exhausted from using too much of his chakra. Zayn said, doing a quick scan on the hunter nin. He turns to his friends. He must be treated quickly. Then Naruto. Haku said weakly and tiredly, getting everyone's attention. Don't talk, Naruto told him. Don't worry. We'll get you patched up in no time. Yeah, so just don't say anything, Kia agreed. Why are you saving me? Haku questioned, a sorrowful smile present on his face. His question confused the group very much. I'm completely out of chakra and vulnerable right now. You should take this chance and kill me now. That made the group's eyes widen in surprise, shock and horror. But Kia asked in horror. Are you crazy? Why the hell would you say something like that? Naruto asked, also, slightly mad that Haku would ask him that. Because I've failed Zabuza. Haku sadly said. He has no need for a useless tool like me. So please kill me. The tool? Naruto asked in a quiet whisper. Is that really what you see yourself as? A tool for Zabuza? What's wrong, you Haku? Why would you go so far for a guy like that? Do you remember what I said about precious people? Of course I do, but what does that have to do with? Zabuza is someone I consider to be most precious to me. Haku interrupted him, stunning him into silence. Kia also looked stunned while Ace remained quiet, wanting to listen and more. But why? Kia asked softly. Zabuza saved me. Not only from my life but from my loneliness as well. Haki answered, recalling his past. If not for him, I wouldn't be here. So for the sake of the one who saved me and his dreams, I was willing to do anything. That made Naruto recall his own past as well, and a wave of understanding overcame him. Kia herself had a look of understanding as well, along with Zayn, who closed his eyes. But Haku spoke, getting their attention. I failed to do what Zabuza asked me to do and defeat you and your friends. My usefulness has come to an end. This broken tool has no reason. That's enough, Naruto interrupted him angrily. I'm sick of hearing you say that you are not a tool, Haku. You're a human being. What about your dreams? What do you want in life? All I want is to help Zabuza achieve his dreams. Haku answered in a resigned tone. I can no longer do that. Then find something new. Find a new dream that's separate from Zabuza's, Kia exclaimed, her eyes glaring at Haku's as they began to moisture. Don't you see that Naruto is hurting right now? He doesn't want to kill you, Haku. Neither do I nor Zayn. You're his friend, and that means you're our friend too. Haku gasped as he stared up at her before turning to Naruto's pupil-less lime green eyes before they widened further. Kia was right. Looking into his eyes, he could see that Naruto was indeed sad, angry and hurt about what he said. Naruto truly didn't want to kill him because he saw him as a friend. But why? They only met for a day, yet he truly valued him, a tool, as a friend. He felt touched by that, but just when he was about to say something, Haku's eyes turned sharp before he stood up, ignoring the pain he was feeling and the protests everyone was giving him. I'm sorry, Naruto, everyone. Haku apologized, confusing. But there's one thing I must do for Zabuza. Using what little chakra he had left, he created an ice mirror and vanished into it. Where did he go? Kia asked. See, Naruto's mind raced before he reached a conclusion. He instantly turned around and ran ahead with his following after him. Zabuza was getting tired. He was running low on chakra and he felt like his skin was being melted off because of the heat this damn god was giving off. Right now, the demon of the mist was being held by an ice fire-like rope, rendering his arms useless with his sword having cracks all over it. The battle between a demon and a god. I never would have imagined that I would go toe-to-toe against one. You really live up to the title, don't you? An I-1 raised his hand and Ifrit's wrath appeared. What? You're gonna kill me? Zabuza asked. Well, what are you waiting for? Do it then. An I-1's lower face moved upward as if to show he was grinning evilly at him. He then positioned his sword at Zabuza's heart, flames dancing around it. He immediately dashed to his target. Several things happened at once in the span of very little time. First, an ice mirror appeared beside Zabuza, which Haku stepped out of to stand between an I-1 and Zabuza as he threw several powerful water-enhanced senbon needles through the fire ropes that made them vanish. Next was Naruto's sudden arrival, via teleporting and summoning his sword to release a blue water-like energy wave that not only knocked an Ifrit's wrath off course, but to also get rid of the flames that were on it. Instead of stabbing Haku through the heart, Ifrit's wrath instead stabbed through Haku's left chest. HMPH. Looks like you served your final purpose, Haku. Zabuza said to his subordinate as he reached his one working arm to grab Kubikarubj. Despite the pain he was in, Haku smiled warmly as his eyes began to glaze over. Yes, I'm really glad. Anai's eyes widened in anger at Naruto, whom he sees as chaos, interrupted by his killing blow. He turns to glare at him, ignoring Zabuza, who was ready to cut Haku in half to get to him. No, Kia, in her chaos boost state, appeared next to Zabuza and landed a punch so strong, it sent him flying and loosened the bandages around his mouth. Once he landed on the ground, he fell unconscious. Zayn appeared in front of Anai and launched a torrent of water that blew him back and made him let go of Ifrit's wrath as it vanished. The armored team grabbed Haku as he fell forward and laid him down gently on the ground. Naruto stared at Haku, then turned to immediately glare at Anai. We're ending this now. He unknowingly tapped into the blue emerald's power once again. He surged towards Anai, raising his hand as a glowing blue ball of chaos energy appeared as he charged at him also. Naruto threw his sword at Anai's brain, making him duck while he summoned Ifrit's wrath in his hand. Red flames once again danced around his blade as he spun around fast, turning into a mini fire tornado. The demigod grinned at that as he jumped, avoiding the attack. He focused intently on the brain as Anai continued to spin. It's over. He dashed to Anai and aimed his ball of energy at the brain. Chaos Sphere. The direct hit landed on the brain, which caused Anai's eyes to widen in absolute pain and to stop what he was doing. The sphere of chaos energy then burst upon contact, causing more damage and making Anai crash into the bridge. Naruto landed and looked down at Anai's remains before looking at the red emerald he relinquished. He turned back to Anai and saw the remains were starting to form together into a large puddle. Like I said, Anai. It's over. The guardian said softly to the remains as he held his hand to it. The red puddle immediately reacted as it charged at the outstretched hand before spreading all over Naruto's body, completely covering him. Kia, who has just finished healing Haku, turns to Naruto and sees what's happening. Naruto, she got up and ran to him but stopped when Zayn held his arm out in front of her. Hold on. Kia looked at Zayn and was about to protest until she saw a bright red-orange light envelop Naruto and Anai, which then turned into a Chao cocoon which stunned the two. Naruto's dream world. Naruto, back in his human form, opens his eyes. He noticed he wasn't in the water world he was always in but someplace else. It was a golden space that seemed to sparkle. What's this place? Sensing something behind him made Naruto turn around and he blinked in shock when he saw Anai, back in his zero form, here with him as he looked around equally confused. Anai. The fire chaos turns to Naruto and jumps back, trying to draw his greatsword, only for it to not appear. He looked down at his hand in shock before he glared at Naruto. Anai, please listen to me. Naruto said, walking towards him calmly and steadily. I know you and the others are feeling a lot of things. You're sad, hurt, angry, frustrated. You're filled with all kinds of negative emotions. I know because I can feel them as well. But there's something that you have to know. Chaos would have done everything in his power to save you all. But he couldn't. He was still in the Master Emerald because of the ancients taking his essence, thereby making him even weaker than he already was. And when he found out about what happened, he was hurting inside because he failed to protect you. Anai's eyes widened a little from hearing before they softened. It was true. Due to the link that he and the others shared with Chaos, he felt their emotions and vice versa. He was trying to call them back home. And to be honest, they truly wanted to go back. The fire Chaos then realized what was happening. He actually wanted to go back to Chaos. No, what was he thinking? He doesn't want to go back to Chaos, it's just a trick caused by that human child. He doesn't. Anai's eyes widened as Naruto came and hugged him. He struggled to get Naruto off of him, but he continued to hug him tighter. It's okay, Anai. The guardian demigod said softly, causing the fire chaos to stop. I know that you've been hurting for a very long time. But don't worry. I'm here and I'm going to save you and the others from the hurt. You did tell me to help you, right? Anai moved his head to stare at Naruto as he released him from the hug. He then gave the fire chaos a happy grin, which made him gain a happy expression, also as he nodded. Much to Naruto's surprise, Anai began to turn back into his original form from before Order's corruption as his fire-like chaos energy left and was circling around them. The guardian looks at the swirling energy before turning back towards the now purified Anai in confusion. He was caught off guard when an eye hugged, but he smiled and returned it. While this happened, he felt Chaos's essence leave an eye and return to him. He also noticed the former fire elemental begin to shrink and change. Releasing him, Naruto's eyes widened as he saw an eye had now turned into a glowing neutral Chao. He also didn't pay attention to the fire energy covering them. The Chao smiled happily at him. "Chow chow Naruto, thank you Naruto." He disappeared in a sparkle of red flames. "Hey wait," Naruto called out. He noticed his pendant glowing, causing him to look down at it. Huh? What's happening? Whoa. The fire energy that was around him went into his glowing pendant. Once it was completely inside, the pendant made a bright flash of light appear, causing him to close his eyes. Real world. He and Zayn looked at the cocoon covering Naruto, both wondering what was happening inside of it. But then, much to their joy and relief, the cocoon instantly faded away, revealing Naruto. Their eyes widened as they saw something that shocked them to the core. "And Naruto?" Kia asked, looking a little awestruck. There before them stood a totally different Naruto. He was still in his chaos form, only this time he had changed. For one, his entire body was completely orange, with red and yellow flame-like protrusions from his arms and legs. He has medium-length long tail, and the fin-like protrusions on his head were moving as though it was fire itself. They also noticed the greatsword that Naruto held in his hand. But it wasn't the same sword that an eye wielded. It was still a double-edged blade, but its color was a mixture of white, black and red. The white was in the lower area and had a separate piece in the center. The white area was surrounded by a black line, and the rest of the top was red. There were golden decorations on the white area of the blade, where a red crystal was lined around it. The handle was black, and the pommel was a triangular-like gear piece. He and Zayn, who had transformed, looked at Naruto's new form with stunned looks on their faces. "Naruto? Is that you?" Kia asked again. Naruto turns around to face her, seeing his pupilless eyes are now bright red. He looks down at his body and at the sword in his hand with stars in his eyes and an awestruck look on his face. He smiles cheerfully, waving at them. "Hey Kia, Zayn, check me out, I got a new form and a weapon." Kia and Zayn glanced at each other with happy expressions as they ran to him. "Naruto, I can't believe it," Kia exclaimed, moving all around Naruto as she examined his new form and sword. "Look at you, you look incredible. I can already assume that this is because of an eye." Zayn asked. "Yeah, me and him came to an understanding, so I got my missing piece back." See, Naruto replied happily, looking at himself and his new weapon. "But I definitely wasn't expecting this to happen to me, I look awesome, and I got my tail." He turned around and shook his new tail. Kia nodded and looked curious. "Your missing piece? But what happened to an eye?" "I really don't know," Naruto said as he returned to his normal form. "When an eye gave me back his piece of chaos, he turned back into a Chao, then just disappeared." His friends looked surprised by that. Before they could comment on that, the Guardian suddenly remembered something. "Oh yeah, how's Haku doing?" "Don't worry, he's fine." Kia smiles, turning her head to look at him. "I managed to heal what I could, so he'll be fine." "And Zabuza?" "He's over there," Zayn said, pointing to where Zabuza was at, seeing him standing up with his back turned to them. "He woke up once you were in the cocoon." Naruto glared at Zabuza as he remembered what he tried to do to Haku in order to get to an eye's brain. He stomped his way towards the missing nin. "Hey Zabuza, just what the hell is wrong you? You tried to kill Haku, don't you care about him?" "Please kid, Haku is a tool to help me defeat my enemies. If he has to die so that can happen, so be it, he knows what I expect of him," the wielder of Kubikurubjum said with a cold indifference. Kia gasped and gained an angry look on her face as she stomped her way towards them. "Are you serious? How can you say such an awful thing? You mean everything to Haku," Naruto told Zabuza. "He told us how you saved his life as a kid. After all this time, how can you think of him like some tool to be thrown away when it's no longer useful? Did everything you two went through mean absolutely nothing to you?" "That's just how things are in the shinobi world, kid," Zabuza replied, though there was a slight strain in his voice. "Haku and I are shinobi, we are used as tools for the village and the country. The sooner you accept this fact of life, the better chance you have of surviving." "That's a load of crap and you know it," Naruto strongly told him, pointing at Haku. "When you found Haku that day, you decided to take him in, you raised him, trained him. You saved him from living a lonely life." Kia nods in agreement. "That's right, Haku loves you, he cares about you, to him, you're his family, and all the times you've spent together, you're telling us that you only see him as a tool. You're lying to yourself, Zabuza. The truth is that you care about Haku just as much, don't you?" Even though Zabuza didn't reply, Kia can sense that he was feeling a lot of emotions that were starting to come out of his cold facade. Relief and joy about Haku being alive, regret that he almost killed him, and how he thought of him as a tool, among others. "During our fight, I could tell that Haku was hurting inside," Kia said softly. "He was hurting because he was fighting me, one of Naruto's friends. If Haku really was a tool, then he wouldn't feel anything, but he felt hurt about what he was doing." She wiped her eyes when she felt them starting to water. Yet despite that, he was doing it for you because he sees you like a father figure and he loves you as one. And you feel the same way, don't you? Again Zabuza didn't reply, but she didn't need to hear him say it from his mouth. She can sense his reply from his emotions and she was right on the money. Zabuza. Naruto started in a calm soft voice. I know how awful the shinobi world and life is. I really do. It's true that there are people out there who will lie and use others for their own selfish reasons or another. But the world is much more than that. You alone proved it when you took Haku with you instead of just killing him. Even though you thought of using him as a tool, the truth was that you were lonely yourself and having Haku around made you happy. Naruto walked around Zabuza and looked up at him with a smile present. You and Haku may be shinobi, but you're still human. It's okay to care for things that are precious to us. So instead of closing your heart out to these feelings, don't you think it's much better if you just open it? Yaki agreed as she joined Naruto and smiled up at Zabuza. You did it when you met Haku. So there's nothing wrong with opening your heart again. Zabuza had his forehead protector shadowing his eyes. He turns away from them to stare at Haku's form, where Zayn stood and watched the interaction between them. You brats, you talk too damn much. Naruto and Kia smiled softly as they saw Zabuza trembling and saw the tears falling from his eyes. They turned to Zayn and saw him give them a small smile as he nodded at them. Next day, Land of Waves. Tazuna's house. Haku's eyes opened groggily as he woke up in a room he didn't recognize. Sitting up in the bed he found himself grimaced in pain as his hand instinctively went to his right chest from the slight pain he felt from there. Easy Haku, don't push yourself. Zabuza's gruff voice said from off to the side. If you move around too much you're going to end up opening your wounds. He warned. Despite Zabuza's warning, Haku's head instantly snapped toward the source of the voice to see his master leaning against a wall by a window, with Kubikurum resting beside him. The ice user could see that his master's injuries were healed as there were no bandages on his person, save for his face. He also wore new clothes. The sleeveless black shirt and matching pants, complete with a waist guard, and yet again, the hidden mist-striped wrist and leg warmers. Zabuza, what happened? Where are we? Haku asked, as he tried to stand only for his master to make him lie back down. We're in the old bridge builder's home. Zabuza started. Haku looked surprised, but then his eyes widened as he recalled the battle from yesterday. He looks at his bandaged body with a curious expression. How am I still? You can thank the blue brat and his girlfriend for that. During his fight with that fire god yesterday, the girl managed to heal anything that was fatal, while he used his water to heal the burn marks you got. Zabuza replied, gesturing the stab wound on his left chest and non-existent burn marks. Naruto. Haku mumbled, a bit surprised that he owed the younger boy his life, especially since he asked him to take it yesterday. Yeah. Him. Zabuza said, a far-off look on his face as he thought about the blue hair water brat. The door opened up and Kia walked in, a plate of food in her hands. She looks at Haku and smiles happily at him. Haku, you're awake. Haku blinks in surprise before he nods at her. Yes. He thought back on what her name was as he heard Naruto calling to them. Kia, right. Yup, Kia replied as she sat the plate down on the dresser. She sat down on the bed, still smiling at Haku. I know it's late, but it's nice to meet you, Haku. I am Kia of Twilight Island. Twilight Island? Haku asked, looking a bit curious. I've never heard of it before. Yeah, we keep to ourselves and don't bother with the rest of the world. Kia answered sheepishly. Zabuza raised a brow before he closed his eyes and pushed himself off the wall, getting the teen's attention. I'm going to raid Gato's compound. Haku, get some rest. Yes, Zabuza. Haku bowed slightly as Zabuza left the room. He turned to Kia, who was giggling to herself. Is something funny? Oh, he's just acting like he's not happy to see you wake up. Kia answered, much to Haku's confusion. So? How do you feel? I feel a little bit of pain in my left chest, other than that I'm fine. Haku said, smiling at Kia. I heard from Zabuza that you healed me. Thank you. No problem. It's like I said yesterday, any friend of Naruto's is our friend too. Kia said softly. Haku's smile widened at that as he nodded at her. By the way, where is Naruto and your two other friends? Kia looked at Haku before her eyes moved to the side as she had a comical sheepish expression on her face as yesterday's events replayed in her head. Well, Land of Waves. Tazuna's bridge, stupid old man. I can't believe he's making us fix this mess. Naruto grumbles, a small vein appearing on his head. While Lanai did cause significant damage, it was also us that caused it as well. Zayn pointed out. But Lanai did most of it, Naruto childishly said, turning away with a pout. Right now, he and Zayn were currently fixing up the damaged bridge. Yesterday after the battle and taking Haku back to Tazuna's place to get him patched up, Naruto and his friends went around the village to get rid of the fires and help the injured. Of course, everyone including Tazuna's family were shocked when they saw Naruto's chaos form. Many of Gato's thugs, who somehow managed to survive, got jumped and were captured by the angry villagers, leaving them tied up in the middle of town. Then Tazuna came to the bridge to check on it and he became shocked by what he saw. His beautiful bridge had gotten damaged. There were several scorch marks and footprints, a large crater, and it looked like parts of it were melting. So Tazuna turned to his bodyguards with a comical glare on his face, seeing that they, except for Zayn who looked indifferent, wore sheepish expressions. Next thing they knew, they were repairing the bridge for the damage they caused while he and his men worked on the other half. Naruto just sighs as he finishes getting rid of the scorch marks. He stood and stretched his arms out. Whatever he held his hand out and 2 water tentacles came out, grabbing 2 glasses of lemonade from a nearby plate and were pulled to his hands. At least we're done now. Naruto happily turned to Zayn with the 2 glasses and held one out towards him. Affirmative. Zayn acknowledged as he got finished with patching up the craters that were around. He grabbed the glass and drank the lemonade down. There was nothing he could do about the melted parts of the bridge, but he didn't care. It was Tazuna's problem now. So what happens now? Amachao curiously asked from up Naruto's head as he guzzled down his drink. Are we still gonna protect Tazuna or? Nah. Naruto smiles happily as he looks at the more happy Tazuna and his equally happy men. Gato and his mercenaries are dead, with the surviving members in the middle of the village tied up or ran off somewhere. I think Tazuna will be just fine. Amachao looked down at Naruto with his head tilted. But what about Zabuza and Haku? What are they gonna do? Nothing. Amachao gave a startled scream at the voice that spoke from behind Naruto, making the blue-haired teen turn his head along with Zayn. They saw Zabuza standing there with his arms crossed as he watched the men getting to work. We were hired by that bastard to kill the old man. But now that he's dead, then there's no reason for us to be here. Zabuza explained with Naruto nodding in agreement. His eyes moved to look at Naruto. So, there's more of those godlike beings out there in the countries. Yeah. Naruto nods, a serious look on his face. He looks down at his pendant, seeing that the diamond-shaped hole on the upper left now had a red crystal. We beat an eye who was in the land of fire before coming here. Now all that's left is Frost, Zenon, Bayu and Gaia. Which one should we go after next? Zayn asked. We're going after Frost. Naruto replied instantly. Kia did say that she's in the land of snow right now. Now that we know that they have a weakness to certain elements, we can use it to our advantage. Land of snow? I think you mean the land of spring, kid. Zabuza corrected him, earning confused looks from the 3. A while ago, I heard a Hidden Leaf team went there to protect the princess from her uncle. Whoa, really? Naruto asked in a surprised tone. Yeah. Don't know much, but the Hidden Leaf team won, and the land of snow became the land of spring, with the princess taking over as its new feudal lord. Zabuza continued. Huh. Naruto turns to Zayn, his expression still the same. It's true what they say. You learn something new every day. That's so? Zayn just shrugged in response. And get this, Zabuza spoke, getting the attention again. The Leaf team that was sent to the land of spring. Rumors say that the 4th Hokage's daughters were on the same team. Crack. Hearing the sound made Zabuza and Zayn look at Naruto, his hair shadowing his eyes. They also saw that the hand which he held the empty glass was now closed with shards of it either in his hands or on the ground. They also noticed how Amachao went completely still, his worried expression frozen in place. What? He asked in a deadly low tone, making Zabuza raise an eyebrow. He could hear the anger in his tone, so he decided to test him. The 4th Hokage's Naruto began to shake. Twin daughters. The shaking got worse and was obviously noticeable. We're at the land of spring with a team. A silent feral growl escaped Naruto's mouth. Zabuza and Zayn noticed Naruto's eyes were glowing green under the shadow of his eyes, and his teeth were getting sharper. Naruto Amachao's voice made Naruto turn to look at him, now resting on his shoulders. He rubbed his cheek in a soft manner. It's okay. Zabuza said this happened a while ago. They're not there anymore. Naruto stared at Amachao before he took a deep breath and closed his eyes, his teeth returning to normal. He opens his eyes, showing they return to their normal gentleness. He smiles at the Robochao with relief and gratitude. Thanks, Amachao. Amachao's frown turned upside down as he hugged Naruto's face. Of course we are best friends, right? Right? Naruto smiles happily. Zayn blinks at Naruto, surprised by the mood change, but then smiles and shakes his head. Zabuza raised an eyebrow at the sudden change in mood. Just now the brat was dead angry at the mention of the Yellow Flash and his family, meaning there's some history between them. And from what he just witnessed, a very bad one. Naruto, Zayn, Amachao, Mr. Tazuna. Everyone turned around and saw Kia there waving at them. She wasn't alone either, as Tsunami, Inari and even a fully clothed Haku were there with her. Naruto and Amachao waved back at her happily, though Naruto's happiness increased when he saw Haku. Hey everyone, he quickly ran to them with Zayn and Zabuza following behind at a steady pace. Tazuna smiles at them before he tells his men to take a break. He walks up to his daughter and gives her a hug. Hey there, what are you doing here? "We came to see Naruto and his friends off," Tsunami said, much to Tazuna's confusion. "See them off?" The bridge builder questioned, looking at the group talking with Haku, his grandson joining in. His eyes widened as he remembered the reason why they were here. Oh yeah. Not only did they beat that fire monster, but the damn thing actually turned Gato and his army into ashes. If that thing wasn't trying to kill us, I would have given it a hug. Tsunami giggled at that. Still with Gato gone, then that means your life isn't in danger no more. Yeah. Guess so. Tazuna said, rubbing his head as he felt a little down that they were leaving. Damn, he was already starting to like those brats and their talking toy. While the two of them talked, the others were having their own conversation. So what are you guys gonna do now? Kia asked Zabuza and Haku. Well, we were planning on going back to the Hidden Mist village after our mission here was completed. Zabuza replied. There's a civil war happening and we're planning on joining the rebels. After all, that little Mizukage bastard Yagura has it out on me. The civil war? Kia asked in shock. Like I said, learn something new every day. Naruto repeated in a deadpan tone with Zayn and Amachao nodding next to him in agreement. Do you really have to go? Inari asked Naruto sadly, causing him to smile a little. Yeah. More of those monsters are out there and we have to stop them. The water guardian told him, which made Inari look down. He wraps his arm around the younger boy's head and gives him a noogie, ignoring his protests. But don't worry, just because we're going doesn't mean that this is goodbye. No matter how far away we are, we're still pals. Kia nods. In fact, once everything's calmed down, we can come back and see the bridge. Affirmative. Zayn smiled. You know it, dude, Amachao said happily. Yup, that's a promise, Naruto said. Inari's eyes watered at that before he sniffs and rubs his eyes. Dude, are you crying? Naruto asked, releasing Inari. I can't help it. Inari replied, losing his fight to hold back his tears. Great, now you're going to make fun of me and call me a crybaby. Make fun of you? Kia asked. What are you talking about? Naruto asked, putting a hand on top of Inari's head and rubbing his head, messing with his hair. It's okay to cry every once in a while, especially when you're happy, as long as it's not the only thing you do. Really? Inari asked, looking up at him through tear-filled eyes. Yeah, and Naruto responded reassuringly. He turns to Kia, Zayn and Amachao. You guys ready to go? Everyone nods as he turns to Zabuza and Haku. Zabuza. Haku. Take care of yourselves and be careful out there, okay? HMPH. Zabuza turned away and vanished, leaving the group giggling. Farewell everyone. Haku smiles at them before he bows to them. He stood straight and looked at Naruto. And thank you, Naruto. You truly have some amazing friends. Naruto smiles happily, scratching his cheek. Hey, don't leave yourself out. You and Zabuza are my friends too, ciao. Haku giggles at that verbal tick before he nods at him. He then vanished. Well, now it's our turn, Amachao said happily. Yeah, Naruto, Kia and Zayn said at the same time. They turned to the people of Wave who were looking at them and began to wave at them. See you later everyone, Naruto told them. Bye, Naruto, remember to come by when the bridge is complete, Inari waved back happily. You got it, Team Chaos then vanished in a flash of green light. Hey boss, I mean I know the bridge isn't complete yet, but did you ever decide what you want to call it? One of Tazuna's co-worker asked curiously. Oh yeah. Damn, I completely forgot it. Tazuna said in realization, as he gained a thoughtful look on his face before he smiled as he thought about Naruto. How about the Great Naruto Bridge? In honor of the new hero who saved us, not only from Gato, but from the monster that almost killed us all. Everyone on the bridge cheered happily at the new official name of their unfinished bridge. Angel Island. Red Mountain. Right near the entrance of the Red Mountain, red flame-like sparkles suddenly appeared. The sparkles began to gather together as a red light was formed and began to take shape of something. The light disappeared to reveal a red chow egg with small fireball designs on its shell. Meanwhile, Land of Snow. Unknown area. In the deep cold storm of the Land of Snow, a small four-legged figure is seen weakly walking through it, trying to hurry towards town. This figure is a white cat with a single blue bang on top of its head. The cat was meowing weakly for help but couldn't due to the storm being so icy cold. It took several more steps before it fell on the snow. The cat tried to stay awake and keep walking, but it was too tired and cold to move. It knew that if it stayed out here longer, it would freeze to death. But it was just too cold for it to keep on going. The cat let out a quiet mew sound as it started to close its eyes. Please someone help me. Chapter 8. Land of Snow. Frost's Palace. In the Land of Snow, far away from civilization in the mountain region, lies a palace made out of crystalline ice. Inside the palace, sitting on a throne was Frost the Ice Chaos. She had her eyes closed as though she was sleeping, but then they opened up as she sensed something. She sensed that an eye no longer exists, meaning he was beaten by chaos. Eyes glowing wide in anger, she stood up and walked to the wall, her feet stomping on the floor below her, which caused ice spikes to pop up. Chaos had beaten an eye. One of her brothers has been defeated and absorbed by chaos. Curse him, curse chaos. She should have killed that fool when she had the chance that day after they got finished jumping him. But for some very bizarre reason she couldn't. Neither of them could. Why was that? Frost didn't like that kind of thinking, so she ignored it. She raised her hand and the ice moved to open up like a door that leads outside. She looks out in the distance, seeing her ice has already spread throughout the small country. Those large mirror heating generators that she could see were completely frozen solid, her ice so hard and powerful that ordinary flames wouldn't melt it. Yes. Her ice kingdom is truly a remarkable paradise for her. And the humans who didn't like it. Well, tell that to the hundreds of frozen bodies that were all around her palace and no doubt around her land as well. Hearing what sound armor clinking on the snow, she looked down and narrowed her eyes as she saw an army of armored men coming to her castle with weapons. If she had a mouth, she would have smirked in amusement even though her eyes did show it. That foolish princess sent more troops to their graves. Or did they come here of their own reason to prove that they can beat her, just like the other armies before them? Either way, it didn't matter to her. Because they were still weak little humans. Frost jumped down from her palace window and landed in front of the army. Her eyes glowed once again as she saw the army prepare to charge at her. Attack, the commander shouted as the army charged at Frost with battle cries. Frost glares at the shouting army before she charges at them also. The moment she did, the yells of battle became yells of pain and anguish as massive amounts of blood was seen landing on the snow, along with severed limbs. While this happened, Frost was thinking about various ways to kill Chaos if he decides to face her. Chaos 7. Chaotic Clash in the Land of Snow. Chapter cover. Frost is seen sliding on the snow while holding her weapon as she glared at the readers. In the reflection of her Ice Queen's blade were Team Chaos, looking at the readers with serious looks on their faces. Christmas cover. Naruto, Ki and Zayn were wearing stylish blue, yellow, and red Santa Claus outfits respectively. They were inside a red sleigh, smiling happily at the readers. The wisps and animals were inside the sleigh also, looking inside the bag that was filled with presents. Several neutral fly chow were in front of the sleigh, wearing reindeer antlers, with Omochao in front of them having a glowing red nose. Princess Koyuki is looking out in the distance from her castle, glaring at the location of where the ice palace is supposedly at. It has been a couple of days since that ice monster appeared in her country and turned it back into the land of snow because of its blizzard storm. Though in this case, it would be the land of ice now, seeing how her country is covered in ice. She had already sent out requests to the other shinobi countries to help deal with this problem, but they haven't gotten back to her, especially the Hidden Leaf, since the Hokage's twin daughters helped her get back to her senses weeks before this monster showed up. When she demanded to know why no one has come to answer any of her requests, she came to a startling discovery. The 5 great shinobi countries were being attacked by various elemental monsters just like hers. Almost half of the land of fire was burned by a fire monster. Massive turquoise-colored tornadoes created by a wind demon kept appearing in the land of wind, destroying everything in its path. The land of lightning is being attacked by a powerful lightning beast that can not only summon thunderstorms but can also control it. The land of earth is being attacked by a green creature that not only controls the element earth but also nature itself. The shinobi of those countries are trying their hardest to fight these unknown monsters, but they've only ended up dead, none left alive. Just like what's happening with her country with the ice monster. But that just begs the question, what on earth are these creatures and where did they come from? Koyuki sighed and shook her head. A month. She has only been a feudal lord for barely a month now, and already a whole lot of shit is going down. And just when she was starting to film for her new Ichi Ichi Paradise movie. Lady Koyuki. Koyuki blinks and turns around to see one of her advisors, an elderly woman, walking in. What is it? There are 3 children downstairs who want to meet with you. The old woman said, causing Koyuki to sigh in annoyance. Oh great, just what she needs. More autograph requests from fans. Can't these children know that their country is? One of the children said that they know about the ice monster that has been attacking us and that they came here to defeat it. What? Koyuki turns to her advisor with wide eyes. Are you certain of this? Yes. They said that they came from the land of waves after taking care of the fire demon yesterday. Koyuki stared at her advisor in shock before quickly running to go and meet them. End of snow. The palace lobby. Team Chaos were currently in the lobby of the princess's castle, waiting until they could hear something from someone. Naruto was playing games on his pad, Zayn was leaning on the wall, arms crossed and eyes closed, and Kia was playing with Omochao. Kia shivered slightly as she looked outside the window, staring at the storm and icy lands. I can't believe how cold it was out there. Are you sure this is the land of spring or snow or whatever it's called? Yeah, this is the right place. Naruto answered, looking out at the window as well. I can sense Frost is out there. When they first got transported here, they were in the icy plains that reminded Naruto of the ice cap. He also noticed it was colder compared to the ice cap, which told him that they were in the right country if the sudden snowstorm was of any indication. It was there that they saw a town nearby, much to Kia's absolute joy. After all, a town means that there are homes and where there are homes means there is heat. So they immediately ran to the town with Kia taking lead. While doing so, they saw these 3 giant frozen things that look like mirrors. Naruto had to stop and examine them with an awestruck look on his face before Kia came back and pushed him to the town. However, Naruto had to stop again as he heard what sounded like an animal not too far from them. It was faint, but thanks to his enhanced hearing, he heard it loud and clear. While telling his friends to go ahead without him, he ran to the source of the sound, and much to his shock, he saw it was a white cat that was making the sounds. He noted that it was shivering in the cold, which told him it was still alive, but he also saw ice starting to form on its fur. He quickly took his shirt off, not at all caring for the cold, wrapped it around the kitten, and went to catch up with his friends. While he did this, he didn't pay attention to the fact that the cat barely opened its eyes and saw him carrying her before they closed again. Once he caught up with them, they made it to town and saw a lot of people looking either worried or scared. They asked around for the location of the ruler and now found themselves here in the palace lobby. One of the people here was even nice enough to give her a brown poncho that has a hood. They even took the cat to take it somewhere that's either warm or has a nice fireplace that can warm it up while wrapping it up in warm blankets, with Naruto taking his shirt back. I hope that cat's okay. Naruto thought to himself, feeling a bit worried. Indeed. Zayn said, eyes still closed. It is obvious that Frost is the one responsible for this sudden weather change, and from the looks of it, it has been this way for a while. After all, this was supposed to be the land of spring. So what's the plan, guys? Amachao asked. Simple, Omo. Kia replied, looking at him from her shoulder. We're gonna talk to the princess and learn more about what's happened here. Once we're done with that, we'll head out and fight Frost. And once Frost is done with and Naruto absorbs her, we'll figure out a way to turn this land of ice back to the land of spring. Zayn finished. Yup. That's the whole idea. Naruto replied. By the way, I have a question. Kia said, getting her friend's attention. Her eyebrow was twitching as she glared comically at them. How the heck are you guys not cold? Her yell blew Naruto and Zayn's hairs back, while Amachao comically jumped in the air in fright before falling on the floor. Her yell also got everyone's attention as they stared at the group with wide comical eyes. The boys stared at her with comical eyes while she continued to glare at them. They glanced at each other in confusion before turning back to her, while Amachao moaned on the floor and flew beside Kia. What do you mean? Naruto asked. What do I mean? Kia repeated in disbelief. She motioned to the people around her. Look around you, it's freezing cold outside, and everyone here is wearing a coat or something to keep themselves nice and warm. Yet you two are the only ones who aren't wearing anything. Amachao, I understand, but with you two, it's like the cold doesn't affect you. Naruto scratched the back of his head as he looked up. Well, back on Angel Island there's many highly variable environments. One of those is a place called Ice Cap, which is at the highest icy mountains. I've been going there a lot since I was a kid, so I'm used to weather like this. Kia looked interested from that little info about Angel Island having different environments. She only knows much about it from seeing Tycho's memories, so to hear that there's different areas set in different environments got her excited to explore it once this whole mess with Tyrios and the Chaos Warriors was finished. She turns to Zayn with a curious look on her face. What about you, Zayn? I can handle extreme weather conditions like this. Zayn stated. Be it hot or cold, the temperature doesn't affect me. Kia pouted at him before turning to Naruto, who only blinked in confusion. She huffed and turned away from them. That is so not fair. Naruto's sweat dropped and chuckled sheepishly as he apologized to her, while Zayn raised a confused eyebrow at Kia. Amachao, who remained quiet, was silently laughing at them. The Princess Koyuki. Team Chaos turned their heads and saw many people bowing their heads to the woman who was walking towards them. She has long black hair with bangs that swept on each side of her face and violet blue eyes. She wore a green blouse over a pink jacket with brown gloves. The woman, now revealed to be the princess of this country, stared at Team Chaos as they stared back at her, ignoring the people who bowed their heads at her. The Naruto greeted her casually, waving his hand at her. He ignored the shocked looks the people gave him as he put his pad away. He smiles cheerfully at her as he stands up in front of her. So, you're the princess of this country, right? Nice to meet you, I'm Ao. Kia was pulling on Naruto's ear as she glared at him lightly. You big goof, you can't talk like that in front of a princess. Ao, what's the big deal? Who cares if she's a princess? Besides, aren't you one? Ow, ouch, you're pulling my ear harder, chow. Koyuki looked surprised as she watched how the boy was being scolded by the girl because of how he casually greeted her and for what he was about to say. She looked at the other boy and saw him comically stare at them while that strange adorable toy of theirs was scratching his with a sheepish expression on his face. She turned back to Naruto and narrowed her eyes at him, staring right at the expressions he was making. For some reason that boy looks oddly familiar to her. She shook her head. No. Now wasn't the time for the silliness. She coughed in her fist to get their attention as Kia stopped pulling his ear. Yes. My name is Koyuki Kazuhana and I'm the princess of the land of snow. Koyuki greeted herself. But I thought Naruto was going to correct her before Kia covered his mouth, glaring at him sternly for a moment before turning to the princess with a smile. It's nice to meet you, your highness. My name is Kia and these are my friends. This one right here is Naruto, the other one is Zayn, and the little guy is Amachao. Hello your highness. Amachao greeted her with a wave. Koyuki stared at him with widened eyes before she waved back at him. Good morning princess. Zayn nodded. Koyuki nods before she glanced at the blue-haired teen with widened eyes. Naruto. His name was Naruto. It couldn't be the same Naruto that they were talking about, is it? The princess shook her head. No, now wasn't the time to think about that. Her face turned serious, but her eyes did look hopeful. Is it true about what my advisor said? Are you really here to save us from the ice monster? That caught people's attention as they stared at the children with wide eyes full of disbelief. Yes, we are. Kia said as she and the others nodded their heads, further surprising the people as they whispered amongst themselves. Feeling a slight jab below her ribcage caused Kia to squeak as she removed her hand from Naruto's mouth. She gives a comical glare at him, seeing him turn away with a cheeky smile on his face. She also noticed the comical-looking bat-like wings and a spike ball hovering above his head. Looks like someone has a little devil side hidden in him. The bat wings and spiked ball disappeared as Naruto turned to Koyuki. Koyuki, can you tell us about what happened here from the very beginning? Of course. Please, come this way. Koyuki turns and walks away with Team Chaos following, not caring for the wide-eyed expressions everyone gave them or the whispers that could be heard. I get the feeling this is gonna be a long story. Naruto thought to himself as he prepared himself to listen to Koyuki's story, knowing that those two are going to be a huge part in it. Hidden Leaf Village. Ramen Ichiraku. Kushina and her daughters were having an all-girls day out. They visited many shopping stores where they were looking at nice fancy clothes. Afterwards, they decided to take a break at Ichiraku's eating nice steamy bowls of ramen. While Kushina and the twins were happily chatting and enjoying their ramen, Mika was the only wasn't having a good time. In fact, she looked kind of down. During their shopping spree, Mika has been seeing a lot of children in her age group playing or hanging with their older brothers. They also went past the Hyuga clan's compound where she saw Hanabi training with her big brother cousin Niji. Even when she's at the academy, most if not all of her classmates would talk about their elder siblings, and so does she. After all, she loves her big sisters, but when it came to big brothers, she would always remain quiet about the subject. It just made her think about her big brother Naruto, and she felt sad. She feels this way because her big brother wasn't here with them on a family outing. He wasn't here playing with her, spending time with her and teaching her some stuff. She doesn't even know anything about him aside from his name and what he looks like. Whenever she asks her family about stuff like that, they couldn't answer her because they themselves don't know. Mika looked down further, causing her hair to shadow her eyes, her longing for her big brother increasing each day. Where was her big brother? Mika? Kushina asked, staring at her youngest child. You barely touched your ramen. Is everything okay? That caught Naruki and Minami's attention. I'm not really hungry. Mika said sadly. Why? I was thinking about big brother. Mika answered, making the three look at her. When we were walking and I saw the other kids playing with their brothers, it made me think about big brother Naruto. She sniffs and clenches her dress. I was hoping big brother would have finally come back home yesterday, but he didn't. Why isn't he here yet? Did something happen to him? No, of course not, Kushina exclaimed with a strained smile. Nothing happened to him. Mika let out a choked sob as tears began to fall from her eyes. But why isn't he here? Where is he? Something must have happened to him. What if he's hurt really badly somewhere and he needs help? What if he's been locked up and can't get out? What if he's dead? She didn't want to finish what she was about to say as she let loose her cries. Kushina immediately picked her youngest child and cradled her in her arms as she sobs in her mother's chest. The Uzumaki matriarch felt tears starting to gather in her eyes as well at what her little Mika was thinking about Naruto. She knew that it was going to be a matter of time before such thoughts were going to enter her head, but she didn't think it would be this soon. But it's like what Mika said. She saw multiple kids with their older siblings every single day. Some had big sisters while others had big brothers, and that left a hole in little Mika's heart because she has two big sisters whom she knows all her life and a big brother whom she doesn't know at all. He's practically a stranger to her. A stranger she really wants to meet and befriend. Mika. Kushina whispered softly to her. She looked towards Minami, whose head was down as she bit her bottom lip, while Naruki placed a hand on her face as she began to tremble slightly. It was no doubt that they were thinking about what Mika was going to say, and it pained them to hear their baby sister was going to say that Naruto was dead. And if he was, which they prayed with all their hearts that he wasn't, then they would be devastated. Or worse, have their spirits broken beyond repair. Looking at the bracelet, Naruto brought back memories she wanted so desperately to change when he tried to show it to her to get her attention, and what did she do? She just shooed him away as though he was a pet, I repeat a pet, and not her own child, which deeply broke her heart, especially when she remembered seeing the tears from his eyes when he ran to his room. She wanted to chase after him and apologize, but she was just tired from the tiresome day that she had. But then the incident between him and Naruki happened with everyone in the village, them included, basically ganged up on Naruto for it. It was the final nail in the coffin as Naruto packed whatever he could fit in his book bag and ran away during the stormy night and fell down the ocean floor, which no child could survive. The Uzumaki matriarch shook her head as a determined spark entered her eyes. No, stop it, stop thinking like that, her little Maelstrom is not dead, he is alive, and well, her son hasn't left this world, she knows he's alive, she can feel it deep within her heart. And she will find him, no matter what. Lady Kushina. An Anbu appeared, kneeling on the ground behind them. What is it? Kushina asked, a serious look on her face as she turned to the Anbu along with her daughters. There is a meeting in regards to the fire demon that's been attacking the country. One of the survivors is alive and just came to the village. Lord Fourth wants every Chunin and Jonin present, including you. Naruki and Minami both tensed at the mention of the fire demon that destroyed almost half of the country and killed every experienced ninja that were sent to kill it, including unfortunate genin who were unlucky to run into. They looked at each other nervously, somewhat glad that they never ran into it. Kushina glanced at her twin eldest daughters and saw how nervous they were about the fire demon. She then glanced at her youngest, who while still sad about her brother, looked confused and curious about what was going on. She sighs and nods to the Anbu. Tell Minato I will be there shortly. The Anbu nodded and vanished. Mika turns to her mother along with the twins. I promise you. Nothing bad has happened to your brother. He's just probably held up somewhere and can't make it. That's why when I'm done with the meeting, I'm going to go and see where he's at. Kushina told her with a determined grin. I'll bring that knucklehead back home safe and sound, you know. Mika's eyes widened before they sparkled in awe at her mother. She nods happily at her before hopping off and slurping down her ramen. Naruki and Minami both smiled at their younger sister before turning to her mother, who looked at them seriously. Watch her. Kushina told them as they nodded their heads. She then vanished. Minami, Naruki said softly so that Mika wouldn't hear what she was about to say. Do you think Naruto is really out there somewhere, especially with those monsters around? He is. Minami said a steel determined tone. I know he is. Wherever he is, he's no doubt safe and sound. She smiles in amusement as she remembers the happier days. He is our little brother after all. Naruki smiles a little bit and nods. Yeah. The three sisters then went back to enjoy their meal. Hidden Leaf. Hokage's Manor. Hokage's Manor, Minato stared at the assembled ninja that were gathered. Among them were the Leaf's proud clan heads, the Jonin who had the clan heirs in their squads, and most of the Chunin who worked at the academy or just had their days off. Behind Minato were his advisors, which were Lord Hiruzen, Lord Danzo, Lord Hamura and Lady Koharu. Next to Minato were his sensei Jiraiya, the Toad Sage and Tsunade, along with her apprentice Shizune and pet pig Taunton. They were just waiting for one more person to arrive and then they could get the meeting started. And that person has just arrived via opening the door. It was none other than Kushina, decked out in her Jonin outfit with her hair in a high ponytail. Minato nods at her before turning to address everyone. Thank you all for coming. Now that everyone's here, we can begin. As many of you know, a couple of days ago, the Land of Fire has been attacked by an unknown creature that has the power to control fire. Nearly everyone tensed up and nodded their heads. Ever since this fire demon appeared, it has caused a lot of destruction to our country, towns, small villages, the forest and the people. This demon has destroyed so much in the short amount of time it's appeared. Many lives have been lost to this demon, including our own shinobi, ranging from Jonin to even Genin. But thankfully, I'm proud to say that one of our own has managed to survive. Takashi and Yazuka step forward. Minato smiles at the end towards Takashi, who had minor bandages on his face. Takashi nods and steps forward, bowing his head. Thank you Lord Fourth. I am happy to be back home safe and sound. Minato nods and his expression turns serious. Now then Takashi. Tell us what happened. Takashi's eyes trembled slightly before he nodded and explained everything. He told them about what happened before the fire demon appeared and after it appeared, right up until he lost consciousness. Everyone's eyes widened as he kept telling them his story about what happened. This fire demon had started to remind them about the Nine-Tails Fox. However, from the sound of it, the power of this fire demon sounded like its power was on par with the Nine Tails itself. When Takashi stopped talking about what happened after he lost consciousness, everyone quickly noticed how nervous and hesitant he looked about saying what happened after he woke up. Hell, he looked a little scared, if his pale face was of any indication. Minyuzuka narrowed her eyes at him. Takashi. Is there something wrong? And no. Nothing at all, Lady Tsume. Takashi shook his head. Then do you mind telling us what happened after you woke up? Takashi went comically pale as the blue-haired boy from before appeared in his head, his glowing slitted green eyes glaring back at him. He gulps down nervously as he tries to think about what to say. Takashi. Minato's voice spoke out in a stern yet soft tone. It's okay. You're back home now. No one's gonna hurt you. Tell us what happened. Takashi's eyes moved to him before he looked down for a moment. He couldn't just nod to the Hokage, especially to Lady Tsume. After all, she was the one who chased her husband away. He looks back at the Hokage and nods his head. When I was unconscious, I was saved by 2 children. That made everyone blink. I'm sorry. Did you say children? Minato asked, making sure he heard right. Takashi nods and explains. He told everyone how he thought the kids were genin sent by the leaf, but the thought left his mind when he saw that they didn't wear no ninja headband on their person. He also told them about this weird toy that was not only flying but talking as well. He said that one of the kids, a girl, went to find the third one in their group. When the second boy showed up, he asked me some questions about what happened, so I told them. He's also the one who told me he found Commander Naka's body. Everyone's eyes widened before they closed in brief mourning for the loss of their shinobi. Minato hums in thought. 3 children, 2 boys and a girl, and a living toy. None of the children were genin, so does that mean they were the residents of the town they were in, or were they travelers? Did the children say anything at all? Yes. They said that the fire demon's name was Anai. Takashi answered, which surprised them. Anai? Minato asked, a curious look on his face. He didn't know if this thing had a name or not, so he was honestly surprised to find that out. Plus, a name like Anai sounded foreign. If that fire demon has a name, then that means the children must know of its origins. Hiruzen said, stroking his chin in thought. It's not only that, sir, but there's others out there like it, Takashi told everyone. He went on to explain that there were 4 other elemental demons out there causing trouble in the shinobi nations. He then told them that the second boy had the power to sense where the creature was going, which was the land of wave. He explained the bridge builder showed up and the 4 went to the land of waves to stop Anai. But the second boy threatening him to not tell anyone in the Hidden Leaf village about them and what was going on. Everyone in the meeting room had looks of stunned disbelief on their faces once Takashi finished his story. They all began to whisper amongst themselves about this new development, each one couldn't believe what they just heard. It was mainly about the other elemental demons and the supposed children who were the only ones that could beat them. 5 elemental demons in each major country? Jiraiya asked, his voice full of disbelief. My god. The whole shinobi nations are under attack as we speak, Shizune exclaimed, hugging Taunton a little closer as the pig herself looked scared. Oink. What the hell is going on out there? Tsunade asked herself. All her life, she had never heard of anything like this before. Sure, there were the tailed beasts, but she never heard of 5 unknown demons attacking at the same time throughout the whole shinobi nations. Hiruzen was in the same boat as his student. He could already tell that the other countries are no doubt risking their lives trying to stop their respective demons. But that just begs the question, where on earth did they come from? The day that fire demon no. The day that Anai attacked, it just randomly appeared out of nowhere and began its slaughter. There's no doubt in his mind that the other elementals did the same thing when they arrived as well. It was like the 9 tails all over again. But this time on an even larger scale. But what caught Hiruzen's attention most were the 3 children and their talking toy from Takashi's story. The ones who know what these demons are and could supposedly defeat them. Minato narrowed his eyes in thought, thinking the same thing about these children and their supposed living toy. So these kids knew what they were up against, and they were at the land of waves right now taking care of Anai. He already knew that once they were done there, they would go to another country to take care of the rest. Still, those children. An anxious look appeared on Minato's face as he continued to think about the children who can supposedly defeat these demons. It couldn't be T, there's no way he could be one of them. Could it? The yellow flash glanced at his wife and saw she was thinking the same thing, with a nervous look on her face as she turned to look at him. He raised his hand, making everyone go silent, giving him their attention. He turns to Takashi. Takashi, what can you tell us about those children? Well, to be honest, Lord Fourth, they were odd. Seeing the confused looks he was getting, he continued. What I mean is, all 3 of them look like they didn't belong to any of the shinobi nations. How do you mean exactly? What did these children look like? Minato asked. Takashi looked down in thought as he remembered the children. Well, the first boy I saw had blonde hair that caught Minato, Kushina, Jiraiya, Hiruzen, Kakashi, Tsunade and Shizune's attention. With black bangs, amber-colored eyes and was dressed in red. His arms were completely black and looked mechanical. That made them drop their heads in disappointment, but the mechanical-looking arms got everyone else's attention, especially Tsunade. They never heard of someone, let alone a child, having something like mechanical arms. The girl had orange-colored hair and was dressed like she was from a tribe. Takashi continued. The last boy, and this is the same one who threatened me, had a hair color I had never seen before. It was as blue as the ocean. His eyes were blue, but it looked like there was green mixed into it. Oh, and he also wore a necklace with a strange 8-pointed star. He finished before rubbing his head sheepishly. I honestly thought he was a girl at first. Minato looked down and thought. He initially thought the first boy was Naruto, but that died when he said the boy had black bangs, amber eyes, and had mechanical-like arms. But then he mentioned the second boy and how he threatened him to keep him and his friends a secret and all about the elemental demons. The eyes widened from thinking about that made Minato swallow the lump that formed in his throat. The blue-haired boy threatened one of his shinobi to keep them, him and his friends, a secret from the Hokage and the Whole Leaf Village. But why? Why would this mysterious blue-haired boy make a threat like that out of the blue? It was almost as if he didn't want them to know about him specifically. That was what made Minato nervous as he turned to Takashi. Did any of the children say their names to you? No. Takashi shook his head. But I did hear the toy say the blue-haired one's name when he arrived. I think it was Naruto. What? Takashi gagged out in shock as he was lifted by his uniform and was staring into a frantic yet hopeful Kushina's eyes. Everyone else gasped from that while Minato had already stood up, his chair falling to the floor. Naruto, the blue-haired boy's name is Naruto, are you sure? Are you absolutely sure that's what you heard? Yes, I'm sure that's what the toy called him. I promise it is, Takashi answered while comically raising his hands in the air. Minato, Hiruzen and everyone who knows about Naruto were all stunned in shock silence. They just couldn't believe it. Naruto, the same Naruto who ran away and disappeared in the ocean, was alive. Naruto was alive and he was back in the Shinobi Nations. Kushina, calm down, Hamura exclaimed. This boy couldn't possibly be your son. Before Kushina would snap at the elder, Jiraiya beat her to the punch. No. Jiraiya said, getting everyone's attention. Naruto is named after a character from my story, so a name like that is uncommon. It has to be our Naruto, especially since he threatened one of our shinobi. That's right. Hiruzen agreed, looking down at the floor with a frown. It's plainly obvious that he didn't want us to know that he was back in the Shinobi Nations after he's disappeared for so long. But how do we know that this is actually the same Naruto we're talking about? Kakashi asked. Show me, Kushina told Takashi, glaring at him. Transform and show me what my son looks like. I want to see his face now. Why yes ma'am, the redeemed wife of the Hokage released Takashi, who scrambled a little bit before doing a hand sign. Transform. In a poof of smoke, Takashi had transformed into an exact replica of Naruto, stunning everyone in the room as they gasped once again. He opens his eyes, showing everyone the unique yet very beautiful eye color. That's Naruto? Tsunade asked, staring at the form with widened eyes. She couldn't believe it. Is that really the same little yellow-haired brat who would prank everyone in the village? What on earth happened to him to make him look like this? His hair color is now a beautiful deep azure color that looked like it was dipped in the ocean. His eyes, while still ocean blue as she remembered from the pictures from his younger days, now had a green tint added around the pupil, giving birth to an equally beautiful unique kind of eye color, as it seems to glow slightly. His face had lost all the baby fat and was now leaner than Minato's, but was a bit more effeminate, with his long hair making him look even more beautiful than most young girls in the village. She can also see that even though he has a lean figure, he's incredibly muscular and toned to the point where they can clearly see his six-pack abs and pecs in his skin-tight shirt. In other words, he was ripped. Hell, he was even more ripped than the adult men in this village, as they had average or well-built bodies. Not even boys in his age group had muscles like his. Is this really the same Naruto Namikaze? Oink. Tsunade stopped her examination and glanced at Shizune, seeing her gawking at the transformed Takashi while squeezing the life out of Taunton. She also took notice of the massive blush that appeared on her cheeks as she took in the current Naruto's form. A small teasing smirk appeared on the slug princess's face. Oh, she was going to have so much fun teasing her after this. My god, Hiruzen whispered in disbelief as his eyes started to water slightly. The former Hokage couldn't believe it. Naruto, it truly is Naruto. He looks positively different from the last time he saw him all those years ago. It was true what Takashi said as well. He really did look like a beautiful young girl with the way he looks now, but you can easily tell he's a boy by looking at his slender yet extremely toned muscular physique. It really is him. Jiraiya said, staring at the blue-haired teen's form with widened eyes. Well, his face did look more feminine, there's no mistake he could see Minato and Kushina in there. How did he change so much in the 6 years he's been gone? What's happened to him to make him become that? Kushina covered her mouth as tears of joy began to gather, staring at the form of her missing son. Minato's lips trembled as tears gathered as well. It was true, it truly was their own flesh and blood son, albeit a whole lot different now than when he was a child. While Minato was slightly hurt that his son's hair was a different color, he didn't care. He was extremely happy to see his son's face for the first time in 6 years, even though it was just a transformation. His son has changed quite a lot during the time he's been away. But why? What has happened to him to make him look the way he does now? Kushina had to stop herself from wanting to touch the transformed Takashi's face, even though she wanted to so badly. She had to remind herself that was only a transformation jutsu and not her baby boy. 6 years she had to wait until they heard anything about Naruto's whereabouts. 6 anxious, agonizing years she had to deal with the fact that her boy had disappeared off the face of the earth with no one, not even their neighboring countries had not seen nor heard a boy of Naruto's description. But now her little Maelstrom has finally been found, her baby boy who is currently in the land of waves, probably fighting that fire demon right now. Naruto, she was about to run out of the meeting hall. Where are you going, Kushina? Dan's masked, snapping Minato out of his thoughts. Kushina grit her teeth, turning to glare at him. I'm going to get my son. The meeting isn't over yet. Wait until it is. I'm not waiting on nothing, Kushina said angrily. My son has finally been found after 6 years of us searching for him. I'm not gonna stand here and waste valuable time because of some meeting, especially when he's out there fighting those monsters. The survivor of the Uzumaki clan quickly ran out of the room, not waiting for a reply and obviously going home to pack some stuff. Takashi then released the transformation, his expression of comical shock from what he heard. Minato's eyes were narrowed as he nodded in agreement. She's right. This is an opportunity that we absolutely can't waste. If Naruto and his friends are indeed in the land of waves, that we must hurry up and go there. But Minato, if Naruto is indeed going to fight those monsters, then how the hell is he gonna do it? That kid doesn't have any chakra, Tsunade reminded him. Actually, as soon as they left the town, a lot of people have been saying that he summoned water to get rid of the flames. Takashi spoke up, getting everyone's attention. Wait, he summoned water? Jiraiya asked, raising a brow. Why yeah. I don't know how to explain it because I wasn't there to see it, but they say they saw him summon water right from the palm of his hands, under his feet and everything. They also say that he formed a giant ball of water out of his mouth. I even saw him lift up Tazuna as though he was weightless. Everyone looked stunned from what they heard, none more so than Minato, as he couldn't believe what he heard. The shinobi of darkness himself looked interested. After all, everyone in the Leaf Village knows that Minato and Kushina's only son doesn't have chakra, therefore he couldn't be a ninja. It was a miracle itself that the child actually lived, because without chakra they will die. Yet Naruto Namikaze didn't. He lived. Somehow, someway, the child lived without having chakra. And hearing what Takashi and Inuzuka said caught his interest and made him want to learn more about the boy. But that's impossible. I checked Naruto myself when he was only a baby. There was no chakra in his system at all, Tsunade continued to argue. Minato shook his head. We'll worry about that later. Right now, getting Naruto is our top priority. Namikaze's compound. Kushina was frantically running around the house, gathering up whatever supplies she may need during her journey to the land of waves. Her daughters were in the living room, watching as their mother continued to pack her bag. Even though she looked frantic, she also looked extremely happy. Mother, what's going on? Minami asked. We found him, Mina, we finally found him, Kushina told her oldest daughter, causing her and Naruki's eyes to widen, while Mika looked confused. Found who? Naruto, we found Naruto, you know, Kushina cried happily, much to the youngest daughter's extreme joy. The big brother has been found. Yes, baby. Where is he? Minami asked, equally excited with tears gathered in her eyes. Is he okay? He's at the land of waves fighting that fire demon, Kushina said as she ran down the steps, not paying attention to the shocked looks her eldest daughters gave her and the confused expression on her youngest. The land of waves. And he's fighting that monster alone. Let us come with you, you know, Naruki pleaded. No. Kushina said sternly, making them look ready to protest, but stopped when they saw the glare on her face. You both just came back from a mission. You need to get some rest and watch Mika while I'm away. I'm going to get your brother back. Once she made sure she had everything packed, she gave her daughters each a kiss on the head. I love you, I'll see you later with your brother, you know. Kushina ran out the door, with her daughters following her and stopping at the door. Bye mama, see you later, Mika waved happily to her. She trembled slightly and jumped around excitedly. Big brother's coming, why, she runs back inside, going to her room so she can get ready for when her long-lost big brother finally comes home, not paying attention to the disappointed looks on her big sister's faces. That's Naruki grit her teeth as her hair shadowed her eyes. She then punched the door next to her. That's not fair, he's our little brother, so we should all go together, we're ninjas too, aren't we, Naruki? Minami said softly, pulling her younger twin into a hug. She looks outside. Bring him home safe and sound. Land of snow. Koyuki's office. And that's it. Koyuki said, finishing her story to Team Chaos. Wow. Just wow. Naruto was right on the money with that. It really was a long story. 10 years ago when Koyuki was a child, her terrible uncle killed her father and ruled over the country with an iron fist. She managed to escape with the help of Kakashi Haddock of the Hidden Leaf and held the crystal key that led to her father's sacred treasure. She changed her name and eventually worked as an actress in movies which were extremely popular in the Land of Fire. She also hired Kakashi and his Squad 7, which consisted of the 4th Hokage's daughters Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno, to help keep her safe while she filmed for a movie in the Land of Snow. During the shoot, they've been attacked by her uncle and his hired assassins with her personal assistant, who's been with her and her father for a long time, getting killed in order to protect her. She initially got kidnapped with the 4th's eldest daughter getting captured along with her where her uncle took her necklace. Eventually they escaped and managed to catch up with the others where Minami got into a heated battle with her uncle by herself. She beat her uncle and broke the ice that shattered the generator walls, which was the treasure her father was talking about, and turned the Land of Snow into spring. Kia, Zayn and a comical-looking Amachao looked wide-eyed from the story, while Naruto remained completely silent, his hair shadowing his eyes. That's insane. How long ago did this happen? Kia asked curiously, still not getting over the fact the princess in front of them is also a movie actress. It happened a week before that ice monster suddenly appeared and terrorized my land. Koyuki said, looking down sadly. Many of my soldiers have been going to its palace to try and fight it, only for it to prove futile as they ended up dead. That made Team Chaos look down for a brief mourning. I sent out requests to not only the Hidden Leaf, but to the other shinobi nations as well. Koyuki continued, looking down sadly. Only to learn that they were being attacked by other elemental monsters like the one here. The land's princess then did something that surprised the group. She bowed her head low to the floor. Please, I beg of you, save us from this monster. The weather keeps getting worse and worse as the days pass. If this keeps up, I'm afraid we'll all freeze to death, and if that happens, then I'll never be able to fulfill my father's dream, please. Princess Kia said softly, feeling the princess's emotions from where she stood. The princess was so desperate to try and save her country, but because of what was going on, no one could come to her aid and she began to lose hope. The island princess looked towards Naruto when she heard him walking up to Koyuki. Naruto. Naruto got on one knee in front of Koyuki, raising his hand to her. Dumb, he karate chopped her in the noggin comically, making her eyes widen in slight pain as a large bump formed on her head. Kia's eyes widened in comical shock, Zayn looked with a raised eyebrow, and Amachao looked comically surprised. What the hell? Koyuki cried out as she stood up, glaring at Naruto who looked away while whistling. Why did you hit me? We told you before, we came here to fight the ice monster and save this country. Naruto told her. In fact, we came from the Land of Waves after fighting the fire demon that's been terrorizing the Land of Fire, and we're heading towards other nations to get rid of the others, so there's no need to bow your head like that. Koyuki's eyes widened a little in surprise. These non-shinobi children fought against the fire demon and actually won. Especially when older, more experienced shinobi were having trouble dealing with them. Just who on earth were these kids? You see, your highness, that's why we're here. Kia told her. To fight that ice monster and figure out how to return everything back to normal. And now that we know that those large frozen mirrors were the generators, they're the only way we can turn the country back to the way it was. Zayn concluded. But how? Koyuki asked. We've been using large amounts of fire to unfreeze them, but it wouldn't work. Not even the ice on the ground hasn't even melted, and the fire's been sitting there for the past couple of days before the storm blew it away. It's because of Frost and her using the power of the sea. The trio quickly covered Amachao's mouth with half-lidded comical expressions which made Koyuki blink at them. Frost? Who's that? And what power? Frost is the ice monster's name. Also, please ignore what Omo here said. Naruto said, laughing sheepishly. Koyuki stared at him before looking at the others and saw Kia wearing the same expression as Naruto, while Zayn's expression remained neutral, though he did shrug at her. Are these three really the ones who defeated the fire demon? Once again, she shook her head in disbelief before looking at them seriously once more. Can I trust you to handle this, Frost? You bet. Naruto grins confidently, which makes Koyuki's eyes widen. This whole mess started with Frost, so if we beat her then we can end this winter wonderland. That's right, Kia smirked with the same confidence. Don't worry about your highness. Just leave Frost to us, we'll handle her and save your country. You said it, Amachao exclaimed, fist bumping in the air. Affirmative. Zayn said with a smirk. Koyuki looked stunned at the group before her lips trembled. A happy smile forms on her face as she nods at them. Now she was certain about that Naruto boy. His name, the confidence he displayed that reminded her too much of the Namikaze twins. He must be the one from the story, Naruki told her. Thank you. Thank you very much. The group smirks at her as they nod their heads. Now, let's go get Frost. Naruto told his friends. They walked right out of the door before Naruto felt the princess's hand on his shoulder, causing him to stop and turn to her. What's up? I have a question I need to ask you. Koyuki told him before releasing him. But that can wait until you come back. Sure. Naruto replied as he turned and left the room. Later, music. Ice Mountain. Lap music team Sonic Racing. The group had left the town and were now making their way across the icy plains to Frost's location with Naruto in the lead. Sheesh, this is crazy, Kia exclaimed, looking around. The plains were covered in so much snow and ice the ocean themselves were frozen solid. They even saw multiple spikes rising out of the ground. Looking around, they could see mini mountains made of ice here and there. I know, right? I can't believe Frost did all this to the whole country when it was spring. Naruto said. We should be careful once we get close to Frost's location. Zayn told everyone. If an eye was able to create small powerful clones of himself, then there's a slight chance that Frost might be able to do the same. Not just her, but the others as well. Amachao agreed as he was above everyone's heads. No problem, Naruto grins. We can handle anything those guys throw at us, so I say bring it on. They entered a cave where they saw 3 grind rails made of ice. Naruto looks at his friends with an excited grin as they nod their heads at him. The 3 jumped on the rails and started to grind down them. Naruto and Kia were cheering very loudly as they enjoyed themselves moving from side to side, up and down, and going through a loop. Zayn remained calm throughout it, but you can easily tell he was enjoying it just as much as his friends, as his smile would widen every now and then as he kept the momentum. Amachao meanwhile was on Naruto's head, holding on to dear life, his eyes turned into comical swirls. Thankfully, the group were almost out of the cave, judging by the light at the end of the tunnel, but the grind rails were about to come to an end. They jumped off the rails and were sliding down the ice cave, spinning all around it in excitement. They finally reached the end of the tunnel and got out of the cave, now sliding through the snow before they slowed down. Dudes, Kia said in a low voice as she looked back at the cave they exited from. That was awesome, Naruto happily finished as he and Kia gave each other high fives before doing the same thing with Zayn. I must admit, that was thrilling. The cyborg told his friends. Oh, my head's spinning. Amachao said, his head literally spinning with comical swirls replacing his eyes. He shook his head and flew beside Naruto's head. Now I know how Tails felt. Everyone chuckles at the little Robochow before continuing on their journey to Frost. As they traveled through the icy plains, they began to notice these frozen sculptures and oddly shaped snowmen that seemed to inhabit the area they were going through. They paid them no mind as they continued on ahead, going through multiple shuttle loops, much to Naruto's surprise, as he thought they only appeared on his island, and avoiding the dangerous sharp ice spikes that were sticking out of the ground. They entered another ice cavern again, where they slipped and were riding on multiple ice slides. Naruto and Kia were momentarily surprised at first, but then started cheering as they were having the time of their lives. Zayn was more surprised that something like this existed in this cavern. Amachao was the only screaming as he kept his hold on Naruto's long hair. As they went through the ice cavern, they came to realize that they may have gone into the ocean floor as they saw many aquatic mammals frozen in ice. From the smallest fish to the largest whale. At one point, to their disbelief, they saw a very large shark with its lower half having the tentacles of an octopus as it fought off against smaller sharks that were eating it. Now that's something you don't see in your ocean. Many leaps, turns and going on different paths, the group of friends came back together and were going a long slope, going faster and faster as they kept going. They flew out of the cavern and into the air with Naruto, Kia and Amachao giving out screams, while Zayn had a comical blank look. They fell into the large pile of snow, all of them leaving imprints in the snow. Naruto came out of the snow pile, now having a beard, and cheered. Yeah, that was awesome, Chow. Way past awesome, Kia cheered in agreement, coming out as well, and did a fist bump with him, not paying attention to the snow around her eyes that made it look like she was wearing glasses. That was fun. Zayn said as he came out of the snow, his hair now looking like a wide afro. That was super scary. Amachao flies out of his imprint, which makes everyone turn to him, but their eyes widen. Naruto burst out laughing and pointed at him, Kia giggled, and Zayn was chuckling. What's funny? Nothing, Frosty the Snowchow, Naruto teased his little friend. Amachao brought out a mirror and looked at himself, seeing he was completely covered in snow, save for his face. He comically pouted at his friends before he laughed at them. You guys should see yourselves. He showed them the mirror, and all 3 saw the reflection of themselves, making their eyes widen as they looked at one another before laughing. Oh man, you guys look silly, Kia exclaimed. We look silly? You look like you're a comedian with big goofy glasses, Naruto said, laughing at her. Am I right, Mr. Disco? Yes you are, Grandpa. Zayn said, laughing slightly. After doing their little jokes and laughter, they got out of the snow pile and shook the snow off their bodies. It was then they noticed something. There was no snowstorm. Looking up at the sky, they saw the clouds in the sky had darkened and it was now snowing softly. Naruto turned around and saw something in the distance. He walks up to the cliff and narrows his eyes before they widen. Hey guys. Check it out. Naruto called out to his friends, getting their attention. They joined him on the cliff, looking at what he was seeing as their eyes widened as well. Music ends. Air in the distance looked like a large palace made out of pure ice and crystals. The palace had several sharp spikes sticking out of it and was attached to a mountain, which was surrounded by several larger ones. Whoa, the group said at the same time as they stared at the ice palace. Their expressions turned serious as they knew what the ice palace meant. She's in there. Naruto said. He heard Kia gasping, making him and the others turn to her and saw her horrified expression as she looked down at the cliff. Kia. What's wrong? Kia couldn't reply as she was too horrified from what she was seeing. She pointed below the cliff with one hand, making the others look down before they too shared her expression. Hundreds and hundreds of human bodies were down on the cliff, the path leading towards the palace. They could see some of the bodies were frozen solid, with spikes coming out of certain parts of their frozen bodies. There were also those who weren't frozen and were lying down in the snow with several dried blood seen in the snow. All in all, the sight reminded Naruto and Kia of the massacre on Twilight Island. With tears in her eyes, Kia began to experience flashbacks of the Twilight Massacre. From hearing the cries of everyone being murdered to seeing it happen with her own eyes as Tyrio showed her the hundreds of corpses around the beach. After the little flashback moment was over, Kia had turned and ran from the gruesome scene, looking as though she was going to puke her breakfast, which she sadly did, which made the others turn to her in worry. Kia Amachao cries out, flying to her to make sure she is okay. Zayn looked back at the corpses before turning away with his eyes closed and gritting his teeth. So many lives were lost in this country. He could tell some of the people he saw were warriors of this country and others were innocent civilians who were unfortunately caught up during their adventure. Naruto stared at Kia with sadness before looking back at the corpses. His expression slowly shifted from sadness to anger as he began to tremble slightly, clenching his fist so tight, his palms started to leak blood. He glared up at the ice palace with his eyes glowing. I know you can sense me. I know you can feel me and I also know you can hear me. The demigod spoke out loud, getting everyone's attention. You better get ready. Because we're coming for you and you're gonna pay for what you did, Frost. Inside the palace, sitting on her throne, Frost was seen glaring out in the open window, a snarl present on her face. Who was she glaring at? It was a Chaos and his pathetic friends. Instead of just going after the others, he decided to come here and fight her. After beating an eye. As much as she hated to admit it, he was right too. The two of them were connected. She could sense him, she could feel what he felt, and she could also hear him, no matter how far away they were. Which meant she heard everything he said. She stood and continued to glare at Naruto and his friends as they made their way towards her palace. So he said that he was going to make her pay for what she did, huh? That she was going to go back where she belongs just like an eye did when he fought him. Okay, Chaos. Let's settle this. But first, a present for your friends. The white emerald inside her began to glow as Frost raised her hand out to the window, her eyes glowing white as well. Oh yes. Time to have some fun. Later on, Team Chaos were currently walking along the path to the palace, all the while making sure that they weren't stepping on any non-frozen human corpses and limbs, along with ignoring the god-awful smell of the dead. Kia was sticking close to Naruto by gripping the back of his jacket, her head down, and eyes closed tightly as she didn't want to see the corpses, both frozen and not frozen. Amachao was riding on Naruto's shoulder, worriedly looking back at Kia, the guardian himself staring at her over his shoulder with the same expression. He glanced at Zayn, who looked between them for a brief moment before shaking his head at Naruto, as if telling him to let her be for the moment. Naruto sneaked a glance at Kia before turning to Zayn and nodded at him. This was the second time she had to see corpses everywhere, and it was painfully obvious that what happened to her island still haunted her. It would take time for her to get over it. If he was younger, Naruto himself would be traumatized after seeing a whole island of people getting murdered and seeing the pile of corpses that were hiding in this mountain. Hell, he should be traumatized right now. However, after years of watching movies and reading comics that showed stuff like that back on the island, made him see and know what a massacre looked like. In fact, seeing a massacre of any kind, be it innocent people or animals, made Naruto want to kill the ones who were responsible for it. Seeing his first massacre up close back on Twilight Island scared him because he wasn't expecting to see one in real life so soon. And Kia had a front row seat of seeing it in action. Naruto steeled himself as he stopped walking, which made everyone stop as well. He spoke softly towards the girl holding him. Kia. Yes. Her voice was softer than it was before. I know it's hard seeing this again after what happened back on your island. Naruto felt her flinch from that but pressed on. But you don't have to handle it alone. I'm here for you, so are Zayn and Amachao. You can always count on us to help you through it. Yeah, it's always nice to count on your friends, Amachao said happily. Friendship is important in life. Zayn smiled softly. Since the others couldn't see her expression, her face, which was scrunched up in sadness, now changed into one of surprise. She felt tears gathering up in her eyes, only they were of joy. She felt truly happy to have such amazing caring friends like them in her life. Though she had her family and friends back home, they were still getting over what happened, especially the children in her age group and younger with their parents still talking to them about it. But for her, with what happened to her home and almost losing her father, those things were still fresh on her mind and she couldn't talk to anybody about it, not even her own mother and grandmother. After the massacre on her island, whenever she tried to go to sleep, the nightmares would start and she would wake up crying as she helplessly watched everyone get killed in front of her with her mother rushing in to comfort her. Even today they still haunt her, though they start to appear less since starting this journey. Maybe it's about time to get everything off her chest so she can truly move on from it. She looks up at her friends and smiles happily at them, her cheeks dusting red. Everyone, thank you. Naruto and Amachao gave her happy grins, while Zayn's smile widened further as he nodded. Sadly their little happy moment had to come to an end by something unexpected. The ground started to shake uncontrollably, making the group stumble a bit with Amachao actually jumping in the air in fright. What's going on? the Robochao asked in fear. Is it an earthquake? No, Kia replied, glaring up at the palace as she sensed something was coming. It's something else. And whatever it is, it's big, Zayn exclaimed. Get ready, Naruto exclaimed, already transformed into his chaos form. He turns around to face the path that leads to the palace. Here it comes. He and Zayn turned to the path, both taking a stance with Zayn already transformed into his E-123 armor. The three saw a giant white hand popped out of the ground, making their eyes widen in comical shock, just as another hand came out as well. The two hands slammed the ground in front of them, making everyone jump back. The hands began to push the ground as though they were trying to get the rest of whatever was there out. Eventually, something burst out of the ice, causing the group to cover their faces from the small shards. They removed their face when they noticed a shadow was covering them. They saw what looked like feet before slowly and almost mechanically looked up with their eyes widened in comical disbelief at the sight. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. See, Naruto said, staring at the being with his mouth opened. I was expecting an army of smaller Frost. Kia said, her eyes widened. I definitely wasn't expecting her to make that. There in front of them was a giant literal ice monster. The monster's body was composed of ice and was covered with snow, with protrusions coming out. Its eyes were in a narrow shape and it had a wide, sharp fang-like mouth, both glowing blue. Oh my chow, it's an ice titan, Amachao cried out. The ice titan glared at the shell-shocked group before roaring in their faces as they stood still together. Yeah, that's not good. Zayn stated in a comical deadpan tone of voice. Should we run? Kia asked the obvious. I really think we should run. See, Naruto blinks as he sees the titan pull his head back. Yeah. Battle music. Theory of attack, Sonic runners. The ice titan took a deep breath as he breathed out ice shards at the group, making them split up and move out of the way, with Amachao flying for cover. See, Naruto quickly charged at the ice titan before jumping towards the golem, fist pulled back as it enlarged itself. He roared as he punched the titan's face, only for his eyes to widen as he saw his arm was starting to freeze up before it started to follow down to the rest of his body. Seeing this, Kia jumped in the air, doing a front flip before landing an axe kick to see Naruto's frozen arm, shattering it completely before it could spread further. She glares at the ice titan as it roared at her, blowing her back that caused her to scream. Zayn charged at the ice titan firing homing missiles at it, only for it to summon a wall of ice from the ground. The missiles hit the wall of ice, causing an explosion that made a cloud appear. The ice titan came out of the cloud, now roaring at Zayn before it roared in pain because of the flames the armored teen released from his armored hands. The ice titan backed away from Zayn before it felt two solid punches across its face, which sent it sliding back, courtesy of Naruto and Kia, both having comical angry expressions. That was for freezing my arm, blowing me back. The titan growls at them before it lets loose a roar that sends out a flurry of ice shards everywhere. The group quickly hid behind a block of ice to avoid them. Looks like Frost decided to send her bodyguard to keep us company, Kia said, ducking to avoid a shard. Damn it, we don't have time to deal with this abominable snow monster, Naruto exclaimed as he watched the ice titan continue to unleash its shards randomly. Either way, this ice titan must be dealt with if we are to proceed further. Zayn said. Zayn is right. We just have to find its weak spot. Kia stated. Everyone above you, Amachao yells to his friends. The trio looked up in time before their eyes widened as they saw the ice titan was in the air as it started to descend to where they hid. Naruto quickly grabbed Kia in a bridal carry as he leapt away, while Zayn used his rockets to join him. Once the ice titan landed on the ground, a large shock wave erupted, which not only blew the corpses back, but also froze them in solid ice while in midair. As they landed on the ground, they shattered into a million pieces like glass. Naruto gasped at seeing that before he turned his head and grit his teeth in anger at what the ice titan had done. He and Zayn landed on the now clear area with Naruto putting Kia down, who smiles and nods at him. Thanks. The guardian demigod smirks at her before glaring at the ice titan. Kia, you said we have to find this thing's weakness, right? Kia nodded, which made him grin in a feral way. And since he's made of ice, flames started to spark around his necklace as the red crystal began to glow faintly. Let's see if he can. See, Naruto was interrupted by the area shaking once again, which caused a faint glow on his necklace to vanish. Cracks started to appear and formed a circle around him, earning confused looks from them. The transformed demigod gave a comical yell as he was sent flying towards the palace via the ice platform that was created below his feet. Naruto Kia called out to him, watching as he crashed into the ice palace, which made her flinch. Zayn blinked a couple of times at that. Huh. It looks like Frost wanted to fight Naruto alone while we deal with this ice titan she created to distract us. What should we do? Amachao asked. He screamed when the ice titan roared at them, making him fly away in fear. Tia took a fighting stance. Right now we have to beat this guy and meet up with Naruto. She turns back to their opponent as her spirit energy appears in her hands. The ice titan roars again and charges at the duo, fist pulled back as he throws it towards them. Crash. Oase Naruto screamed as he began to fall once he was forcefully crashed into the palace. He flips in the air then lands on his feet. He gave a sigh of relief, then shook his head. Definitely wasn't expecting that. The demigod stood up and looked around the room he was in. He had to admit, this place was pretty cool. The room was pretty big as it had enough space for it to throw a dance party. The floors were shiny blue and looking up at the ceiling, he could see there was a chandelier like crystal hanging up there. Oase Naruto whispered. His eyes widened as he sensed something appear behind him. He quickly turned around and used his forearms to block a very powerful punch that sent him flying towards the wall, slamming him into it. Nice punch. The guardian commented dryly as he glared at the perp who punched him. Frost. Or should I call you Frost 1? Frost 1 didn't say anything as she just glared at Naruto, but he could feel that she was smirking at him in a mocking way, which pissed him off. His eyes widened as he saw her fire a large ice shard at him. The transformed teen flips on the wall, avoiding the large ice shard as it struck where he was at just now. He looks up at Frost and grins mockingly at her. This me see Naruto blew a raspberry at her. Insert song. Get up on your feet now by Aaron Carter. Frost's eyes glowed wide in anger before she summoned her ice queen out in a flash of white light. See Naruto grins as he charges at the ice chaos, summoning his trident as she goes to strike him. See Naruto blocked the attack and used his momentum to kick Frost across the face, knocking her to the side, before grabbing his trident to send water on the spears. He stabbed her in the stomach, attempting to push her back, only for the spear to be encased in ice, making his eyes widen. Uh-oh. Frost 1 grabbed C Naruto by his face and threw him away from her, not before throwing her ice queen as it spun very fast, leaving behind a trail of ice. C Naruto rolls out of the way, barely avoiding the sharp blade, as it crashes in the throne chair. The water guardian stared at it before turning back to Frost as he heard her slam her hands on the floor. The transformed demigod looks at the floor as he sees something glowing beneath. Feeling his instinct starting to kick in, he rolled out of the way as an ice spike erupted from the ground, comically shocking C Naruto. What the chow? The guardian felt his instinct again as he jumped back, avoiding another ice spike. He continued to jump back as more spikes kept erupting from where he stood. Thankfully, after jumping on the wall, he jumped off it and went towards Frost, getting ready to land an axe kick. The ice chaos's eyes glowed once again as she removed her hands from the floor and raised them towards C Naruto. She created an ice mist that made C Naruto's eyes widen. Wait a minute, is this chaos bind OSH? C Naruto didn't finish his sentence as he got frozen solid in a block of ice. The block fell to the floor, which thankfully didn't crack despite how hard the floor is. Frost's mouth moved upwards as though she was smirking. She summoned her ice queen as she walked up to C Naruto. She twirls it a few times before raising it above her head. Just as she was about to strike him, she saw something inside Naruto. She narrowed her eyes at him before seeing his eyes glow red as she felt an intense heat coming from him. A heat that felt very familiar to her. A burst of orange, flame-like energy completely destroyed the block of ice and pushed Frost 1 back and fell on the floor. The chaos of ice stood up and looked at Naruto, only for her eyes to widen at what she saw. The guardian was standing there, unfrozen, but he now took on a different form and had a greatsword. A form that reminded her of an eye. She then glares angrily at him, thinking it was his way of mocking her because he defeated an eye and decided to take his form. She took her ice queen and split it in half, now using it as twin sickles. See Naruto grins as he raises his greatsword and points it at Frost. Frost, say hello to my Anai form and this baby I call Wildfire. Hope you're ready to feel the heat because I'm about to get chaotic. The two of them charged at each other. Song end. Meanwhile, Tia, in her chaos boost state, gave a yell as she gave the ice titan an uppercut to the chin, knocking it back a couple of steps. She flips in the air and slammed both of her fists back on the titan's head, making cracks form. The ice titan roared as he fired a powerful ice beam at her. Unfortunately for him, she summoned a shield of energy that only knocked her back as she landed on the ground. She then did something that made a comical vein appear on the ice titan's head. She pulled her left eyelid down and stuck her tongue at him. Is that all you got, snow monster? Growling in annoyance, the Ice Titan was about to fire at her again before he screeched as it felt something hit him and explode upon impact. He looks to the direction of where he got hit only to roar in pain as he got hit again on his back, making him stumble to the side. Growing angry from this humiliation, he roared as he launched a bunch of ice shards in random directions. Hiding behind a pillar, Kia smirks at seeing the Ice Titan throwing a tantrum. Sweet, she could tell the Ice Titan was getting weaker, judging by how badly damaged his body is and how angrier he's getting. Looks like her plan was working like a charm. After fighting this thing and hiding from the ice shards, Amachao came to her and Zayn and told them that he picked up something inside of the Titan's body. Hearing that caused Kia to come up with a plan. A plan that involved her distracting the Titan while Zayn kept firing at the vulnerable spots. Okay, so if Amachao was right, then the weak spot to this Titan should pop out soon. She spoke as she peeks from her hiding spot, already sensing Zayn was in hiding as he kept firing at the Ice Titan. She narrowed her eyes as she saw something white glowing in the body. After Zayn fires one last energy blast on its chest, the Titan roars in pain as it stumbles backwards. The ice that was his chest was completely destroyed and it revealed a glowing white energy crystal in it. That's it, Kia spoke as she jumped out of her hiding spot and ran to the Titan, her hands glowing with blue energy. She jumps at the white crystal and does a drill-like move, causing the energy in her hands to trail behind her. Spiral drill. The attack went through the crystal, completely destroying it as it made the Ice Titan roar out in pain. The roar slowly began to die out as the Ice Titan's glowing eyes and mouth were instantly out. Kia landed on the ground softly, her chaos boost already turned off, just as the Ice Titan fell forward, making it shatter on the ground. The Princess of Twilight Island smirks as she turns to the defeated Ice Titan with a Hokage grin, rubbing her thumb across her nose. And that's how it's done. Affirmative. Zayn agreed as he landed beside her, who turned to look at him. Instead of wearing the E-123 armor, he now wore armor that bore an incredible resemblance to E-102 Gamma, which was even more sleeker than the Omega armor, but with minor differences. His torso was red with a thin white vertical stripe going down the middle. He also had the gray mufflers surrounding his pelvis area. The glowing circle on his chest now had the Greek symbol for Gamma, and Zayn's eyes were glowing green behind his visor. Unlike Gamma, Zayn didn't have the headlight that was on the gray mufflers, nor the targeting scope on the right side of his head. He also didn't have the gun on his right hand, the floating red jetpack and the painted 102. Kia smiles softly at Zayn as memories of her time seeing Tycho's life begin to flash in her head, or more specifically Tycho's meeting with Gamma. In fact, because she was taking a trip down memory lane, she saw the actual spirit of Gamma standing next to Zayn. Kia? Kia blinked and shook her head from hearing her name called out. She turns to Zayn, seeing him and Amachao staring at her. Why are you staring at me like that? Oh well Kia tried to think of something to say before it finally came to mind. I'm just surprised at how you moved like that. You were moving so silently I couldn't even hear you hitting the snow and ground. Well, of course, Amachao said happily. Unlike Omega, who's a walking arsenal, Gamma is more or less an assassin. That caught Kia and Zayn's attention as their eyes widened in comical surprise. An assassin? Yup, Gamma was built to be sleek and versatile, being able to overcome most terrain. He was also good at tactics and assassination. Amachao explained happily, leaving the two to look at him in stunned silence. Whoa, I did not know that. Kia said, examining Zayn's armor as he did the same. A loud explosion was heard, interrupting them. They looked up at the castle and saw a combination of fire and ice coming out of the now damaged wall. The two elements vanished, but weapons clashing with each other could be heard. Kia, Zayn and Amachao looked one another before making a quick dash to the palace, with wheels actually appearing on their feet. Naruto leaps out of the way to avoid Frost, who had turned herself into a spiky snowball and was charging at him using a spin-dash-esque move. He would sometimes run up the walls, but thanks to the spikes, Frost would simply climb up at the walls and follow him. This is crazy, the newly born Fire Chaos exclaimed, looking back to see Frost still chasing him. You know what? Screw this, he stops running and turns to the Ice Chaos, holding his sword in position. He narrowed his eyes as he began to gather energy, causing wildfire to start glowing. He waited as the spiky snowball got closer and closer. Once it got close enough, he began his attack. Inferno Blade. Wildfire became a massive blade, ranging from 4 times longer than normal, shrouded in flames. Naruto grins as he charges at Frost, giving out a battle cry as he kicks the giant snowball in the air before leaping upwards. He slashes the giant snowball multiple times before raising wildfire above his head. He yells once again as he gives a powerful vertical slash at the snowball, knocking Frost out of it and slamming her down to the floor. Naruto fell down to the floor and kept his eyes on Frost as she stood up and glared angrily at him. It's over, Frost, just give up, you lost. Frost's eyes glowed white as she summoned Ice Queen. She grips the weapon tightly as the blades got bigger and were more ice-like. They were also glowing white, with cold smoke being seen. Naruto narrowed his eyes before taking a stance before holding his fist. To be honest, he had no idea what he was doing. After all, he's never trained with wildfire or this new form of his. So everything he's been doing right now was through sheer instinct, almost as if he'd known he had to wield the weapon and use this power. Could it be that Anai's experience and knowledge has been passed down through him? It was actually pretty cool when he thought about it. As Naruto continued to take the stance, he was surrounded by orange light with a flame-like aura around him. Frost One narrowed her eyes before spinning her weapon in hand before charging at Fire Chaos, preparing to cut him in half using a horizontal slash. Naruto kept his narrowed eyes focused on Frost, ignoring how her scythe was leaving behind a trail of ice mist and spikes. The Ice Chaos herself got ready to cut Chaos in half and freeze him solid. She swings her weapon at him though he remained where he was, watching intently. "Wait for it," Naruto whispered to himself as he got ready to strike. Once she was close enough to him, he got ready to strike her. Now he immediately moves to Frost, sliding on the icy floor to avoid her swiping attack as it left behind a wall of spiky ice, stunning her for a moment. Once he made it behind her, Naruto grins as she turns to him with widened eyes. Peekaboo, he gave a right hook to Frost's face, knocking her to the side before landing multiple fast-paced blows on her. As he attacked her, wildfire got bigger and was glowing bright yellow with small amounts of red in it. He stopped for a brief moment before going again, only this time moving much faster than before. He twirls the greatsword in his hand before landing a devastating finishing upward blow that not only knocked the white emerald out of her bones, but also caused her to fly back and slam into the wall behind her. Frost was shattered into pieces upon impact, her now liquid-like state nowhere reforming itself because her brain suffered a lot of damage when Naruto attacked her. Naruto wiped away the imaginary sweat from his brow and breathed out a sigh of relief. Phew, that wasn't so hard. Wildfire disappeared, causing his Anai form to disappear and return him to his chaos form. Naruto looked over his shoulder and saw his friends rushing in. "Hey guys, huh?" He blinked as he saw Kia and Amachao were riding on Zayn's back, still in his E-102 armor with wheels on his feet. He immediately geeked out, which made it look comical as he was still in his chaos form. "Aw man Zayn, is that you look just like Gamma." "Yes. It's me," Zayn said, looking back at Kia and Amachao as they got off of him. His armor instantly vanished. "We came here to see if you needed any assistance against Frost." He looks around the damaged throne room with a comical blank expression on his face. "Looks like you took care of her," Kia said, looking at the scattered pieces of Frost and the white emerald near Naruto's feet. She tensed up when she saw the pieces reform into a puddle. "Not yet." The Guardian picked up the emerald and tossed it to Kia as he turned to Frost, now fully formed and back to her zero form. He then walks up to her, intending to do the same thing as he did to Anai, open her heart. He was also unaware that the Chaos Star symbol appeared on his chest once again. "Frost, I know that you hate Chaos and the humans for what happened all those years ago. But you and I both know that it wasn't his fault. Anai told me that all of you were in pain, that you were hurting, and you wanted me to save you. It's okay now. I told Anai that I would save you from this anger that you and the others are feeling, and that's exactly what I'm gonna do." Naruto stops in front of Frost, smiling softly at her as he holds his hand out to her. "But you already knew that, didn't you?" Frost didn't say anything because she knew that he was right. Due to the link that was shared between her and Chaos, she already knew what his intentions were the moment he came here. It was to save her from the negative emotions she was feeling and to bring her back where she belonged. Her eyes were shown to be happy as she nodded her head at him. She grabbed his hand as a white light erupted from them. The light completely covered them into a white Chao cocoon as it began to pulse slightly. Kia, Zayn and Amachao were smiling at each other, all three happy that Naruto managed to save another Chaos warrior. They turned back to the cocoon as they saw it started to fade away, revealing Naruto in his brand new Frost form, with his new weapon in hand. His ocean blue body is now light gray, almost looking white as snow, with crystal blue ice covering his shoulders, forearms and knees. His fin-like protrusions were extended and sharp, showing the extra length was because of the ice. His pupil-less eyes were an icy blue. The scythe in his hand had also changed. The handle is now an icy blue with the blade being made of crystal-like ice, with a mixture of colors ranging from white, light blue and light purple. The handle also had a light gray collar on it with a white crystal embedded in it. "Cool Kia," Zayn and Amachao said, staring at Naruto's form in awe. "How do you feel, Naruto?" Amachao asked curiously. I feel nice and cool." Naruto spoke, his tone of voice sounding cool as well. Pun entirely intended. He laughed as Kia sent him a deadpan expression. Amachao tilted his head while Zayn raised an eyebrow at him. He twirls the scythe. "Say hello to Blizzard Peak. Watch this. Music. Ski by Hyper Potions." He pointed his hand to the side and a blue beam shot out as it hit the floor. As it happened, a chunk of ice started to form as it got bigger and bigger. He stopped firing as the chunk of ice got big enough to go past their height. He then created 2 more ice chunks just as big as the one he created. Everyone stared at the chunk of ice in confusion and slight awe. They turned to see Naruto and saw him taking a stance as a grin formed on his face. He leaps at the ice chunk as he twirls his scythe around before slicing at the chunk with fast-paced air movements. He moved around the chunk, using the blade to slide it downward as he cheered happily. He launched himself towards the next chunk, flipping in the air as he sliced it multiple times, sometimes holding the scythe in both hands or switching between them. His feet touched the chunk before using it to flip off of it as the white crystal glowed brightly, causing him to throw it like a boomerang. The glowing white scythe came back to see Naruto as it split itself into his hands and transformed into dual blades as the glow vanished. The dual blades were about the size of Naruto's arms and resembled trenched knives with enclosed crystal-like handles. The blades themselves were an icy blue with beautiful ice pattern-like designs on them and the edge being white. Both blades also have half of the white crystal. "Oh yeah, this is happening," Naruto exclaimed in excitement, backflipping to the third untouched chunk as he attacked it, landing ferocious strikes upon it, landing on the floor as he slid across it. "Let's do this." He gathered energy to his twin blades, wrapping them in ice and hurling them at the chunks as they attacked the chunks multiple times. As Naruto continued to slide on the floor, he spun around and took a stance in front of his friends, who looked absolutely comically dumbfounded by what they saw. The twin daggers came back to his hands. The moment they did, multiple slash marks appeared on the chunks of ice before they broke apart and fell to the floor, revealing 3 amazing beautifully crafted sculptures. The first sculpture is a Chow head, the second was a Chaos Emerald, and the third was his pendant. Naruto grins as he stands from his stance, taking in great delight at seeing his friends' expressions making him giggle at them. Dude, Kia whispered, staring at the sculptures with a star-eyed expression before turning to see Naruto's dual blades as he changed them back to the side. "How did you do that?" "It just came to me." Naruto replied with a shrug of his shoulders. His scythe disappeared as he returned to his human form. He looks down at the pendant, seeing that it now has the white crystal in the upper right-hand diamond shape. He chuckles happily before giving a loud cheer. "Alright, 2 down and 3 more to go, this is getting too easy." The ice palace began to crumble. "Whoa, what's going on?" "Because of the battle between you and Frost, adding to the fact that she was the one who kept the palace from staying the way it is, it's now starting to fall apart due to her being gone." Zayn explained as he comically looked up. "Either that or it could be due to the avalanche." Music ends. Avalanche. Everyone's eyes widened in comical shock, listening to the rumbling sound as it got closer to the palace. "Run away," Naruto yelled out as he quickly grabbed Kia in a bridal carry. They ran out of the open wall before leaping across the very large gap. He looked down and noticed nearly all of the corpses were gone. "What happened to the bodies?" Kia bit her lips and turned away. "The Ice Titan. Well, we were fighting him, he froze them so that he could throw them at us." Naruto gasped and closed his eyes in sorrow. He planned on giving everyone a proper funeral once he absorbed Frost, but now he can't. He and Zayn landed on the ground for a moment before running ahead and making another great leap towards the cliff they were just standing on. They landed and turned to the palace as they watched the avalanche destroy it. The avalanche soon went over to the remaining corpses as they were deeply buried within the mountains of snow. The avalanche eventually died down, making the group look down at the large amounts of snow. Kia got on her knees and clasped her hands together, bowing her head in a silent prayer as she mumbled something in her foreign language. Naruto, Zayn and Amachao followed her lead, offering their prayers as well. After a couple of minutes, they stopped and took one last look down below. They turned and ran off, heading back to the village, completely unaware that they were being watched from afar by a male figure in a black coat with his arms crossed. The figure vanished into thin air afterwards. Meanwhile, Land of Waves. The village. Kushina and her Naruto retrieval team, which consisted of Jiraiya, Hiruzen, Tsunade and Shizune, were walking through the village looking around as many people were happily partying. Some were eating tons of food, throwing money in the air, crying tears of joy, etc. "This place sure seems chipper," Tsunade mused, looking at the happy people. "No doubt thanks to Naruto and his friends," Shizune said, watching as many children played around. "Hopefully they should still be around here," Jiraiya stated, looking at the big rocks that were on the streets and the burn marks across the roofs and buildings. "From the looks of things, an eye attacked the village and the brats beat him." Kushina and Hiruzen were in front of the group, both of them not paying attention to the conversation, mainly focused on finding Tazuna. Kushina was praying to the gods above that Naruto was still here in the village. She was looking at every child that was out playing, hoping to spot Naruto or one of his friends. However, most of the children here were wearing dirty clothes and had messy mops of hair. So she figured that Naruto must be with Tazuna right now, which is why she is so desperately trying to find the bridge builder. She was feeling so many emotions right now that it felt like her heart was going to burst out of her chest. She was happy, excited, hopeful, nervous and mostly scared. Yeah, her Kushina Uzumaki, wife of the fourth Hokage, was scared of facing her own son. It was his reaction to seeing her again after so long was what scared her. Would he be angry? Would he be furious that she showed up? Would he downright attack her just from seeing her? Since Kushina was lost in her thoughts, she wasn't paying attention to her surroundings as she bumped into someone, knocking them on the ground. She blinks in alarm and looks down, seeing a blue-haired woman with a little boy next to her, looking worried. "Mom, oh I'm so very sorry I wasn't paying attention," Kushina apologized as she held her hand out. "Are you okay?" "Yeah. I'm fine." The woman took her hand and got pulled up. "I'm sorry as well. I wasn't paying attention either." The woman then looked at her and the group before her eyes widened. "Are you a ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village?" "Yes." Hiruzen spoke up, stepping next to Kushina. "Sorry for wasting your time ma'am, but we are looking for Mr. Tazuna. Is he around?" "Why are you looking for my father?" the woman asked, pulling her son closer to her. The group completely blinked at her. "Father?" Jiraiya asked. "Yes. My father. Now why are you looking for him?" "Looking for Hey Tsunami, Inari." Everyone saw the master bridge builder himself walking up to his daughter and grandson, wiping the sweat off his brow. "We working on that bridge is going to be the best thing we've ever done. If we keep this up, we'll have it done in a few more days." "Good to see you again Mr. Tazuna," Hiruzen said. Tazuna turns to look at them before his eyes widened in shock. "Hidden Leaf Ninja. The hell are you?" "My son, where is my son?" Kushina asked, appearing in front of him, making him step back in shock as the villagers stopped what they were doing and looked at them. "Huh? Your son?" Tazuna asked, feeling absolutely confused. What was this woman talking about? "Yes, his name is Naruto," Kushina exclaimed, making everyone look wide-eyed from that. "Please, tell me where he is." Tazuna and Tsunami narrowed their eyes at the woman in front of them, already remembering what Naruto said the other day about his life in the Leaf Village and his former family. "Naruto, eh?" Tazuna said, noticing that people were looking at them. "Let's talk in private. Follow me." Land of Waves. Great Naruto Bridge. The retrieval team were currently at Tazuna's bridge. The bridge builder had already sent his family home since he was already on break and told them that he would talk to them. He had already sent his workers on a half-hour break as soon as they arrived. "So? Where should I start telling you about the kid?" Tazuna asked, crossing his arms. "From the beginning if you would." Hiruzen replied, grabbing Kushina by her shoulder to keep her quiet. Tazuna nods and explains to them what happened from the very beginning, with Geto coming to their country and taking over it, to him creating a bridge to connect to the Land of Fire. He even reluctantly brought up the incident about him coming to the Leaf to hire protection, only for it to get cancelled after the genin got killed. He then told him how he stayed in town, looking for a way to get back, while also searching for mercenaries for hire, before it got attacked by Anai the fire demon. It was only a day after the attack that he ran into Naruto and his friends, who told him that they were going to the Land of Waves to not only beat Anai, but to protect him from any mercenary that Geto will send. Kushina chose that moment to interrupt him as she slammed her fist into a table with tools on it, breaking it in half as her hair turned into 9 moving tails. "So you basically hired my son, who was not even a shinobi, to not only protect you from Geto, but to also fight the fire demon?" Kushina asked in anger, glaring at the bridge builder who looked absolutely terrified as he backed away from her. "Hey, whoa, it was him who volunteered. Besides, the kid had this strange power that I know for sure shinobi don't have," Tazuna exclaimed, making Kushina look confused as her hair returned to normal, while the others had knowing looks. "What power?" "He is talking about Naruto's ability to control water," Tsunade said, crossing her arms under her large bust as she turned away. "Though I'm still having trouble believing it." "Huh? Control water?" Kushina asked, never hearing about this power to control water. "Yeah, you should have seen the kid," Tazuna said. He then explained to them what happened the following day. Apparently after they left to be on the lookout, with them leaving their toy over to watch him, he decided to head for the bridge, ignoring the toy's warning. Only to regret not listening to him when Geto and his thugs showed on the bridge waiting for him. Suddenly, a meteor shower showed up and nearly destroyed his whole home. That's when he told them about Zabuza and his apprentice Haku coming to confront Geto, with Naruto and his friends joining them. Zabuza Shizune asked in shock, with everyone else sharing the reaction. "As in Zabuza Mamachi, the demon of the mist?" "Yeah. That's what Naruto told me as soon as they showed up," Tazuna said, scratching his head. "From what I've heard, him and Zabuza fought each other before that demon showed up. The guy even said that if Anai hadn't showed up during their fight, the kid would have won against him because he didn't know about his powers." "Naruto fought an A rank missing nin and almost won?" Kushina asked with a stunned expression. She wasn't the only one, as the others looked stunned as well. And it was due to this mysterious power that he wielded. Tazuna then continued to tell them about Geto and his men being turned to ashes by a fire tornado created by Anai. He then told them something that shocked them to the absolute core. Before he ran off to find his family, per the kid's instructions, Naruto had transformed into this creature made of water, while he and the others stayed on the bridge to fight against an eye. Just a sec, you said that Naruto transformed into a water creature? Jiraiya asked, his eyes widened in shock. Yeah, it was crazy, it was something that I've never seen before, hell even his other friend had transformed into a walking armored machine or something, Tazuna exclaimed. A while later, they came back with Zabuza badly hurt and his apprentice looking worse for wear. Naruto's girlfriend, Kia I think her name was, healed them both with some green energy coming out of her hands, while him and his other friend Zayn went to help the village deal with the fire and any of Gato's mercenaries that were still hanging around. He then explained to them about what happened today, with everyone celebrating about Gato and his mercenaries being gone and Naruto and his friends stopping the fire demon and saving them. He told them Zabuza and his apprentice left for the land of water to fight in a civil war or something. Naruto and his friends left this morning to deal with another one of the monsters. Tazuna finished telling his story, looking at the shell-shocked team. The Leaf Ninja were shocked beyond belief. They just couldn't believe what they were hearing from the bridge builder about Naruto. Not only does he have the power to control water, but he also transformed into an unknown water creature. Various reactions rang amongst the group. Shizune and Taunton were comically gaping with their mouths opened up, both trying to process what they heard. Hiruzen had a proud smile on his face. Despite not having chakra, he always knew Naruto was born to make a difference in this world, and he was right. Somehow, someway, the lad had acquired an unknown power that even him, the supreme shinobi, has never seen or heard of. He was also disappointed that they just missed him. Tsunade looked shocked before she gained a thoughtful expression. How did Naruto, a boy born without chakra, gain this power to control water and take on a transformation? It just didn't make sense to her at all. Did he have it the whole time or did he get it during his 6-year-long absence? Was it a type of new Kekkei Genkai that haven't existed until today? Plus there were his friends Kia and Zayn. She'll be honest, those are some pretty weird names. So this Kia girl was a novice in medical ninjutsu. That caught her interest as she began to wonder where this girl learned how to use it, especially since she's not a ninja. She also felt proud that there were young girls out there learning medical ninjutsu at such an age, instead of just thinking about boys and whatever, something like the newly graduated Kunoichi back home needed to learn about. And this same kid had transformed into an armored machine. That's a type of Kekkei Genkai she has never heard about before, and it made her curious about who he is and where Naruto found him. Jiraiya looked shocked and confused, placing a hand under his chin as his mind went through a million thoughts. What the hell? So Naruto not only can control water, but he can also take the form of some unknown creature. What creature was it exactly? How did Naruto get this mysterious power? It just made him ask more questions about his godson and his friends. Kushina's face was ranging from different emotions. But mainly it was shock, confusion, disbelief, sadness and a hint of pride. A part of her was disappointed in herself because this was the first time in years that she's ever felt proud in her son. He liberated a nation and saved it from being destroyed by an eye, so what parent wouldn't be proud of that? She was curious about her son's power and it made her hate herself. She just couldn't believe that he has an ability to control water without the need for chakra, but how was he able to do it, when was he able to do it, just what sort of Kekkei Genkai was it? If they had just given Naruto a chance to see his potential as a child, then he wouldn't have ran away from home, he would still be in the Leaf Village as a genin with his sisters and their friends. There was also one other thing that she was disappointed in. They had just missed them. Damn it, Kushina cursed, falling to her knees, already feeling tears gather in her eyes as she pounded the bridge in anger. We just missed him. Tsunade and Shizune quickly went to the distraught mother and began to comfort her. Hiruzen and Jiraiya looked sadly at her, while Tazuna felt bad for the woman. Tazuna, do you know where Naruto and his friends went? Hiruzen asked. Yeah. I heard him and the other brats talking about it last night with Zabuza. They went to the land of snow. That caught everyone's attention. The land of snow, Kushina asked in shock. No way her son was in the same country where her daughters were a couple days ago for a mission. The place where they had to protect that actress who turned out to be the hidden princess of that country. He was there. Tazuna nodded in reply. Yeah. One of the monsters is there and this one has the power to control ice. Several gasps were heard. I think the brats called them Chaos Warriors or something. Chaos Warriors? Shizune asked in confusion. She had never heard a group with such a bizarre name, but then again it does fit because they're causing lots of chaos wherever they went. So that's what these elemental demons are called. Jiraiya said. Did they say anything else about them? Tazuna scratched his head in thought. I don't remember too much about what happened since I was drunk out of my ass. That made the Leaf team either groan in disappointment or annoyance, and Kushina, who had it with the old drunk, cracked her knuckles. Tazuna, seeing this raised his hands up. But I do remember something about what Naruto said, the bridge builder quickly stated as Kushina nodded in satisfaction. These Chaos Warrior things are they're a part of him. Everyone raised an eyebrow. The part of Naruto? Hiruzen repeated. What do you mean? Kushina asked, prompting Tazuna to shrug in response. I honestly don't know. But from what he said, each of those things are a piece of his power that was taken from him a long time ago and gained physical forms. Now he's trying to get them back. The day was a day full of shock for the Hidden Leaf Shinobi as they went over what they learned. So not only did they learn the name of those elemental demons, but they also learned that those same demons came from Naruto. That's just unbelievable. Kushina walked away from the group, placing a hand on her head as she leaned on the railing to keep herself from falling, trying so hard to process what she learned. Her little boy has an unknown power, and that same power was taken from him, giving birth to 5 elemental demons. So then the fire demon that destroyed half of the land of fire was a piece of Naruto's power this whole time. Now it all makes sense. That explains how her son knows so much about those things and why he's now appeared after all these years. It's so that he can regain his power back, and once he's done he'll disappear again. Kushina turned to everyone, an alarmed expression on her face. We have to hurry to the land of snow before Naruto leaves. Hold on, Kushina Jiraiya exclaimed, blocking her from running off again. Seeing her angry glare caused him to raise his hands. Listen, we all want to go get Naruto just as much you do, but just wait a second. Tazuna, did Naruto and his friends walk out of your country this morning? Nah. Believe it or not, Naruto used some weird move and they were teleported away. Tazuna revealed, much to their surprise. He can also teleport? Shizune asked in disbelief. So then they're in the land of snow right now. Kushina grit her teeth. All the more reason for us to hurry up and go there before they go to another country. Think for a moment, Kushina. Hiruzen spoke up. Naruto and his friends are currently in the land of snow. We are in the land of wave. It would take us a couple of days to get there by boat. So even if we do go, it will be too late as they will have already left. And for all we know they probably beat one of those chaos warrior things already, meaning they're probably taking a break before they head off to another country. Tsunade finished. Kushina clenched her fist and glared at everyone. But what would happen if they enter the land of earth or lightning next? Minato has made plenty of enemies in those countries because of the Third Shinobi War, and if they spot Naruto then nothing will happen to Naruto nor his friends. Hiruzen said in a stern yet gentle voice. They're not shinobi, which means they are not affiliated with any village at all. And with Naruto looking the way he is now, no one will think he's Minato's son. Plus, even if we did follow them to any of the shinobi nations, we'll be attacked on sight the moment we set foot there. Jiraiya said. So what? You're telling me to just wait and do nothing while Naruto is out there risking his life to fight against those monsters? Kushina asked, tears gathering in her eyes. I can't do that, not when I'm so close to finding him, and you already know that once he beats them he'll just disappear again, throwing us back to square one. I promised Mika that I would bring her big brother back home, so what am I going to tell her once we go back to the village? By now tears were falling from Kushina's eyes as she finally let loose the emotion she was feeling right now. The others quickly went over to comfort her. Tazuna watched the exchange with a sad frown on his face. Despite not liking the Leaf Shinobi and losing respect for them after hearing Naruto's story, he just can't ignore a crying desperate woman, especially when she's a mother who's looking for her missing child. It's just not in him. I just know this is gonna bite me in the ass later. Sorry kid. Tazuna sighed. Look, if it makes you feel any better, Naruto said that they'll come back. That caught everyone's attention as Kushina wiped the tears out of her eyes, the emotion in her eyes and face both now full of hope. What? Kushina asked, her tone being hopeful. The kid said that when everything between him and the monsters are done with, they'll come back once the bridge is finished, which won't be until a couple more days. Tazuna told her before he grumbled in annoyance. It would have been done sooner if not for the damage it took during their fight. Really? Kushina asked, a bright smile on her face which made the others share the same expression. But if I were you lots, I wouldn't meet him. Tazuna stated, making them frown in confusion, while Kushina grabbed him by his collar using one hand and pulled him close to her face. What did you just say? The Uzumaki matriarch asked in an angry tone. I said I wouldn't meet him if I were you. Tazuna said once again, glaring at her. Naruto told us about what happened to him. Kushina's eyes widened as she let him go and backed away from him. He told us about what happened to him back in your village. Tazuna said, a bit more forcefully, now glaring angrily at her. About the way he was treated just because he didn't have any of that chakra stuff, not only from the kids but from the adults as well, including members of his family. Jiraiya, Shizune and Tsunade flinched from that, but Kushina looked like she had just gotten slapped across the face. Hiruzen just continued to frown, glancing at the others. My grandson said some stuff that upset Naruto, and he told us about what happened in his childhood. Tazuna told them. The more he kept telling us about it, the more pissed he was getting, which honestly tells me that he has no love for that village or anybody in it. That made the Leaf team's eyes widen. What else did he say? Kushina asked in a whisper. He doesn't regret running away. Tazuna said, getting rid of the glare. In fact, he's happy now because he has a new home and found a true family that loves him. Kushina gasped in horror as she covered her mouth in disbelief, taking several steps back as though she'd been slapped. She felt her knees weaken as she fell on them once again, not believing what she heard. A new family? As in a new mother and father with possible siblings. Her heart felt like it was stabbed by several kunai as she placed her hand on it to try and calm it down, even though it was pointless. Her worst fears have come true. While her son was away, he found a family. A family that he wants to risk his life to protect, and it wasn't them, his real family. They were replaced. She was replaced. That's why I'm saying it's not a good idea to meet Naruto. Tazuna said, staring at Kushina with a disappointed gaze. He's pissed. Pissed at you, your family and the whole village for what you did to him. I don't even think I want to know what he might do to you if he sees you. Still, it's your choice. Now if we're done here, I need to continue with my break. But that said, he turned and left, with everyone except Kushina watching him. Jiraiya glared at Tazuna as he walked off before sighing. Well gang, it looks like things just got complicated. A lot more complicated. Hiruzen sighs as well and nodded his head. He turns to the still shocked Kushina who hasn't gotten up once and had tears flowing down once again, with her eyes looking almost lifeless. Since Naruto will come back to Wave once he's finished with the Chaos Warriors, we'll stay here until the day the bridge is complete. Even though Gato is gone, Tazuna will still need to be protected from anyone who still sees his bridge as a threat. Tsunade nodded as she and Shizune helped the still shocked Kushina up and escorted her away with Jiraiya following them. Hiruzen was about to follow after them until he noticed two pictures on the ground. He picked them up and looked at one. His eyes widened as he saw who was on it, bringing a smile on his face. He looked at the other picture only for a gasp to escape his lips. The former Hokage stared at it longer before he released a chuckle, which turned into laughter. He shook his head, pocketing the photo as he looked at the other one in his hands. I swear this boy has never ceased to amaze me. You really do look happy, Naruto. The picture showed Naruto and his friends together with Tazuna's grandson, all of them holding their thumbs out towards the camera smiling or grinning. The other photo that he put in his pocket was that of Naruto in his chaos form doing a pose in midair. Meanwhile, land of snow. Village. Loud cheering is heard throughout the village and overall country. They were all celebrating for the defeat of the ice monster that invaded their home and for the restoration of spring. That was what Team Chaos discovered as soon as they came back from destroying the ice that froze the heat generators, thanks to Naruto using his Anai form to unleash a burst of chaotic fire that instantly melted the ice. The moment it did, they felt the warmth of the generators and watched in awe as winter disappeared and spring came with flowers blooming around them. After doing a quick victory dance and cheering on their success, the group went back into town and saw everyone outside enjoying the warmth of spring. But when the people saw them, they quickly went over to them and thanked them. The men pat Naruto and Zayn on their backs with happy smiles, while some of the women and girls in their age group kissed them on their cheeks, bringing a massive blush on Naruto's face, while Zayn only had a minor one with a stunned expression. There were also some boys, younger and a little bit older, trying to make a move on Kia by asking her questions like if she was single or not. They were immediately chased away by some older women, who were retired shinobi. They congratulated her on helping to stop the monster and, strangely enough, for becoming an inspiration to the girls in her age group and younger. She knew what they were talking about and she felt a bit of pride swell up inside her. The children were all playing with Amachao, each of them holding onto and examining him as he tried to tell them that he wasn't a toy. He managed to get out of their grasps and was flying away from them, though they were happily chasing him around, which made everybody laugh. Thankfully, before things could escalate, Princess Koyuki came down from her palace and made everyone calm down as they bowed to her, except for Team Chaos, who stood still and watched as she stood in front of them, a stunned look on her face. I can't believe it. Koyuki said, staring at the group. You did it. You beat the ice monster and brought spring back. Naruto grins happily at her, giving her two thumbs up and a wink. Well, believe it, Princess told you we were gonna. He was interrupted by Koyuki, bringing the four of them into an unexpected group hug. Before they could say something, they felt Koyuki shaking and saw the tears of joy that fell from her eyes, which made their eyes widen. Thank you very much. Koyuki sobs. She felt happy and relieved to finally have her country back from the ice monster, to finally have spring come back again. Team Chaos tried to look at each other but couldn't. So instead they decided to just hug her back and wore smiles on their faces, though in Naruto's case his smile was more happy. He was happy because everyone else was happy. Later that night, music. Snow day by. Hyper potions. It was now dark outside, yet a lot of people were outside having the time of their lives. All day, everyone was celebrating the defeat of the ice monster and the return of spring, all thanks to the efforts of Team Chaos. Speaking of them, Team Chaos were also enjoying the party. Naruto was crowded by a bunch of girls as they lovingly swarmed him. He was also being somewhat shy around them, which was understandable since Kia was the first girl he's ever talked to and he doesn't know what to say around them. But that shyness, adding to the fact he was also the most beautiful boy they've ever seen, made the girls swoon over him. To them, he looked like a foreign prince from another country. He could also feel Kia glaring at him as he awkwardly looked her way only to comically flinch when he saw her eyes glowing blue. She just huffed and turned away from him, making him blink wondering what he did. Zayn was also having a good time. He was trying out the various foods that the people were offering to him, each one being incredibly more delicious than the last. This was the first time in his life that he was actually enjoying a party. After all, he took a nice long nap back on Twilight Island and this was the first time he was enjoying himself. All through everyone was celebrating back at Wave this morning, but he and Naruto had to fix the bridge because of the damage they caused during their fight with Anai. But now here they are celebrating with everyone and he was happy to enjoy something like this with his friends. Amachao was happily playing with the young children, his animosity and annoyance from being held by them disappeared. They were playing various games which ranged from tag racing, chasing Amachao or the Robochao himself, showing them all the things he could do. Dia herself was on stage dancing to the music that was being played with everyone cheering for her. Her incredible unique style of dancing caught everyone's attention, including her friends as they went to the stage and watched her. Wow, look at Kia go, Amachao said happily from up on Zayn's head, who nodded in agreement. Yes, she looks incredible doesn't she? Naruto looked at her happy expression before he smiled warmly at her, not paying attention to the small blush that was on his face as he watched her gracefully dance to the beat. Despite everything that's happened, still feeling traumatized from what happened to her home and being reminded of it today, she's still able to smile like that and seeing it made him feel funny. The good feeling kind of funny. Alright Kia, shake your groove thing. Naruto gave out his own cheer, bringing confused or weirded looks from those near him, including Zayn, while Amachao giggled. Hearing Naruto's comment and seeing him watching her dance made Kia's smile grow as a blush appeared on her cheeks. If anything, it made her dance with more energy as people around her cheer louder. Seeing her having the time of her life made Naruto want to go up and join her. But before he could, he was stopped by a tap on her shoulder. Turning around, he saw it was Koyuki, now dressed like an actual princess with makeup on her face. She nudged her towards the empty building and walked to it. Naruto looked confused but then remembered that she wanted to talk to him about something. He followed her to the building and entered, closing the door behind him. Unknown to them, they were being watched by the same cat that Naruto rescued earlier. Her head tilting to the side curiously. So what do you want to talk about? The guardian asked. Koyuki took a deep breath and let it out as she turned to Naruto. Earlier, when your friend Kia introduced you, your name got me remembering something. Something very important. Are you Naruto Namikaze, the lost son of the Hidden Leaf's fourth Hokage? Naruto's expression was blank, but inwardly his mind was in a swirl of emotions. Shit, how the hell does she know his name, let alone know that the fourth Hokage has a lost son? Okay, he just had to play this right. He just had to stay calm and not let her know. Sorry. You got the wrong guy. My name is Naruto Kyosu. Besides, I heard the Namikaze kid looked like the fourth. Koyuki looked surprised from the reply. She was pretty sure that this was the same Naruto that Naruki told her, but then again he was right. She did tell her that Naruto looks exactly like her father, but takes more after his mother personality-wise, and he had whisker marks on his cheeks. The boy in front of her did not match the description other than her name. Oh. Right, sorry. It's just your name that got me remembering what Naruki told me. Naruto raised a brow at that, though he was pissed that Naruki's name was brought up, he didn't say anything about it. Seeing the look caused Koyuki to continue what she had to say. When I was captured by my uncle, Naruki followed after me, but she got captured as well. We were in the holding cell and she told me about what happened to her little brother. Stuff about him not having chakra and not being able to be a ninja like them. She said that he ran away from home because of all the things everyone did to him. They've been looking for him the moment they learned that he left, but discovered that he fell into the ocean. Naruto said nothing about that. He just stood there listening with his hair shadowing his eyes. Most in the Leaf Village believed that Naruto drowned in the ocean and lost his life that day, but Naruki and her family didn't. They believed that he was out there somewhere and are still looking for him to this day. Koyuki finished explaining her story, staring at Naruto to see his reaction to that, only to see nothing because of his hair blocking his face. That's too bad. Naruto said in a cold tone, much to Koyuki's confusion. Because they're just chasing a ghost and don't want to admit it. Naruto Namikaze is dead. No child, let alone one born without chakra, could survive something like that. That's something they need to accept and get over it, I guess. Sorry again for the mix-up. Koyuki said, prompting Naruto to shrug his shoulders. It's cool. So, is that all you wanted to talk to me about? Yeah. You can head back outside. Okay, Naruto smiles as he turns and walks away, throwing his arms behind his head. You should hurry up and join too, otherwise you're going to miss out on the fun. Even a princess should know what that is, right? Hey, I'll have you know I am fun, Koyuki told him with a mock frown as she followed him out the door. Inwardly, she shook her head at his earliest reply. She knew that he was lying about who he was, after all his face somewhat reminded her of Naruki and Minami. She knew his relationship with his family was bad, but she didn't think it was that bad where he flat out says that he did die. The fourth and his family definitely left a scar in Naruto's heart, one that can't be healed. All because of the stupid reason that he can't be a ninja, and it made her feel slightly disappointed at them for treating Naruto like that. Minami Naruki, I'm sorry, but I can't let you or your family hurt him again. Insert song. You're my hero, Sonic 3D Blast. Hours passed and the party ended with a bang, as multiple fireworks were fired and seen through the night sky. Once that ended, everyone gave silent prayers to those who lost their lives to the ice monster and to the terrible weather it brought. Afterwards, they turned in for the night and went to bed. Except for Naruto and Amachao. The two sat on the roof of the building, looking at the beautiful aurora in the distance. Its colors were like that of an amazing rainbow. Wow. That's really beautiful, huh? Amachao asked. Yeah. Despite it now being spring, I can't believe the aurora lights still show up. Naruto said. It kinda reminds you of home, huh? Yup. Amachao said. There you two are. Naruto and Amachao turned their heads to see Kai and Zayn walking to them and sitting down. What are you doing? Zayn asked. Looking at that. Amachao said, pointing at the lights. Is that the aurora? Kia asked with a wide-eyed look on her face. Wow, it really is the aurora, I've never seen one before. Really? Naruto asked curiously as Kia shook her head. Nope. I've always heard stories about them from when I was a kid. I can't believe I'm finally able to see it. Kia said in awe. I've never seen this before. Zayn admitted, his face full of wonder. What is this aurora? I'll tell you, Amachao said happily. The aurora is a natural light display in the Earth sky, only seen in the high-latitude regions. But I've never seen one like this before. Regardless, it's still beautiful. Naruto said before he released a chuckle. The first time I saw one was on my first Christmas. That caught Kia and Zayn's attention as they turned to each other in confusion. They turned back to Naruto, both looking curious. What's Christmas? Naruto and Amachao did a large comical spit take as they fell backwards in disbelief. They sat up and looked at them in shock. How the chow do you not know about Christmas? Naruto asked. I mean, Zayn, I understand, but you, Kia. Didn't the ancients introduce it to your island? No. Kia answered before looking up. I mean, we do celebrate certain holidays, but we've never celebrated any Christmas before. Oh man, you guys are missing out, Naruto said happily, getting on his knees as he started to tell his story, his friends leaning close to listen. Flashback, 6 years ago, Angel Island. Mystic Ruins Garden. Little 7-year-old Naruto is seen walking around the forest, humming a happy tone. He was on his way to the Chao Garden in the Mystic Ruins, taking a shortcut he had discovered on the island. He could see the entrance to the garden, making him smile happily as he ran towards it and entered. Hello, Naruto called out once he entered. What are you guys doing? He looked at the Mystic Garden and saw it was filled to the brim with decorative-looking colored lights, ornaments and some greenery stuck together. He saw some of the adult Chow and Wisps were putting the decorations up and were placing decorative boxes under the tree. Naruto simply walked around the place, looking at the decorative garden with an awestruck curious look on his face. Huh? What's all this? He touched one of the boxes in a pile and shook it before placing it down. One of the Chow noticed him and went towards him while making happy noises. The Chow happily circled his head and hugged him. Naruto laughed happily and hugged him back. Hi there, little fella. The Chow and Wisps heard the commotion and flew towards them, all of them making happy noises. Hey guys, what's with all this stuff? Are you celebrating something? Yeah, we're celebrating Christmas. Naruto gave a comical yell as he swiped his behind him, unleashing a wave of water that sent little Amachao into the pond. Amachao here ran to the Robochow and picked him up, seeing his eyes turned into comical swirls, causing the young demigod to laugh sheepishly at him. Sorry about that, Amachao. He sat him down on the ground and looked at him curiously. You said you guys are celebrating Christmas, was it? What's that? Amachao and the various species that were in the garden looked at Naruto with wide eyes, making him blink at them in confusion. What? Amachao instantly flew up to Naruto's face, making him move his arms back and forth. You've never heard of Christmas, how could you have not heard of Christmas? Hey, get off my back, Naruto exclaimed, comically glaring at Amachao. You guys are in my world, remember? So it's not my fault that I don't know what you're celebrating. In fact, what or who is Christmas anyway, and why are you guys celebrating it? Oh Chow, Amachao said, face palming himself. That's right. I completely forgot about that. It's still a shock that nobody here celebrates Christmas or any holiday. The Chow and Wisps around them all nodded their heads with arms crossed, prompting Naruto to frown in annoyance. So is someone going to tell me what Christmas is or not? Amachao began to explain the concept of Christmas to Naruto. He told him the magical tale about the beautiful decorative lights, fruitcakes, stockings, the exchange of gifts from family, and most importantly, the one man who delivers those gifts to all the good boys and girls. Santa Claus? Holy cow, are you guys serious? Naruto asked with a wide happy smile on his face with sparkles in his eyes. So this Santa Claus guy travels around the world in one night to give good kids toys. Yup, it's all true, Amachao answered. Santa has a list where he writes down the names of those who are naughty and those who are nice. Those who are nice receive gifts and those who aren't receive coal in their stockings. Aw man, I can't believe a holiday like that exists in your world and not here, Naruto complained, crossing his arms in an adorable pout. I'm so totally jealous. It's okay, Naruto. Just look on the bright side. Amachao said, sitting on Naruto's head. Huh? Bright side. Yeah, since it's your first time learning about Christmas, then this can be your first year celebrating with us, Amachao said happily, shocking Naruto. Oh really? The blue-haired boy asked in a slight whisper, hugging his knees closer. You don't mind? Of course not, believe it or not, we've been preparing to celebrate Christmas with you for a while. You're our friend Naruto and we love having you around. Right, everyone? Amachao asked, causing them to cheer happily. Naruto's lips trembled as he started to remember his life back in the Leaf Village, where only a few people he knew only ever wanted him around while everyone else didn't, including his ex-family. But now living here, staying with Amachao and the others, he truly felt at home. He smacked his cheeks and a happy smile formed on his face. He leaps off the ground and does a fist bump in the air. Yeah, my first Christmas here on Angel Island, awesome. He fell down and began to wonder what he should write on his list until he realized something. Hey wait, nobody in this world celebrated or even heard of Christmas. So doesn't that mean Santa doesn't exist here? The little demigod asked with a sad frown, but then blinked when Amachao sat himself on his head. Aw, Naruto. It doesn't matter what world you're living in. Amachao told him. As long as you believe in Santa Claus, he'll always exist. So I just gotta believe in Santa? Naruto asked curiously as Amachao nodded. A bright smile formed on his face as he happily nods. Okay then, from now on, no matter what, I'll always believe in Santa Claus now, let's celebrate Christmas. That made everyone cheer out again. End of flashback. He and Zayn were mesmerized by the story they were just told about Christmas, judging by the twinkle in their eyes. Whoa, that really sounds like you all have fun. Kia said. So what happened? Did you guys see Santa? What did he give you? Can I celebrate this holiday with everyone? Zayn asked curiously. I would like to meet the Santa Claus and ask for something. Whoa, one at a time, guys. Naruto said, laughing a bit. Well, we all had the best Christmas ever. It's really the greatest holiday. I believe everyone should celebrate it, even you, Zayn, even though they don't know about it yet. Okay, so what about Santa Claus? Did you meet him? Kia asked, wanting to know more about this man that can travel the world in one night and leaves gifts for children. Well, he gave a teasing smirk at his friends as he and Amachao chuckled at each other. Not telling. Kia fell over comically while Zayn tilted his head. The island princess stood up and comically glared at Naruto. Huh? Why not? It's a secret, Naruto sang as he and Amachao chuckled. You have to wait until it's Christmas. Kia pouted at Naruto when he and Amachao laughed at her. She then grabbed his ear and pulled it, making him cry out. Zayn smiles at them before he releases a minor chuckle at Naruto's expense. Far away from the group, the same cat was still watching them, its blue cat-like eyes sparkling in joy. Oh, those guys look like they're having tons of fun. The cat, obviously a girl, said with a pout in her tone. Her eyes soon focused more on Naruto than the others, her cheeks turning red slightly at seeing that smile on his face and remembering how he saved her in the cold earlier. She nodded to herself. It's official, I'm gonna join them, Naya. Wait, what? Meanwhile, unknown forest. Damn it, how the hell did they find us and so soon? A woman was running through the forest with a child in her arms. The child was a young boy who looked to be 7 years old with red bandages covering his face, neck and body. He wore a dirty white shirt and white pants which were covered in dried blood. The woman, who was dressed like a scientist, looked back to make sure they weren't followed, which thankfully they weren't. But that didn't stop her from continuing to do her mission. Which is to make sure that the child in her arms will forever escape that horrid place he was in and find a new home. Things were going fine too until it was discovered that her and the child were gone and were searching for them. The plan was to cross the border to one of the foreign shinobi countries so that way they won't be hunted. That was close to where they were currently at. The Land of Fire was too risky to take the child there. After all, that country was where he came from and there's no doubt that Leaf Village would condemn the child cause he was one of the experiments. The Land of Earth was too far away, plus knowing the hidden stone village, they would be killed on the spot for trespassing on their country. The only place left was the Land of Wind where the hidden sand village was located. So she decided to head there, especially since they were closer to it. Just a little more, the woman said to the child in her arms. Don't worry, we're about to cross the border. They won't be able to hunt you there. The child didn't say anything as he looked at the woman. He looked behind her and let out a horrified gasp. The woman looked behind her, and her eyes widened in fear as she saw 5 moving shadows heading their way. "Shit, they found us." The scientist ran faster through the forest. Come on, she was so close to the border, she could feel it. Yes, she saw it, she saw the desert just a few yards away. They were almost there, they were about to free from. The woman let out a scream as she felt something stab her ankle, making her fall to the ground as she covered the boy to make sure he wouldn't get hurt. She released the child as he stood up and looked at her injury, only to gasp as she saw a sharp bone in her ankle. "No, damn it, he sent him with them?" she asked in fear and desperation. She looked back and saw them coming. She looked at the worried bandaged child and placed her hand on his cheek, though he did flinch upon contact. "Listen, child, you must keep going to the desert. No matter what happens, you must never stop running. Keep going until you find the hidden sand village, you'll be safe there." The boy looked troubled and scared at the thought of being all alone. He looked back at the desert, then to the woman. "It's too late for me, child, you must go now, hurry before they capture you again, and don't look back," the woman told the boy as he trembled fearfully before he turned and ran towards the desert, disappearing within the trees and bush. She smiled softly at the boy she'd come to care for when she first discovered him. Now that he's escaped, she will give him the time he needs to reach the border. She reached into her jacket pocket and took out some bombs, just as 5 shadows surrounded her. She gave a chuckle as she got on her knee and looked up, seeing the infamous Sound 5, looking down at her. "Well, looks like we finally caught the sneaky rat." A young man 6 arms stated as he grins down at the fallen scientist, who glares up at them. "But it seems the baby rat isn't with her," a red-heated young woman said. Another young man with white hair pulled a bone out his arm and pointed it at the woman. "Where is the child, woman?" "He's safe. Far away from you and that monster," the woman spat out, not wanting to say that monster's name. "Oh, seems she's still got some spunk in her." A third young man with gray hair and wearing green lipstick chuckle in amusement. The white-haired young man stabbed the woman in her arms, making her scream out in pain. "I ask again, where is the child?" "I'm not saying nothing," the woman said, gritting her teeth. "Let's just take her to Lord Orochimaru," a fat young man with an orange mohawk said. "After all, I'm sure he would love to punish her." The woman let out a chuckle as she grins at them. "Sorry, but that's not going to happen." She opens her jacket to show several sizzling balls on her, and the group's eyes widened as they saw what they were. "Shit, bombs." The group jumped away from her while the woman closed her eyes in peace, knowing that somewhere out there the child will be safe and have a family to call his own. "I wish you all the happiness in the world, little one." The boy did as the woman instructed. He kept running and running, not looking back. He made it to the desert but had to stop for a moment as he heard a loud explosion from behind him. His eyes widened as he knew the woman died protecting him from his pursuers. Another one. That's another person who died because of him. With tears flowing down his eyes, the boy clenched his pants leg tightly before continuing on through the desert, the moon shining down on him. But if the boy paid close attention to his shadow, he would see that it wasn't shaped like him. It was shaped like a monster. Naruto Kyosu. Age: 13. Species: human. Classification: demigod. Alignment: chaotic good. Ability type: speed. Color theme: blue. Personality: a fun-loving, cheerful, adventurous boy who grew up unloved by his former family and village due to him being born without chakra. After running away at the age of 7 and meeting chaos, he grew up his remaining childhood on Angel Island, bonding with the surviving creatures from the island's original world and being its new protector. While he takes his duty as guardian very seriously, he was inspired by the heroes of Chaos's world, mostly Sonic, and wants to be like them, helping those in need and using his powers to protect his loved ones. Powers: abilities. Initially having no chakra and an untrained body, Naruto was just an ordinary human. After absorbing the dying water god Chaos, Naruto possesses immeasurable powers and abilities that are way beyond that of a shinobi, such as superhuman strength, enhanced senses, enhanced acrobatic skills and reflexes, water mimicry and manipulation, harnessing chaos energy, etc. Due to him living on a deserted island with no human contact, he trained by himself for 6 years, developing his own unique fighting style, learning craftsmanship, having survival instincts among other things. Weapons: Perfect Zero. A weapon that was created by the ancients a long time ago and Naruto's signature weapon. The weapon has 2 forms, Trident mode and Sword mode. Its name is a reference to Chaos Zero and Perfect Chaos, as its Trident mode and Sword mode are based on them respectively. Wildfire. An Ai's original weapon, but now in a positive form thanks to Naruto's influence. It is a great sword that holds incredible pyrokinetic abilities. It's named after the natural disaster that happens in woodland or rural areas. It is a reference to an Ai's personality and his chaotic fire powers. It also references the first original beta title for Sonic and his secret rings called Sonic Wildfire. Blizzard Peak. Frost's original weapon now in a positive form thanks to Naruto's influence. The weapon has two forms, scythe and twin daggers. Its name refers to Frost's ice powers and her ability to cause an intense blizzard to happen. It is also named after the level from Sonic Rush Adventure. Naruto's forms. Chaos form incomplete, Naruto's default form. A form that grants him further access to the powers and abilities of the original Chaos, such as hydrokinetic shape-shifting. However, unlike the original Chaos, whose abilities were limited due to him needing and absorbing the 7 Chaos Emeralds, Naruto overcame that limit and doesn't need the emeralds to change forms, rather they only increase his power. Parts of his powers are currently missing with only 2 of them currently regained. An eye form. Obtained after Naruto defeated an eye and absorbed him, accessible via the Wildfire Great Sword. This form grants Naruto complete control over fire and is highly aggressive in terms of its heavy strike combos and finishers. Frost form. Obtained after Naruto defeated Frost and absorbed her, accessible via the Blizzard Peak weapon. This form grants Naruto complete control over the element ice. Graceful when skating on the ground but deadly when he comes your way with his swift strikes, Naruto is both fast and agile while his attacks are light. Key of Twilight Island. Age. 13. Species. Human. Alignment. Neutral good. Ability type. Flight. Color theme. Peace orange. Personality. A spunky outgoing girl who isn't afraid to speak her mind and express her emotions. Kind, gentle and respectable, she cares very deeply and passionately about her family and friends. Like Naruto, she is also adventurous and curious, wanting to know more about the world far beyond her island home and dreams of going to Angel Island. She can also be tenacious when she wants to be. She also inherits most of Tycho's personality. Power's abilities. After meeting the spirit of Tycho at the age of 7, she has gained all of her spiritual powers, including spiritual awareness. Her grandmother helped her train in her spiritual powers, while at the same time she was trained by her father to learn about her tribe's ancient martial arts styles and swordsmanship skills, making her a deadly adversary even at her age. After touching the Master Emerald, its energy unlocked the untapped power that lies within her, enhancing her current skills and allowing her to utilize Chaos powers. Kia's forms. Chaos Boost. An enhanced state Kia can transform into via Chaos energy, originally from her power bracelet, but now can change into it at will. She has better access to her strength and Chaos powers. Zayn the Omega. Age. 14-16 physically. Species. Human. Classification. Cyborg. Alignment. Neutral good. Ability type. Power. Color theme. Red. Personality. A boy whose past is shrouded in mystery, Zayn appears to be cold and distant on the outside, but inwardly he cares for his friends and the bonds he's made with them, including E123 Omega whom he only met briefly. He secretly yearns to know more about his past before he was saved by the Ancients. Powers abilities. Thanks to the cybernetic enhancements the Ancients provided him after his death-like state, his physical features are greatly enhanced beyond that of both human and shinobi, such as strength, speed, reflexes, agility, etc. He has other abilities that he has yet to discover, such as his E-armors. Zayn's armor. E123 armor. An armor granting Zayn access to a limited arsenal of weapons. It is based on E123 Omega and represents his indestructible power. E102 armor. An armor granting Zayn various weapons for him to be silent, quick and deadly like an assassin. The armor also has wheels on its feet and a cloaking mode. It is based on E102 Gamma and represents his assassin-like stealth. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.